Caesar, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, August 28, 2023. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. This morning we're joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and Selena Salum. Commissioner Holguin, would you like to introduce this morning's pledge group?
Yes, good morning, everyone. So I am very happy that today we have with us Mr. Joshua De Lao's fourth grade classroom, or students from Carol T. Welch Elementary School in Horizon. Thank you all for being here with us.
Welcome. We're ready for you.
Hello.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay. Ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty.
I think we lost the connection now.
Oh, I'm sorry, the connection wasn't good?
Go ahead. Okay, go ahead. We heard the pledge. If you want to do the Texas pledge.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. It must have been a little choppy. Okay, let's try the pledge again, the Texas pledge again, guys, okay? Go ahead.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you very much. That was great. Thank you for joining us here at Commissioners Court.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Next, we'll receive an invocation from Pastor Roberto Garcia from Grace Christian Center.
Good morning, Pastor.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
Real good,
Morning
thank
to
you.
all the county commissioners. Can't see that far. I'd call you all by name, so God knows who you are. Amen. Praise God. This morning, I'd just like to read just one verse this morning, and then do the invocation this morning. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for the honor and the privilege to be able to do this here this morning.
Thank you,
Amen.
Pastor.
Bible tells us in Psalm 46:10, it says, "Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in all the earth." And I think that verse speaks very well for itself, that God is God and He's above everything and everybody. Amen. Father, we just come before your presence this morning. We thank you, Lord God, for this honor and this privilege, Lord God, to be able to address in prayer, Lord God, this whole room, Father God, and all the folks that are in here that represent the county of El Paso, Lord God, the city of El Paso, Lord God, and Father God, we just pray that this meeting, Lord God, would be just a great meeting, an orderly meeting, Father God, that it will be a beneficial meeting to the people of this county, Father God. And Lord God, we just ask that you give our county commissioners and our judge, just give them the wisdom, Lord God, and the knowledge and the direction that they need, Lord God, that will benefit everyone this morning, Father God. We thank you for each and every one of our county commissioners and our judge, and good health for them and their families and everybody in this room, Lord God. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Garcia. Also, thank you for what you do in our community. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Judge, do you have any opening comments for us this morning?
Absolutely. We have a full house today. So very, we're always very glad when people get involved in our county government, and, we have some amazing resolutions today. And this is, a very special day, a lot of things that we're going to be covering that impact our community, and I thank the pastor for, praying for our wisdom and guidance, that we do the things that will help our community do better than it is now. And this is on behalf of the commissioners. We've got Commissioner Leon. He's virtual, and we thank him for being here and for championing. And of course, we thank you for being here with us today, and we welcome all of you. And we got some exciting, we would like, if you can't stay for all the resolutions, that way it'll show respect to the others that are doing their resolutions. Today, just for public, we're going to be not taking any public comments for budget until 1:15, and that way everybody knows that at 1:15, we're going to take up the budget items on our agenda, and that way people get themselves a little bit more organized. We'll try to do as much as we can, have lunch around 12:15, and then come back and do the budget items. So we thank you for your patience, and like I said, on behalf of myself and commissioners here next to me, we welcome all of you, and you have a wonderful day and just an absolutely productive and joyful week coming up. Thank you. Caesar?
Thank you, sir. Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4AK. We do have a correction to read in from the County Administration Department for item number 4B. Item 4B should read, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the interlocal agreement conducting evaluation of after-hours childcare needs in the El Paso region with Workforce Solutions Borderplex in the amount of $30,000 upon review and approval from the County Attorney's Office. Funding is available in special grant, GIC MAEO 23, operating expenses, contract number 2023-0591. Are there any other items that members of the Court of the Public would like to pull for individual
Commissioner
discussion?
Olguin?
Actually, Judge, I'm not sure. It's actually that same item that was just a correction was read. I may not have to pull it. I'm just trying to confirm. Is the amount, Betsy, 30,000 or 35,000? I saw a reference to both figures in the backup, so I just wanted to confirm what the correct amount was.
It should be 30,000.
30,000. Okay,
And this $30,000 is being funded through a grant.
great. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Commissioner, you okay with that one?
I'm fine.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5A from resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution declaring September 2023 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Stout.
Yes. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Good morning, everybody. I know that we have some folks from EHN as well as NAMI El Paso here. Thank you all for joining us. Today our resolutions run the gamut from celebrating achievements to making value statements. This resolution is somber, recognizing a tragic reality and the prevalence of suicide. While it isn't in the resolution, I do have to raise a question about easy access to guns. Guns make it much easier for a person, especially the young, to make an irreversible decision. A 2019 study found state policies that limited the sale of handguns to those aged 18 or older were associated with an increased suicide rate among 18 to 20-year-olds between 2001 and 2017 by an average of 344 more deaths per year. But state policies that limited the sale of handguns to those aged 21 or older were associated with an 18% reduction in the suicide rate among 18 to 20-year-olds. So we have a lot to think about when it comes to reducing suicide, from mental health to social pressures to public policy, and about access to deadly weapons. And so with that, I'm going to read the resolution, and we'll hear from our community leaders. It says, whereas suicide is the second leading cause of death for people aged 10 to 14 and fourth leading cause of death for people aged 15 to 24. And whereas suicide is the 12th leading cause of death overall in the United States. And whereas more women than men attempt suicide, but men are 4 times more likely to die from suicide. And whereas the highest rate of suicide in the U.S. are American Indian, Alaskan Native, followed by non-Hispanic white adults. And whereas lesbian, gay, and bisexual youth are nearly 4 times more likely to attempt suicide to attempt suicide, and transgender adults are nearly 9 times more likely to attempt suicide. And whereas the VA reported in 2022 that an average of 16.8 veterans complete suicide daily in the U.S. And whereas 46% of people who die by suicide had a diagnosed mental health condition, but research shows that 90% may have experienced symptoms of a mental health condition. And whereas the friends and families of individuals who died by suicide are left behind navigating the tragedy and too often experience feelings of shame and stigma. And whereas together, spreading public awareness, educating families and friends, advocating for mental health care expansion, and improving our behavioral systems will help the lives of individuals living with mental health conditions and their families. And whereas, as a community, it is vital we learn to identify symptoms of mental health conditions and warning signs of suicide in order to step in and help individuals get help before it is too late, as well as to dismantle stigma and misinformation. And whereas El Pasoans can text NAMI, N-A-M-I, to 741-741 to access the crisis text line, and whereas El Pasoans can also call 988 or the Emergence Health Network crisis line at 915-779-1800 if they or a loved one are experiencing a mental health crisis. And whereas community organizations hold a suicide prevention awareness month candlelight vigil at San Jacinto Plaza on September 21st at 7 p.m. Now therefore it be resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court declares September 2023 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas. Signed this 28th day of August 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Before I vote, I just wanted to thank Commissioner Stout for the words you said in reference to the suicides. And I think the gun buyback will go, it'll be a little facet of preventing some of these suicides where the guns are so accessible to the young people. This is not about taking anybody's gun who does not want to give it up. It's only about taking a gun into custody from those folks that just don't want it in their home. So thank you for those words, Commissioner, and I vote aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Isidro Torres, Executive Director of NAMI El Paso.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Stout, for your help on this. And very grateful for the work that the county has done to bring awareness to mental health and help solve issues in regards to this and help us in our work preventing suicide. We have had the pleasure of working with EHN to present to the CIT teams. Our staff, our volunteers, do a lot of work sharing their lived experience with mental health conditions or as family members of individuals with mental health conditions. And so I can speak from experience of going out and speaking about what it was for me to see someone in a mental health crisis and the trauma and the work that's done afterwards to recover. And some families have to go through grief and journey and go through that journey. And so we're very grateful for the work that we've been doing in our community. NAMI El Paso has been focusing a lot on crisis in the borderland, making sure that the community is aware of EHM's crisis line, making sure the community is aware of the CIT team and how the CIT works when you call 988 or call 911, and a lot of conversation and continued conversation on preventative measures, learning about mental health symptoms, where to reach out for help, how to ask for help, and if you are in crisis, how to get help immediately or how to get help for someone immediately. We're very grateful to be joining Emergence, the VA, the City Public Health Department, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention has restarted their West Texas chapter, and we'll be all together at San Jacinto on September 21st, honoring those we've lost to suicide, but also spreading a message of hope and gratitude for those who are still with us today and continuing on their journey of recovery. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi,
Welcome,
good morning.
Christy.
Christy Darty, CEO for Emergence Health Network. Again, thank you so much to recognize this. It's an ongoing work that unfortunately will never end. Just to give you some stats from local stats, we're very proud that our 988 crisis line is answered in the 911 center, and our good friend Scott Calderwood is here from 911, and we are so proud of that collaboration. We're one of very few that are truly integrated. And so since July of 2022, We've answered almost 10,000 calls on 988. And then in the same time frame, our local crisis line, almost over 24,000 calls. So that gives you a good picture of what's out there and what we're doing. As Isidro said, our CIT teams are growing. We're constantly looking to try to grow and improve that process. We're so proud to have that partnership with El Paso Police Department, the county sheriff, the city of Socorro. And then just so you know, we are now one of the few that are doing school-based CIT. So we can respond to our kids in crisis at their schools. And so we are doing a school-based CIT with Canutillo ISD, as well as El Paso ISD. So really, trying to find those access points. I think that's the most important thing, is you don't want it to get to a crisis, but you want to try to make sure that there's different points for folks to access care, wherever they are in their need. We're really, what we want to try to get people to understand is when somebody's feeling hopeless or helpless, that it's that support system and that network that's important. It's not always professionals. It can also be friends. It can be clergy. It can be family. So it's really important to really work to reduce that stigma of saying it's okay to talk about it. And that's something else that we work really closely with our friends at NAMI on, really saying it's okay, let's talk about it. Regardless of who you're going to talk to, just talk to someone. So again, thank you for your continued support of all of the programs that work very hard in this community to be able to provide the care people need to where they don't get into that situation where they're contemplating to take their life. Thank you so much for your continued support.
Thank you, Christy. You're going to have...
Oh, I just have some of my team with me. Crystal Davis is our Chief Clinical Officer, Renee Hurtado, our Chief of Staff, and Catherine is somewhere here. Catherine Longoria is our Director of Policy, so we're really glad to have, they are continuing to do the work. And Crystal oversees both our 988 crisis line collaboration with 911 as well as our CIT.
Well, thank you. Will you be speaking?
No, they're just...
You're welcome. Okay. No, just want to thank you. I love when we have this type of audience and this number of individuals, because you get to hear firsthand and become advocates, because we were shaken with a pandemic. I don't think we understand the impact, and suicide has always been one of the most destructive for families. Obviously, it carries on further and for years at a time, and so it's such an important, to address it early and be able to identify. But I think we all have to be aware that we're pretty much in a different world, and when there's uncertainty, and that's what created the pandemic. We're starting to hear some of the cities, there's an uptick on the pandemic, and so we have other factors that take place. So one, take care of yourselves, and we've always said being healthy is your first line of defense, and then obviously the booster and everything that you need to do, because that creates even more anxiety in our community. So I thank the partnerships, and I'm glad that we sort of forget about mental health a little bit because it's not as visible as physical health, but it's there, and just make sure if you're aware of someone that needs your help or needs to talk, or that you identify them. You've got some great resources here in our community to be able to address some of those challenges. So thank you, Christine. Nami, you've done just an amazing, you yourself, obviously, and everyone here has done just an amazing job. So thank you for that. And thank you, Commissioner Stout. Back to you.
Thank you, Judge. Again, thank you to both of your organizations for all the work that you do, and thanks for helping with this resolution. Can we take a picture?
welcome.
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution declaring September as El Paso Children's Hospital National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you once again, Judge and Commissioners. I also have the honor of reading this resolution into the record. I know we have a lot of folks from the Children's Hospital here. I don't know if Mr. Runkles is here. Daniel, you're going to be speaking on behalf of them?
sir.
Okay, great. I just wanted to start off by, noting that there's a saying about cancer that we can all, I think, universally agree with. And I'd like us to say it together, and we'll use a variation that's more appropriate for Commissioners Court, but I want us to chant, "Forget cancer." So can we, everybody say, "Forget cancer"? 1, 2, 3.
Forget cancer.
Thank you. I think that's the bottom line, and a lot of work, a lot of emotions, a lot of expertise and heart really goes into the work that the community has to do to make Forget Cancer a reality, and that's what this resolution's about. So with that, I'll read the resolution, and then we can hear from our friends at Children's Hospital. Thank you.
Got it.
It says, whereas each year thousands of children are diagnosed with cancer across the country, including here in El Paso County. And whereas El Paso Children's Hospital supports patients and families who are currently fighting and have fought childhood cancer while keeping them here at home during treatments. And whereas the Southwest University Blood and Cancer Center at El Paso Children's Hospital is the only certified children's oncology group, COG, center in a 350-mile radius, which provides quality clinical trials to treat many types of pediatric cancer. And whereas the highly specialized medical and support staff is committed to ensuring the best possible outcomes for all pediatric cancer patients. And whereas the El Paso County Commissioners Court plays a vital role in supporting the fight against pediatric cancer at El Paso Children's Hospital. And whereas we recognize September as National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. And now therefore be it resolved that El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby declare September as El Paso Children's Hospital National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, signed this 28th day of August, 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Hi.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Hi.
Judge Samaniego.
Hi.
Motion carries.
Welcome, Daniel.
All right, thank you all so much. Good morning, El Paso. Good morning, Commissioners Court. Thank you all so much for having us here this morning. It's a little low. Unfortunately, John Runkles, our Chief Operating Officer, wasn't able to be here today, but I'm honored to be able to take the opportunity just to introduce some of the special guests that we have here that truly make an impact in regards to Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. My name is Daniel Veal. I'm the Director of Marketing for El Paso Children's Hospital. And I am joined here today by several of our staff members, our Chief Legal Officer, Laurel Houston, our Medical Director for the Southwest University Pediatric Blood and Cancer Center, Dr. Rajan Bista, as well as one of our most famous families, Haley and her mom, Sandra, the Osayet family, who is also our Children's Miracle Network child this past year. So we're really excited to be able to share just a couple things about the hospital, the great things that are happening within our organization. And to do that, let's welcome Dr. Rajan Bista.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So today we gather to shed light on a cause that resonates deeply within our heart, a cause that deserves not only a month of awareness, but continuous recognition all around the year. Childhood Cancer Awareness Month is a time to honor the young warriors battling cancer. The significance of this Awareness Month extends beyond statistics and medical advancements. Childhood cancer does not discriminate. It knows no racial or ethnic boundaries, respects no socioeconomic status, and spares no geographic regions. This month serves as a reminder that cancer in all its form affects every corner of our society. In the United States alone, the harsh reality is that every year more than 15,500 children under the age of 19 receive the devastating news that they have cancer. These children filled with innocence and dreams are confronted with an unimaginable challenge. And while we have witnessed significant medical advancements, it pains us to acknowledge that over 1,700 children in our country lose their lives to this disease each year. Within the heart of El Paso Children's Hospital lies the Southwest University Pediatric Blood and Cancer Center, a sanctuary of hope and healing. Our specialized staff is equipped with the knowledge and empathy needed to navigate the complexities of childhood cancer, along with comprehensive treatment plans and children's oncology group research studies. Since 2014, we have proudly been a member of Children's Oncology Group, the sole hospital within 260 miles radius to bear this designation. This collaboration empowers us with the resources and knowledge to provide the best possible care to our young patients. So far, only in 2023, nearly 14 new patients received the diagnosis of cancer at El Paso Children's Hospital. In the previous year, we provided care to over 70 new children with cancer. Among the various forms of cancers, acute lymphoblastic leukemia stands out as one of the most prevalent cancer, followed by brain tumors. We have tackled many different types of cancers in previous years, striving to provide the best possible care to our patients right here in our community. Reflecting on our journey, we are humbled to announce that this year alone, we have celebrated 17 victories, ringing up the bell, a symbol of triumph over cancer. We are privileged to be the part of the community that recognizes the significance of providing unique opportunities to our children during their time with us. Your support strengthens our resolve, enabling us to create an environment that eases the journey for both parents and families. Looking forward, our vision extends even further. A new specialty center is on the horizon, an exciting step that solidifies El Paso Children's Hospital as leading force in our pediatric healthcare in our region. In the coming month, you will gain a deep understanding of the comprehensive services this facility will offer. We are determined to demonstrate our dedication to enhance all aspects of care for our children, ensuring that over 80% of them can receive treatment without having to leave the comfort of their home. As we gather here today, let me take a moment to recognize one of our remarkable patients, Haley Ozaita, and her family. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the County of El Paso, County Judge Ricardo Saminago, and County Commissioners for the support of El Paso Children's Hospital. Your commitment amplifies our mission. Ladies and gentlemen, our journey is one of hope, healing, and unwavering determination. Together, we stand as a beacon of light, illuminating the path toward brighter, cancer-free future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Haley, did you want to say a quick little something to
You
everybody?
better.
Yes.
Thank you,
Hi,
Haley.
I am Haley, and I used to go to Children's Hospital to get treated, and I just want to thank all of you guys for coming up and trying to bring awareness for childhood cancer, because it doesn't get recognized as much, so it really helps for all the kids who can't be here today and try to raise awareness. So thank you guys for trying to get the word out there.
Thank you, Haley.
Thank you.
And her mom, would you like to say a few words?
Hi, my name is Sandra Zeta. Good morning. I
Good
just
morning,
want to say
Sandra.
thank you for the recognition that you guys are doing, that our hospital took the initiative to do for childhood cancer. It means a lot for our kids and for the family, because they're finally getting awareness and for everything that they go through. So thank you guys on behalf of El Paso Children's Hospital, which is our home, and our family.
Thank you, Sandra.
All right, and in closing, this is just a perfect testament to that El Paso Children's Hospital is purely dedicated to keeping kids and families here in El Paso for treatment while they go through some of the biggest struggles of their lives that truly make them stronger. One thing that I do want to say is Haley is at the hospital at least once a week, giving back to the kids, and her and her mom go above and beyond taking care of our families. That is why they're a perfect recognition of being our children's miracle child. So Thank you to our staff for joining us today, and thank you to Commissioner Stout for allowing us to be able to have this resolution, and Judge Samaniego for always inviting us to be here. So thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you, Daniel. This is very special. You know, I got to meet Haley. I mean, just, it's hard to motivate her, and that's what makes her so significant, because while you're trying to motivate her, she's motivating you, right? And she was, I have to say, my little story of her telling me that nothing happens by coincidence, that everything is meant to be. And so we had this beautiful talk, and then we got gifts from the kids of some pictures, but there were like 50 of them. And guess out of nowhere, I pick hers. And she tells me, I told you that there is no coincidence. So I have her beautiful picture in my office. She's a beautiful young lady that really has become an advocate for children. And then, like you said, she's giving back. And so I'm very, very proud of her. She was actually our special guest at the State of the County. And so she's always been a guest, and she'll always will be. And I thank you for that beautiful heart and that courage that you have to go through what you need to go through, but always find more energy and more spiritual strength to help others. So you're a very special person, and her mom, Sandra, is just amazing as well. So let's give them an applause, and then I'll take it back to... Commissioner Stout?
Yeah, thank you all once again. Thanks, Daniel, for stepping in for Mr. Runkles so eloquently. Thank you, Doctor, for your words and for the work that you do, and of course to all the staff, and of course to the patients. We wouldn't need the Children's Hospital if it weren't for you all, and you're such a great spokesperson, such a great model. I'm so glad to hear that you continue to spend time at the hospital. I'm sure that those kids are so grateful to you for being there and sharing your experience. And so thank you for your bravery and in what you do. Let's take a picture. Yep.
Caesar?
Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution declaring August 28th through September 1st, 2023 as National Community Healthcare Workers Awareness Week in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Holguín.
Thank you, Judge. It is my absolute pleasure and honor to be able to recognize true unsung heroes in our community. Promotoras do so much for our communities, especially our rural communities, and I'm really honored that we're able to have so many of them here with us today to receive this recognition. I'm going to go ahead and recognize those that are here in the audience with us today so that they can start making their way to the front so that we can recognize them properly. And then I'll read the resolution, and then I'll ask for Ms. Covernali to share a few words with us. So if y'all could start making your way up, we have Maria Covernali, Denise Vasquez, Olivia Figueroa, Francisco Mendez, Aida Ponce, Maribel Alamari, Leticia Favela, Dr. Silvia Chavez, Rebecca Salais, Pema Garcia, Berta Aguilar, and Rita Sardarzadeh. And the resolution is as follows. Whereas the National Association of Community Health Workers has declared August 28th through September 1st, 2023 as National Community Health Workers Awareness Week in the state of Texas, and whereas community health workers, known as promotoras de salud in Spanish, are frontline public health champions and critical members of health and social systems of care. CHWs are everywhere. They are your family, friends, and neighbors, as well as trusted members of your community. And whereas workforce development of public health frontline workers, including CHWs, tribal community health representatives, and promotoras de salud are a critical public health priority, consistent with the mission of the Texas Department of Health to ensure health equity that benefits all El Paso County communities. And whereas CHWs play an important role in reaching the most vulnerable areas of El Paso County, including rural and frontier El Paso County, as CHWs serve as community connectors and navigators by creating linkages to resources as relating to health and social systems of care. And whereas CHWs are critically important in improving health by enhancing clinical outcomes and by addressing social determinants of health of our socially vulnerable populations within El Paso County. And whereas, just as adverse social determinants can increase the risk of developing chronic conditions, communities that support healthy lifestyles can provide protection and resilience and help to lower this risk through connecting with CHWs, CHRs, and promotoras de salud. And whereas the Texas Department of Health Office of Community Health Workers and the National Association of Community Health Workers play a distinct and critical role by leading efforts to reduce health disparities and improve health outcomes for Texas citizens. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court support the goals of community health workers, and further, the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby declares August 28th through September 1st as National Community Healthcare Workers Awareness Week. In official recognition thereof, the Judge and the Commissioners of the Court hereby affix their signatures this 28th day of August, 2023 in El Paso County, Texas.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Welcome.
Welcome, Maria.
Good morning, Honorable Judge Samaniego and Commissioners. First of all, thank you for having us here. Thank you for the honor that you made to the promotoras and promotores de salud here in El Paso and El Paso County. They do a great job, especially now on pandemia. They were the ones who was on the front line, you know, taking care, giving out the information and the education to those in need of preventing COVID-19, but they do more than that. So I think that they really deserve this recognition, this proclamation, because of their hard work from the bottom of their heart. So I'm gonna stop there because we have so many more to speak on behalf of the promotoras. I'm very proud from each one of them. And I just wanted to express my respect, my gratitude for each one of them, for their hard work, and also for all of you. All my respect, all my gratitude, because Commissioner's Court always are in first place for the promotoras and promotores work. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome.
Honorable Judge and Commissioners, for this proclamation that's going to help bring awareness to the CHW workforce and the many valuable contributions that they make for our border community. My name is Denise Vasquez, and I am Program Manager at the UT Health Houston School of Public Health here in El Paso, and the Texas Epidemic Public Health Institute, also known as TEPHI. As we all know, during the COVID-19 pandemic, CHWs were critical in our public health response and in making sure valuable resources and information also reach the most vulnerable populations. When the majority of the people sought to work from home, CHWs went out in their communities to help educate, inform, and connect people to the resources that the people desperately needed at that time. CHWs continually remind us to think about and help address social determinants of health in our work. They are the brave, compassionate, and dedicated health workforce that we need in our fight towards health equity. We hope during this National CHW Awareness Week we can help bring more attention to their work, and that this inspires and encourages more entities to partner with and hire them. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Buenos días.
Buenos
Mi
días.
nombre es Olivia Figueroa,
Bienvenida.
promotora de salud por más de 20 años y directora de organización Ayuda. Primeramente quiero agradecer por este reconocimiento, por esta confianza y por este detalle que nos están ofreciendo. Gracias, señor juez, gracias, comisionados, por tener la confianza y darnos esta proclamación. Gracias también porque nos han ofrecido recursos para poder llevar a nuestras comunidades. Gracias a las universidades también que creen en nuestro trabajo para poder llegar a las personas de muy bajos recursos. Muchas gracias a todos. Gracias. Buen día.
Gracias a ustedes. Gracias.
Good morning, County Judge and Commissioners Court. Thank you so much for this proclamation. It means the world to our underserved community, but more so for the promotoras or community health workers. Oftentimes they go unrecognized for the labor of love that they do in our community. We see them as an extension of our health care services here in this county, in this region rather. The promotoras serve with a great love and respect of their community as they are trusted messengers. They were vital, as everyone has mentioned, during the COVID-19 pandemic, and they continue to provide valuable services, navigating community members to social services, to much-needed resources, and to disseminate evidence-based information in a time when we have to counteract anything that is out there in social media, fake media. And so we thank you so much on behalf of the University of Texas at El Paso. Thank you all.
Thank you. UTEP was an amazing partner. Thank you.
Buenos días. Pues
Buenos
yo ya
días.
qué les puedo decir, solamente reiterar mi agradecimiento en nombre de todas nuestras compañeras que hemos trabajado en la comunidad y que pues ahí estamos al frente con las necesidades de cada uno de ellos. Agradecida por este reconocimiento que se nos da a todas en el trabajo que muchas veces nadie lo ve, pero que ahí estamos día con día. Entonces, muchas gracias, buenos días y en nombre de todas mis compañeras promotoras.
Muchas gracias.
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 Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you so much for this resolution and this recognition during this week. My name is Miriam Vasquez. I'm here on behalf of Aida Ponce from Project Vida Health Center. Project Vida Health Center has been serving the community for over 35 years, and we're one of the largest employers of community health workers in El Paso. So every day we see the work that community health workers do. They are an essential public health workforce. They provide continuum of care, access to care, education, address the social determinants of health, and reduce disparities in health. During this week, we would like to take the time to recognize the community health worker workforce. to increase awareness of the identity, roles, impact on communities, and leadership that community health workers have in our community. So once again, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I'm here on behalf of Ms. Rebecca Salais, our Director from Research on Texas Tech University Health Science Center, El Paso. And I'm thank you all for giving us this recognition to our CHWs that do a lot of work in the community, a lot of service for the patients, and they're there always and doing, even giving the extra mile. And I thank you for this proclamation, and I thank you all of our CHWs for doing that excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Leticia Favela y solo quiero dar gracias a cada uno de ustedes al nombre de nuestra comunidad y pues, ¿qué más podemos decir? Ya lo dijeron todas nuestras compañeras. I want to say thank you on the name of my community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I know that there are a lot more promotoras in the audience, but maybe we can have everyone come up for the photo
Yes,
as we take
please.
the photo.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all for your work. We don't say thank you enough, but please know that you are very much appreciated.
You know what? We have one more promotor, one more who's gonna speak.
Sure. Well, let's do this. Pasen al frente, pero va a hablar una persona más y luego me gustaría hacer un comentario.
It's very important for the men's.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is my first time speaking here, so I'm kind of nervous. Sorry.
You're in good hands.
So the importance of a promotor de salud as a male, it has impact so many things because we just see women leading our communities, but I think it's time for us as a male to understand our health, our problems that we face. Sometimes we tend to, as a male, we tend to leave the role of visiting the doctor visits, we leave it to the wife or we leave it to our partner. And then sometimes, let's say, me approaching males in the community is like, oh, okay, so somebody knows about this. They're not feeling, let's say, when it comes to prostate cancer, when it comes to anything that is related to male, it's like more comfortable having that conversation with a male than sometimes they feel so shy having a female right next to them. So these topics and then this opportunity that the city or the state of Texas with this certification is approaching to other individuals, it's so important, and especially it's not just, we have to be so inclusive in this as a promotor de salud or community health worker. So this is my second year as a promotor de salud, and I have impacted so many lives, not just adult, males, younger generations as well. So I would say that it's an honor to be a promotor de salud.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you tell us your name? We didn't get your name.
Francisco Méndez.
Thank you.
Francisco, thank you. It's a great insight. Y si me permiten, durante la pandemia, ustedes eran el oxígeno para nosotros y llegó un momento that we forgot. You know, we were so worried about the politics and about whether or not to wear a mask, whether or not we should have curfew, whether or not. And meanwhile, las promotoras in particular continue to work hard. And I'm very grateful because of my background in mental health. I work with promotoras, but I'm very grateful for the commissioners that they recognize, especially in this case, the Commissioner Holguín, that they recognize the work of promotoras. They do the work that most don't want to do, and then they know their community, and there's such an advantage whenever we need something, where it's a mobile unit or we want people to understand when there's going to be vaccinations, they can reach those individuals. And one of the things that is very powerful is that sometimes, because how we do things, unfortunately, there's lack of trust. And then they bring that trust to us. Ellos hablan con las personas, pasan esa confianza y los permiten que ellos también quieran que los servicios, porque muchas veces no tienen muchas dudas y ustedes nos han ayudado mucho con promover, como son promotoras, pero promover la confianza de que queremos hacer lo mejor por la comunidad. So, les agradezco mucho el trabajo. Yo sé que el comisionado Holguín hace mucho trabajo con ustedes y es un gran ejemplo. And Francisco, thank you that you're absolutely right that men do need to step in. This is not just leave it up to the beautiful women and all the things that they do for us and, their spirit. We need to step up as men and help out as well. So thank you for that insight. Once again, great resolution. Uno de los mejores reconocimientos que hemos tenido es a las personas que de veras hicieron el trabajo por nuestra comunidad. Muchas gracias.
Ahora sí la foto.
Pero es que sale. Hoy a las 2. A ver si se pueden meter a los Zooms.
Caesar,
Yes, sir.
we're ready for you.
Item number 5D, approve and adopt a resolution honoring our veterans at breakfast for their continued service and commitment to our county and community this August 28th, 2023.
Commissioner Coronado.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. It always gives me great honor when we're honoring a group of our veterans, and today we honor our veterans at breakfast. So, without further ado, I'm going to read the resolution. Whereas in May of 2010, United States Army First Sergeant retired Dan Webb formed Veterans at Breakfast with the cooperation of the New Clock Restaurant located at 8409 Dyer Street here in El Paso, Texas, 79904 in Northeast El Paso. And whereas First Sergeant Webb formed Veterans at Breakfast to provide a comfortable, relaxing atmosphere where like-minded veterans from all military services, military occupations, and ranks could come together and enjoy a cup of coffee in a social setting while working together in support of our veteran community. And whereas Veterans at Breakfast charges no registration fee, no membership fee, nor a formal commitment to be a member, the mission of Veterans at Breakfast is to provide a comfortable atmosphere for veterans, regardless of their branch of service, to gather and socialize, network, discuss issues, receive informational updates, and raise community awareness of issues affecting veterans. And whereas Veterans at Breakfast supports our community by conducting food drives during the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays, a candy drive during Easter, which is the largest veterans community effort in support of El Paso's children, and a summer cookout which brings Fort Bliss units and soldiers together with El Paso veterans to share a free meal and enjoy socializing, mentorship, and networking. So now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court declare August 28th, 2023 as Veterans at Breakfast Day, signed this 28th day of August, 2023. Good morning.
Good morning. Just a second, we're going to take our vote and then we'll get.
Okay. Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner León.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
It appears we've lost most of our audience, but
They're
thank you.
online.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Especially thank you, Commissioner Coronado. My name is Holly Hollyfield. I have with me my lovely wife, Mary Jo, an avid supporter of Veterans at Breakfast. Jeffrey Scott, our chaplain, Command Sergeant Major retired, Reggie Daniel Sr., our birthday coordinator, Dorothy Sissy Bird, our Assistant Public Relations, Ms. Betty Halliburton, our Assistant Treasurer, and our great friend and avid supporter, David Garcia. Veterans at Breakfast is extremely proud to be a part of the veterans capital of the USA, where every day is Veterans Day. On behalf of Dan Webb, our president and founder, and Veterans at Breakfast, we extend a standing invitation to you all, especially Commissioner Coronado, to come and have breakfast with us on the last Thursday of the month, except for August and December, at 8:30 a.m. at American Legion Post 58 on Vulcan Avenue. We would be honored to have you. And again, thank you so much for this recognition. We really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David, did you have anything?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I want to thank God for
Garcia.
His mercy, for blessing us every day so that we can continue our mission. Veterans at Breakfast has been around for quite some time, but it's very important for resolutions to be done to recognize folks in our veteran community, especially them that are strongest supporters of our veteran capital, which they are a voice of our veteran community. And I want to thank for Commissioner Coronado, Commissioner Stout, you, Judge, Commissioner Leon, and Commissioner Holguin, for you focusing on not only that, but our capital is building to become really strong. And hopefully one day, everybody would see it, or I will present it once I get the permission from the judge to do. But I want to thank you for recognizing this prestige and this recognizable group of veterans that do this breakfast, because their information is very valuable to us, and a lot of folks can come, even you, to present yourself, and they've given the opportunity to all agencies to speak on behalf of what they can do for our community to help us move forward and fill in them gaps. Thank you very much, and God bless everyone.
Thank you, David. Anyone else? Come on. You know, we miss Dan, obviously. Dan has just been such an amazing advocate and everything that he does. But, you know, the Northeast and in your group is probably more in particular is that drive of looking out for veterans and making sure that we're doing the right things. And, you know, like we've said, there's two, you know, the Veterans Capital has two parts of it. One of it is recognizing our amazing veterans and letting the world know that there's no better veterans than the ones that live here in El Paso, the ones that have passed and so forth. But it's also making sure that if we're the Veterans Capital of the USA, that the gaps, that we always identify gaps and that we address them. And that was our accountability. By being Veterans Capital of the USA is going to make us even more accountable and more responsible for our veterans. And we've become the benchmark for other communities. Other communities have to look at us as a benchmark, and thanks to all of you, you're the building blocks of making sure that the world knows that El Paso is a Veterans Capital of the USA, and that we truly, truly believe that every day is Veterans Day. So we want to thank you for your commitment. We're going to appreciate that tremendously. Thank you. Commissioner Coronado?
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. You know, on behalf of our Commissioners Court and our country, we thank you for your service. We thank you for supporting each other, and we thank you for supporting your community. You all are really a great outfit, and we thank you for all that you do. Thank you. Let's take a picture.
Item number 5E, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the month of September 2023 as Hunger Action Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Thank you. I'll wait for Celeste till she walks up here. Celeste, welcome. As you know our courthouse very well, and we thank you for being back here. So it is my honor to read the resolution. Whereas hunger and poverty are issues of vital concern in Texas, where 15% of people face hunger in our state, and 1 in every 5 children do not know where their next meal will come from. And whereas El Paso County is committed to taking steps to combat hunger in every part of our community and to provide additional resources to those struggling with hunger. And whereas El Paso County is committed to working with El Pasoans Fighting Hunger and Feeding Texas, a member of the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks, in educating people about the role and importance of food banks in addressing hunger and raising awareness of the need to devote more resources and attention to issues around hunger. And whereas El Pasoans Fighting Hunger has distributed nearly 1 million meals over the last 12 months to our neighbors through its network of food pantries, soup kitchens, shelters, and other community organizations. And whereas the month of September has been designated Hunger Action Month in order to bring attention to food insecurity in our communities and to enlist the public in the fight to end hunger by taking action, including volunteer shifts, social media shares, and donations, to ensure that no one has to make the impossible choice between food and other necessities like medicine, utilities, or child care. And whereas Feeding America food banks across the country, including El Pasoans Fighting Hunger, will host numerous events throughout the month of September to bring awareness and help hunger in their local community. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court hereby recognize the month of September 2023 as Hunger Action Month. Signed this 20th day of August, 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner León.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Welcome, Celeste.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Judge Samaniego, thank you for sponsoring this resolution. Every September is Hunger Action Month, and you all are very present in the work that we do. So on behalf of the organization, its staff, volunteers, and our board of directors, I want to thank you for your support, not just during times of action, but really all year long in being with us in the work that we do and really finding new ways to kind of merge lanes and find solutions to address the needs of our community and to deliver for our community. So we thank you for this. The month of September is going to be stacked with lots of events at the food bank. The network will be converging on DC and meeting with our lawmakers about the new farm bill that's coming up and other issues that really affect our community and the people that we collectively serve. So it's going to be a busy month, but thank you for the recognition and for the work that we do together and can do in the future.
And thank you. Celeste is actually the legislative liaison, and that's really important. But just want to tell the community that, you can donate. You can't imagine. There's sometimes they go from 35 days of being able to feel comfortable in inventory, and then it gets to 7 days or 4 days, and it gets extremely difficult for them because you can imagine individuals waiting. I know it's hard, and I'm sure that this awareness that there's individuals that don't have a meal, and we're sort of blind to that. They're not. They know that if they don't get that food source coming through, people might not eat. And if you ever go to the food lines, it's really difficult to see. It's hard for them to have to be in that situation. So they do such a dignified way of handling that situation and making sure that we don't leave anybody without eating, or especially a child that has to wait and go to school and hasn't been fed. So an incredible partnership with the community, an incredible source of creating that sense that anybody that's in our county should live the same way as anybody else, and they're making that huge stride. So Celeste, to you and to Susan and your team and all your partners, we thank you so much for what you do for El Paso.
Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste.
Item number 5F, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing attorney Cesar Ornelas for his contributions and dedication to serving the community in El Paso County, Texas. One second, sir.
Celeste might have taken.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Well, thank you. It's always such a pleasure to recognize individuals, and I first want to recognize Angel and his beautiful daughter and everything that they do for our community. So whenever they feel that someone should be recognized, it really means a lot to us, because I know you're always involved, you're everywhere that you need to be. It's just amazing. Sometimes, Angel, I think you're at 3 different places at the same time. And of course, your family has just been such an amazing support. So it is my pleasure to read the resolution. Where Cesar Ornelas, born in Corpus Christi, Texas, and raised in a mobile home park in Kyle, Texas, has always been a paragon of perseverance from early days, where he and his father would journey around selling watermelons to support their family, to his ascent through college and law school. His life is a testament to tenacity and dedication. The challenges of his youth didn't deter him, they instilled in him values of hard work and discipline. Whereas licensed in Texas, Mr. Ornelas embarked on a nationwide legal practice dedicated to catastrophic personal injury and death cases. Given a voice to the voiceless, his practice, which is entirely contingent fee-based, has seen him represent innumerable victims of severe accidents across the U.S. Such dedication to advocacy traces back to his formative years, with his upbringing instilling in him the desire to serve and protect the vulnerable. Whereas after completing St. Mary's Law School in a record time frame, Mr. Ornelas wasted no time in starting his practice. His efforts were not confined to the courtroom alone. He demonstrated acute business acumen by launching and efficiently managing multiple companies during his education. And whereas in March 2017, Cesar Ornelas opened an office in El Paso, marking the beginning of his dedicated journey to serve and uplift the local community. Since the establishment of this office, Mr. Ornelas' mission has been unwavering. He champions the voiceless and reaches out to the underserved, and continually gives back to the El Paso community. And whereas Mr. Ornelas' commitment to community welfare is evident in his collaborations with several esteemed organizations, including the Boys and Girls Club, the Rotary Club, Mothers Against Drunken Drivers, El Paso Children's Hospital, and most recently, Operation Hope. Through this partnership, both Operation Hope and Cesar Ornelas Law have touched countless of lives, distributing thousands of tennis shoes to children, providing Thanksgiving meals to families, gifting toys during the festive Christmas season, and assisting families in need. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognize Cesar Ornelas' commitment, dedication, invaluable contributions to El Paso County community. Signed this 20th day of August, 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Angel, you want to go ahead since you were such a proponent and have witnessed Mr. Ornelas' work? I'd like to start with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Judge and Commissioners Court. Thank you all very much for allowing us to be here with you and honoring this man. He has been here in the short time that he's been here in El Paso. He has done quite a bit. People don't know that, but he has example of the people for Children's Hospital. He gives, I think it's a $250 endowment that he gives for people, for the parents that need to pay their bills, their rent while their child is in the hospital. He has that there too. He has helped with us with the shoe giveaways that we're doing. Recently what we're doing together with Dr. Marcos Gonzalez is we are offering free facial reconstructive surgery for all the children in El Paso, Juarez, and in Las Cruces.
Adults also.
And adults. This came on Friday, this past Friday, that they wanted to do the adults also. So we're going to be doing children and adults free of charge for any injuries they might have occurred or any dog bites or whatever. It'll be totally free for the families. And I thank you again, Judge and Commissioners Court, for allowing us to be here. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Angel. Mr. Joe Lopez, a great friend and a great advocate for our community.
Judge, thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. You know what? I get the chance as part of his marketing team to see what he's doing in the community, how he's putting back. You see companies that come in and all they do is take, and they don't put back into the community. And in a community that unfortunately is not well off, we need as much of the corporations and the companies to give back and put back. One of the things that I think is very key for you all is the donation to the El Paso Children's Hospital Foundation. That funding, you know, some of these kids, some of these children are going through cancer treatment, going through a lot of treatment. The parents have to stay at home, at home or at the hospital, et cetera, and they're not working. Some of them have to give up working so they can be able to take care of the child. And what happens is they fall behind on their rents, their utilities, and aren't able to pay that, and also their mortgages. So that funding that has been given to the foundation was specifically to address that issue. And he himself came up with the idea. He says, let's not just give it to the general fund, let's go ahead and find a specific need like that. So you have kids that have to go out of town for whatever reason, special services that we may not have here yet, that they have to fly out and the parents have to fly out. They'll be able to get funding to be able to go to the flights, stay, et cetera. And in addition, any medicines, there's some medicines that recently some of the children, the parents couldn't afford, and so this donation was used to help those kids get those funding, or get the funding and get those medicines so they'd be able to do it. So I can go on and on and on, but the man is putting back into the community and will continue to put back in the community. And one of the key things he told me is, when we put back, when we find areas to help, let's help children. So with
Very timely. Would you like to, any comments from?
You know what? All I have to say is thank you all for always recognizing Operation Hope. But today, we're giving hope to others, and with Cesar Ornelas, he allows us to do that in our community. You know, we strive to be a beacon of hope to families in need throughout the year, and all of the events that we do in partnerships and having people like Mr. Ornelas come back and see the value of our community, see the value of our residents of El Paso, and contribute and make this a better place is what we strive to do. And it takes teamwork, and he's part of the team of El Paso that is coming in to make a difference. And that's what we want to do in our community, is be that beacon and help all the families that are in need in our society. So thank you very much for recognizing Mr. Ornelas here today.
Thank you. Mr. Ornelas.
Judge, thank you. Commissioners, thank you so much for giving me the honor of being here today. Thank you, El Paso, for allowing me to serve the community the way we do. One of our mission statements in the law firm is giving a voice to the voiceless and serving the underserved. And El Paso has given us the opportunity to serve them as a law firm. it's important for us to give back to the community that trusts in us so much. And part of our initiative as we give back to the community is finding things that we can relate to and that I can relate to. And the reason why we do Thanksgiving meals or shoe giveaways or presents during Christmas time is because I was that kid growing up that didn't have what people have now today. And so that touches my heart to be able to give back to the community, to give back to El Paso and those that need it. Part of the initiative for the Children's Hospital was because my firstborn, he's 4 years old now, but when he was first born, we spent 3 weeks in the NICU as he was fighting for his life because it's a premature baby. And so naturally I thought, how can I help those parents? Because the biggest heartache for a parent is to see your child struggle and not being able to do anything to help them. And that's when I got together Mr. Lopez and said, let's do something that we can do not only for the children but also for the parents to make their lives easier. Because just like our clients, the parent's sole responsibility is to focus on the healing and recovery of their children and focus on each other. That's the last worry that they should have is an economic worry. So it was an honor to be able to partner up with the Children's Hospital. It's been an honor to be able to partner up with Operation Hope, and it's been an honor to be able to work with Mr. Lopez. Thank you guys so much for allowing us to be here. Thank you for allowing us to serve you guys, and I swear to you that we'll keep on doing this for many more years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you know, what an example and a challenge for small businesses. When I get together with small businesses, I always tell them, you don't have to be a millionaire before you contribute. Okay, you could start at any point. It's just a matter of degree. And so you're going to be an example of you know, what individuals can do. And one of the things that people don't realize is that when they step up, it's one less thing that puts a burden on our property tax, because that's one service, one intervention that we don't have to. We're always concerned about accessibility and helping and the service and so forth. And so when people step up, you know, that's one less thing that we have to do as commissioners and myself as your county judge. So thank you for being exemplary in what you do and being that role model. And of course, Angel and your family. I tell Angel that he's got that perfect name, right? He's always, somehow, when you got that name, it's very appropriate because of everything you do. Mr. Lopez, thank you not only for this, but for what you do for our community. And I know, you know, I bounce ideas off of him very often to see what I should be doing or how I can do things better. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Judge, may I? You know, I just thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I just want to personally thank Cesar and his organization because they were sponsors for a shoe giveaway and supplies giveaway at Bill Childress Elementary this year. And I was out there, and that's on the precinct I represent. But you know, you do it for the entire county, and on behalf of the entire court and community, thank you so much for giving back, and really appreciate you. Thank you.
We're going to jump ahead to item 31, the addendum to the agenda. also a resolution. Item 31 reads, approve and adopt a resolution declaring August 2023 as Child Support Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Leon.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. I am honored to be able to read this into the record, and I can see Brian Stanley, and I think Connie Moreno with the Domestic Relations Office is there with some of their staff. So I apologize that I'm not there in person. I'm hoping within the next 2 weeks I'll be there, so please bear with me.
Thank you.
Whereas El Paso County recognizes every child matters and joins the nation in recognizing August as Child Support Awareness Month. And whereas strengthening individuals and families promotes the safety and well-being of children, provides economic stability, provides the life of children, and provides opportunities for families to enhance their child's future. And whereas El Paso County applauds those parents who support their children and make child support payments consistently to provide security for them. And whereas child support services have a direct impact on helping families meet their children's needs, especially the basic ones. And whereas child support professionals are vital assets to the county, working in cooperation with parents and other partners to ensure families receive quality services. And whereas increasing the public awareness of and the importance of child support services through outreach, education reinforces the position that all parents must take responsibility for the financial, emotional, and physical support of their children. Whereas Child Support Awareness Month reminds us that all residents of El Paso County are encouraged to look to the future of our county and our children and work together with the child support professionals to make our children's future stable and bright. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court declares August 2023 as Child Support Awareness Month in El Paso County. Signed this 28th day of August 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Brian, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Commissioner Leon, for the resolution today, and thank you, Commissioners Court and Judge Samaniego, for recognizing the importance of Child Support Awareness Month and the importance of child support. The Domestic Relations Office not only enforces and modifies access and possession, but we enforce and modify child support as well, as we see it important that the children of El Paso County are taken care of financially. And I'd like to introduce Connie Moreno. She's my essential operations manager who manages the dynamic team of professionals that we have in the Domestic Relations Office that run the gamut of attorneys, administrative professionals, caseworkers, and community supervision officers.
Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners, County Judge Connie
Welcome.
Moreno. I just want to take the time to thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to raise awareness for this month for child support. Just to kind of give you an idea of how important this program is, there are 1 in 5 children who benefit from this program nationally. 30 million this past year was collected. And just to give you a little bit numbers closer to home, through this office, the individuals standing here, who I'll ask to introduce themselves, we've collected 18 million this year alone. So if I can have Rick, if you can come and down the line, just introduce yourselves for the commissioners.
Thank you.
That was going to be the last one. Hi, my name is Rick Mendoza. I've been with the county for almost 25 years. I'm a child support enforcement officer. I've been with domestic relations for 13 years and the rest with different departments with the county.
Thank you.
Judge.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good
My
morning.
name is Child Support Officer Gil Muniz. I've been with the county government and the DRO for 12 years now.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am Mario Roda. I'm a probation officer with the DRO. I've been with the department for 2 years.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bertha Ruiz. I am the supervisor for for customer support, and I've been with the county going on 10 years.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Gloria Orozco, and I've been with the county for 21 years.
Thank you.
Working at the domestic relations.
Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Carmen Hernandez, and I've been with the county for over 23 years.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Crystal Fuentes. I've been with the county for 6 years, and I'm a paralegal at the DRO.
Thank you.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Natalie Macias. I'm an attorney with the Domestic Relations Office, and I've been there for a year, and they do wonderful work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lily Palacios, and I've been with the county for over 14 years.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Roxana Alvarado, and I have been with the county for 13 years, and I am the Enforcement Officer Supervisor.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Crystal Amador. I'm with the El Paso County Domestic Relations Office, part of the customer support team, and I've been with the county for going on 4 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Got everybody? Well, Brian, you know, we want to thank you. You have such an amazing team. Most of all, you know, you're part of, oh, I'm sorry, left one person out. Okay. And we, both of you, thank you so much for what you do. I don't think people realize, you know, and I say women, I'm sure it happens in both ends of not receiving child support, but we get the calls of the burden that they go through and having a struggle with children without the support and, you know, unfortunately, some of the men that feel that it's an option or it could be done whenever they feel like it, or but the burden they place not only on the family, but they place it on the community because then somebody has to step in for them as well. And so we thank you for everything that you do. It's not the only thing that you do because of, you know, we deal with a lot of things. Brian, you just, your passion and what you do for a community as well, you know, it's just unbelievable. So we thank you very much for this. Commissioner Leon, thank you for recognizing this amazing team, and I hope you do feel like you're a big part of our county family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Brian.
Item number 5G, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing El Paso County Auditor Edward A. Dion for his 40 years of commitment, dedication, and service to El Paso County Auditor's Office.
Thank you. I can't even begin to tell you how honored I am. This is a gentleman that he takes care of us, and he takes care of the community, making sure that we spend the money properly and that everything's within what his standards and what he believes in. So we're very honored, and I'm very privileged to read this resolution. Whereas born and raised in El Paso, Texas, Edward Dion has been an exemplary role model in fulfilling his duties and has earned the respect and admiration of his colleagues and the El Paso County community. Whereas Edward Dion was first employed with the County Auditor's Office in 1983 and was appointed to the position of El Paso County Auditor in 1997. And over the course of his career, he has distinguished himself as the county's chief financial officer, investment officer, treasurer, and paymaster. Mr. Dion has worked in county government for more than 3 decades and was a graduate of the University of Texas at El Paso and a licensed CPA. Mr. Dion has served in several important capacities of the Texas Association of County Auditors and the Texas Association of Counties. Moreover, he is a member of the Government Finance Officers Association and a government representative for the Accounting Department Advisory Committee at UTEP. During the 1980s, he served as a bail bond administrator for the county and continues to serve as part of the bail bond board. And whereas Edward Dion has received for 33 consecutive years in the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report from 1990 to 2022, and has 14 consecutive years of GFOA Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from 1994 to 2008. Whereas these achievements have helped the county be named as 2020 Triple Crown winner, the GFOA's Triple Crown designation recognizes the governments who have received GFOA's Certification of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, Popular Annual Financial Reporting Award, Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for a fiscal year. The County of El Paso is one of just 317 government that received the Triple Crown for fiscal year 2020. The Triple Crown designation represents a significant achievement. To qualify, each entity must meet the high standards of all 3 separate award programs. Each award program recognizes governments that produce reports which communicate their financial stories in a transparent manner and meet applicable standards. Whereas Edward Dion has continued to serve as a government representative for the Accounting Department Advisory Committee at UTEP, and from 2009 to 2010 as president of Texas Association of County Auditors, TACA. Additionally, he hosted the TACA conference in 2001, 2006, and the first virtual conference in 2020. In 2012, Mr. Dion received the Jerry Ware Award for TACA for exceptional professionalism, leadership, self-discipline, ethics, loyalty, friendship, compassion, courage, and service to others. Whereas currently Mr. Dion is serving as Vice President of TAC Unemployment Compensation Group Account Fund Board of Directors and co-chair of the County Investment Academy Education Advisory Committee, and was recognized by the 84th Texas Legislature for his efforts on behalf of his community by Resolution H.R. 1475 and as an expression of their high regard. Whereas Edward Dion has faithfully and with honor served as a county auditor, has consistently reported with ingenuity, imagination, and foresight to the duties and responsibilities given him, fulfilling them with outstanding accuracy and competency, and advanced to positions of increasing responsibility. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court formally acknowledges and extends its profound appreciation to Edward Dion for the 40 years of service to the El Paso County. Our congratulations on his well-earned retirement, and our best wishes to him and his family for continued success, happiness, and good health in the years to come. Signed this 28th day of August, 2023.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout? Aye. Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Before I have I wanted to be the first standing ovation at courthouse, but I guess we missed this one. So, but thank you. That was very, very nice of all of you. Before we get started, I would like to hear from individuals who I know are very close to him, and I'd like to start with Betsy, if you mind.
Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry, it's an emotional day. Edward was one of the first people I met when I came to work for the county. He welcomed me, helped me acclimate to working here. When I first met him, he promised me a new ERP system. 9 years later, we did have it. That was a fun challenge. No, it's just one thing with Edward Dion that I can say without fail. I always knew we were in trusted hands. He was always looking out for the best interest of the county. He's always looked out for best interest and for his responsibilities as the auditor. We haven't always agreed, or we've like gone back and forth on some issues, but there was such a confidence in knowing where he was coming from. It was always about the best interest of the county and what his responsibilities as the auditor are, and he takes those very seriously. I also have had the pleasure of knowing Edward and his family as friends, and doing fun things with them outside of work, and they're just wonderful human beings, and I'm so thankful for this opportunity. And I'm really thankful, Edward, as much as I'm going to miss you, I'm very thankful that you're taking this opportunity to enjoy life outside of the county. I'm just really proud of you.
Thank you, Betsy. Joanne, you're up.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Mr. Dion, I am not going to repeat all of the things about your, the excellent work that you've done, your competence, your leadership in the auditor's office, but I would like to say that in my many years here, what we could always count on you for was kindness and graciousness and always a gentleman. And it has been such a pleasure to call you a colleague, to have you as a client, and to always know that even when you disagreed with us, you would do so with respect. And everything about you is what a public servant should be. Everything about you is how public servants should treat others. So thank you for setting the bar so high and setting the example for us all. I will, and I know the members of my office will always be grateful to you for your leadership. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Joanne. And someone very close, Jessica, someone very close to this incredible man.
Oh my goodness, I wasn't prepared for this. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Dion for his incredible mentorship. I've not been with the county very long, but I did come to rely on him, his knowledge, his professionalism and experience in helping me get through successfully the last two years. Always so kind and so eager to answer questions and explanations, and even when it was kind of complex, to answer a call right away, to be there to help me and the members of our team when it came to any question that we had about processes and procedures and what was in the best interest of the county. So thank you, Mr. Dion.
Thank you, Jessica. Mr. Edward Dion. Thank you.
Well, first of all, for the record, Edward Dion, County Auditor. Probably for the last time I'll be saying that in front of you. Before I get into my comments, I'd like to introduce some of my family members that are in attendance. My beautiful wife and better half, mother of our two beautiful children, Sean and Cassandra. Sean couldn't be here, but Cassandra is here. Yolanda Dion. Cassandra Dion. And our handsome grandson, Jaden.
Hey, Jaden.
I didn't think it was be that hard. Additionally, at this time, I know there's a lot of my staff here in the office. I'd just like to recognize them, thank them for their support for me here today. Just have them all stand. Recognize them. Thank you for this resolution and recognition. It's been a privilege and an honor to work for the county over the last 40 years. I give thanks first and foremost to my family, especially to my wife for her endless support, encouragement, and patience over the years, especially all those times when work took priority over family time. I thank the district judges for believing in me and giving me the opportunity to serve as the county auditor for the past 26 years, and especially for their support, their trust and support. Thank you. I thank the auditor staff over the years whose effort, support, and collaboration have set El Paso County Auditor's Office and El Paso County apart from other counties in this state. Furthermore, the auditor, executive staff, managers, and employees' due diligent efforts supporting the auditor's office operations allowed me to serve on the various governmental boards and committees over the years in furtherance of representing El Paso County. I would also be remiss not to recognize Wallace Hardgrove, an assistant county auditor in my office for 26 years, from 1989 through March 16th of 2015, when he was appointed as the first budget officer in El Paso County. Wally was a significant team contributor representing the auditor's office and the county, and was a positive and motivating force that garnered local and statewide recognition for El Paso County. We were a tag team, and Wally labeled us both audit man and budget boy. And he always made it fun, okay? When he gave presentations across the state, they loved them, they ate it up, and they always asked for him to come back. He was in high demand. I thank the Commissioners Court and those of past years for the support and collaboration in performing our public duties. The Auditor's Office functions and efficiencies are critical to the court and various departments in performing each of our public services. And it has been a sincere pleasure working with each of you and the county team, to include elected officials, department heads, and county employees over the years. I've seen a lot of changes in the county and evolution of the team since 1983, from the financial accounting system used, which was a manual ledger system where we had to type each sheet. And I had a presentation recently from the county clerk showing you what some of those books look like. And we've morphed to a sophisticated financial system that we have today. We've weathered many challenges, and although we may not have always agreed, as Betsy mentioned, we always came together and continued to focus on making strides for improved public service with emphasis on government that works. It really doesn't seem like work when you feel good about coming to work each day and enjoying what you do, which I still do. But everybody must pick its right time, and now's the time for me to turn that page to the new chapter in my life where I can focus on my health and enjoy spending time with family, and especially my grandchildren, and doing the things that I need and like to do. Without a doubt, I will greatly miss my county auditor and county team family, and hope to touch base from time to time. I will leave knowing the county auditor team is in great hands and will continue to provide efficient and effective financial services, updates, and anything else that the office can assist with, as we've done over the years, because the office understands the auditor's role in county government, and if we're not doing our job, it's difficult for the Commissioners Court and other departments to do their job. It's truly been an honor and a pleasure to have been on the county team and associated with El Paso County as a public servant for the past 40 years. I thank each of you, the district judges, the auditor staff, elected officials, department heads, and county employees. Our successes are all your successes, because we are truly one team, and we all depend on each other We're all public servants, and we take our job seriously, and it shows. And the trend of the auditor's office being and doing its very best in its public service will continue as you all continue to work together. Again, thank you for this recognition and this resolution.
Thank you,
Means
Mr.
a lot to
Dion.
me.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dion, we really want to thank you and the family. I know we stole him away from you for a lot of times where he had to make that decision, but you heard almost everyone said we didn't always disagree. That was exactly what we needed to see, that we don't agree on things, but that you challenge those things that we're trying to accomplish, and most of the times we're not as aware as you would be of the things that would keep us in alignment with your ethics and those of the county. But just thank you, your family, thank you very much. And Barbara, thank you very much. I didn't mean to leave you out, but we thank you for your support and what you've done to help Mr. Dion be successful. So once again, thank you. We wish you the best. I'll borrow your car on weekends if you but thank you. Thank you very much.
Judge, Commissioner Leon has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Leon, I apologize.
No problem, Judge. And I've got to tell you, I think he's going to bequeath his Corvette to me. But I've got to say that in the 11 years that I've known Ed, I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said, but I mean, he has been a true professional. And what I admired most of him is in many of those conversations that involved his staff, his first concern was not him, but his staff. So congratulations, Ed, and the best of luck. God bless you.
Thank you,
so
all
much,
your
Commissioner.
staff. Thank you very much for your support as well. Thank you.
I would hope we could come up and get a picture with the Commissioner's Court, and then.
I just also be remiss if I didn't make a few comments, Mr. Dion. I also am very grateful for your service to the county. I've only been here around 9 years, so not as long as many of the folks here, but you know, from day one, I think you have always been for me one of the most trusted individuals in this building. And you know, when I think of you, when I hear your name, just the word excellence comes to my mind. Excellence in the type of person that you are, excellence in the work that you've done. I mean, you just go to the auditor's office and all the awards that are on the walls everywhere. I mean, it's amazing. I don't think you can go to any other auditor's office in this state and see that level of excellence. The excellence of the staff that you've surrounded yourself with. And I'm sure you're an excellent husband, father, and grandfather. I bet your family can attest to that. But I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your great service. You are the consummate public servant, and may you ride off into the sunset, enjoy your life, enjoy your retirement, enjoy your grandchildren, and thank you so much.
Thank you,
Commissioner. Appreciate that.
Picture with everyone, and then we get to.
Yeah. Yeah, we hit it out of the ball.
Caesar, which one did you want to go to? What item did you wanted to go to?
One public comment. One, yeah. Item number 6 is public comment. This is for public comment unrelated to the tax rate and to the budget. We will be taking that up at 1:15 this afternoon. Our speaker this morning is Elizabeth Crawford.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Good morning. I want to start with a quotation that we are all familiar with, that nothing in this world is free. There is a huge exception, as we can read in the Word of God. The very most important thing is free. God's Word tells us that the wages of our sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. And so the very most important thing, salvation, is a free gift paid for by the blood of Christ for all who will repent and turn to Christ for salvation. I want to talk about the illusion of freedom that we're seeing all around us. In New Jersey, between New Jersey and New York, is Ellis Island, which, as most of you probably know, is has been the immigration processing center for decades. It served as that, and now it's an immigration museum. I used to go there often with my family when we had guests from out of town. My dad's family from Scotland. They used to show a movie, Island of Hope, Island of Tears, talking about the immigration experience. One of the quotations on the wall that really made an impact on me, one of the immigrants had said, "In my country, I heard that the streets of America were made of gold. I got to America, I realized the streets are not made of gold, they're made of asphalt. Then I realized that I was the one who had to pave them." I would submit that now it's even, it's not even that, it's beyond that. For many of the migrants, from what I've been reading on the news, from what my friends are telling me, are literally on the streets. They were in New York City in the overcrowded shelters. They were afraid, and conditions were not good. There are migrant camps under the BQE, Brooklyn Queens Expressway, which you can't be homeless for long in New York City and live like that. It really is human tragedy what's happening. So far in 2023, it's reported that 250 stash houses have been discovered in El Paso. It's the illusion of freedom, the illusion of a dream life, but it's really, in many ways, for many people, it's a shattered dream. Immigration, as we know, is not one size fits all. There's different situations, there's different things that motivated people to leave their countries to come here, different legal situations. But the mass migration that's going on has created chaos in our nation, and behind much of the migration chaos is the agenda, the worldwide agenda to eliminate strong national boundaries and borders, to eliminate the practice of limited and orderly immigration. I just urge everyone to please do the research. If anyone is not familiar with it, the European migrant camp situation, which we've watched over these years, trace the agenda, trace the money. The Open Society Foundation, World Economic Forum, 1630 Fund, and then moving internationally toward our country, Sunrise Foundation, Sunrise El Paso, climate change. They have ties with the Proposition K that was voted on recently, Planned Parenthood, the population agenda, the United Nations population agenda. I just urge you all to just trace the agenda through. They're not all bad ideas that are coming from all these groups, and nor is everyone in these organizations intentionally following the agenda, but it's moving together. The goal is the destabilization of individual nations, the forced globalization. I have a friend who I used to serve in pro-life ministry with in the Midwest. I've commented to frustration that things are falling apart in our country, and he said to me numerous times, no, things are falling together according to God's plan for human history.
30 seconds.
I read the other day there's a situation in Austria where they're tattooing people to get a climate a climate tattoo. We're told in the book of Revelation of what's to come. We're told of the time when everyone, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, will be told to receive a mark in the right hand or forehead, heads that no man might buy or sell, save he that hath the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. We're moving towards a globalistic world. I just urge you all to do the research. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caesar?
That is all the public comments we have for this item. Item number 7 from the regular agenda. Approve and authorize the county judge of approve and authorize the County of El Paso 911 District FY 2024 proposed budget.
Welcome, Scott. Thank you. Thank you for your patience as well.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Busy day for you. So it's that time of year again where the El Paso County 911 District brings our budget to you so that you can review and approve. I think everybody's had an opportunity to take a look at the budget, so I'll be very brief, but I did want to point out that that during the last year we have brought on quite a few new changes and innovations in 911 that have definitely resulted in improved services to the citizens of our county. One of them you just had EHN here talking about was the ability to transfer 911 calls directly to Emergency Health Network mental health professionals. So we started that in February, and that process has been ongoing, and it has been working really well. I don't have the statistics here, but it has resulted in a decrease of about 11% for responses from law enforcement for certain types of incidents, and it's also resulted in us getting the citizen who's called with a particular need to the right resource. So it's been really a win-win. It's something that other people across the nation are now calling to see how we've done it in El Paso, because we managed to do it kind of more interoperable, in a more interoperable fashion than anybody else has. So that's a great thing. We've also rolled out some new technologies allowing pictures and videos to be brought into the 911 center. So those things are currently working for us, and just wanted to kind of finish on a note just saying that the El Paso County 911 District is committed to making sure that all of our law enforcement, fire agencies, public service agencies are able to take advantage of the most technologically advanced systems that there is to offer. So if there's no questions.
Well, I want to thank you and your staff. I mean, just amazing what you do. And I'm going to have Commissioner Leon. He always is one of your biggest advocates for first responders. So, Commissioner Leon, if you want to comment?
Yes, thank you, Judge. I've got to say, like I've said before, that really the first responders are those people that answer those phones. And I can guarantee you that maybe 80% of cases that are solved, that the officers are able to go and really take care of business, is because of the assistance they've gotten through the 911 system. And like he said, there's other cities, even other countries that are coming to El Paso to see how our system works here. So thank you, and you all are just doing a great job.
Thank you. Any
Thank you, Commissioner.
questions? Well, thank you very much, Scott, and I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Our best to your staff on
Thank
our
you.
behalf.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you. Thank you, Scott.
We're going to quickly jump down to item number 17, litigation, justice, and law enforcement. We do have a correction to read in per the Budget and Fiscal Policy Department. Item 17 should read, approve and authorize the use of county general funds to temporarily pay for new grant-funded positions in the District Attorney's Office in the amount of $67,158 from August 28, 2023 through October 31, 2023, or until pending state grant budget adjustment is approved by the funding agency. Funding is available in General Fund, General Administrative, Transfer Out, Grant Match.
Mr. Hicks, thank you for being here.
Honorable Commissioners, County Judge, thank you very much for having me here today, and greetings to my colleague, our County Attorney, and our soon-to-be departing us, County Auditor Edward Dion. We will certainly miss you. Judges, I would like to say, if you haven't had an opportunity to tour the 911 Center, I highly encourage that. It is a fantastic tour that Scott gives, and it's certainly worth your time. Commissioners, Judge, thank you very much for hearing me early. I'm asking for the Commissioners and the Judge to please approve the authorization of general funds to temporarily pay for grant-funded personnel, new positions in the Walmart grant. These are, we've already secured the Walmart grant. There's $2.033 million headed our way. That money is definitely coming our way. We've already secured that, but it is not quite here yet. I am in desperate need to get these new positions in place, hired, and start these clerk positions and legal secretary positions in place in order to have them start screening in data, discovery that we need to get in place in order to begin the discovery process. There's over 5 terabytes with perhaps another 3 terabytes of information coming from the federal government that we're going to need to get into our system, scanned in, organized, and then produced out to the defense. So there's a great deal of information that we need to get going. And the hiring of these additional personnel are key to beginning that process, getting it into our computer system. Our IT department has been, the county's IT department has been very good with working with us to set up the system. We're ready to begin this production process of bringing this new data in. I just need to get the people hired and start that production process. We're waiting on the people now, and we don't quite have those funds here yet, although we know they're coming. So I'm asking for you to please approve the ability to borrow from the general fund to allow us to start hiring these new positions in order to reimburse from the grant once it gets here.
And thank you. You've done just a great job. You and your staff and your organization and bringing things up to speed have been exceptional, and so we'd like to support that, and I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time today. Have a good day.
Likewise, thank you. I know Betsy's going to say we have 5 minutes. What do you want to get in 5 minutes, Betsy?
Can we do 18?
On item number 20, we're going to bring that back in a special meeting where we'll have more time to go through that presentation. So if we could have a motion to delete item 20, and we'll bring it back within the next few weeks.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item number 23, we're also asking to postpone that item until September 11th. That is the one where we still have to discuss deputy constable pay. I met with members of Commissioners Court last week. I'm meeting with members of the constable precincts tomorrow. So I'd like to ask that item number 23 be postponed to September 11th.
So moved.
I'll make that motion.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
We can do 21, right, in 5 minutes, Betsy? Just kidding. Anything else?
13, one second. We can also delete item number 13, if you like.
Yes, item number
okay.
13, if we can delete that. I've talked to Dr. Ocaranza. He said it could wait. And we'll bring that update back next month.
Yeah, just want to say, I mean, things are moving, so we can bring him back as soon as possible because there's some upticks around the country, and I'd like to hear from him, but thank you.
Okay.
So moved?
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Joanne, do you want to do item 16?
Judge Solis is watching or observing, but I can handle this one for her, Judge. Item 13.
Item 16.
I'm sorry, 16. The Mental Health Specialty Court.
Are you Mr. Carroll?
Item 16? Which item are we?
Item number,
Item 16.
item number 16, approve and authorize the establishment of the 243rd Mental Health Specialty Court titled Inspire, Independence, Namaste, Safety, Purposeful, Insightful, Resilience, Empowerment Treatment Court. Further authorize the county judge and commissioners to sign the resolution establishing the program as required by the Texas Office of Court Administration. Contract number 2023-0689.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioner Joanne Bernal, County Attorney. This is an item put on by the Honorable Selena Solis. She began the treatment court Inspire, I believe, in May of this year, of 2023. The statute requires a Commissioner's Court resolution in support of the creation of a mental health court. There is also state law that requires every jurisdiction to have at least one mental health court. This court is up and going. There is no fiscal note or requirement attached to this item. What she is requesting is that the court approve and adopt a resolution in support of the creation of this court.
Thank you, Joanne. This is very needed, very timely, so very supportive of that. So move to approve.
Second.
Michael, was there anything I forgot to add? Oh. Okay.
Thank you, Michael. Go ahead, Caesar.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge, I know you mentioned we're going to be doing all of the budget items at 1:15, but I'd like to hear item 15, which is the auditor presentation, because I think that is germane to the discussions we're going to be having about the budget. So I'm not sure if you want to do that now, or we'll just do that before the tax
Well, we could,
items.
I think we could start, would you mind if we started him first at 1:15 and then go into the
So
budget
I
item?
just want to make sure, I'd
It's
like to
before.
hear the auditor presentation first.
Before budget.
Before
Yeah.
budget, yes.
But I think with more time
After
and things.
lunch.
Yeah.
I'm fine with either. I just would like to hear the audit
So-
presentation before.
How long
Sure.
will it take? I don't mind
Yeah, I
doing it
think we
now.
could start at 1:15 And we could move it to 1. Yours at 1 o'clock, and then at 1:15 we'll start. That way we don't move anything.
Perfect.
So we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Perfect. Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
you. Good insight. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners Court will recess till 1 p.m. It is 12:01 p.m.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities, The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the oral medication, it's a dewormer. So once you get home, you can go ahead and give it to her. Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
And just, is that it for?
So every Wednesday we host a free clinic for the community, for our county constituents. We offer free spay and neuter surgeries, free age-appropriate vaccinations, and free microchips. We start our clinic at 6 a.m. all the way to 2 p.m. Our intake, we usually take in pets up to 2 years currently. This is right now tentatively until our new clinic is open, hopefully by October.
Say hello, everybody.
We've been doing it since about 2020. It's been super successful with our community members bringing in their pets to get spayed and neutered. A lot of the people don't have the resources to be able to pay for a spay surgery, a neuter surgery. Sometimes it's upwards of $500. So we're very glad to be able to offer that for free here. Just shoot us an email at spayneuter@epcounty.com. And with the services you need, your information, and the services that your pets need, and we'll get you on our servicing list.
There we go. Yeah, we got it, we got it.
Today I was told by my wife that a friend of hers told her that their dogs just got vaccinated for free. So for her dogs, they were never vaccinated from birth. So I was like, you know what, let's go do it. They never got their shots. We weren't able to have the money to get it. So we heard about the free service. So we were like, let's go ahead and see how it goes and see how the dogs do. And they did pretty well for their first time. It is very important because I know with some dogs or some families that can't get vaccinated pets, they end up passing away in a short time. Due to the fact that I was able to get my dogs to get this service, I'm really glad and happy about it.
In a few months, we're going to have a brand new clinic on the Horizon Sparks area, and we're going to be able to do a lot more surgeries and vaccinations. So it's going to have a big impact on the citizens and the pets of the county. We're going to do a lot of surgeries, but also it's going to be a training facility for the new doctors and also for students, because nowadays they don't get a lot of hands-on practice on the veterinary schools. We're bringing students from Juarez to train and also to learn. And if they're interested in getting licensed here in the U.S., we're helping them. Hopefully we'll have a lot of new doctors in the near future.
Our official name is Illumina Public Library, El Paso County's all-digital library. The reason that it's named Illumina is because libraries illuminate. They bring to light information. We have ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, a streaming service to watch movies and to listen to music.
What are we trying to do? We're trying to see what our total remaining.
We have programming here at the Agua Dulce Community Center. We have computer literacy classes, conversational English classes.
B2 plus B3.
And we recently started going over the Microsoft suite. So Microsoft Word, today I did Microsoft Excel.
You speak.
You speak.
Do you speak?
You speak. So she checks out a tablet and she checks out a hotspot to use at home for herself and for her kids.
Estoy tratando de aprender el inglés para pues tratar de ayudar a mis niños porque pues yo no sé nada del inglés.
We also have a lot of people using the services from home.
Pues ella lo usa, el internet lo usa porque pues traen el Chrome, se llama, de la escuela y tiene que hacer tareas.
At first, it was a little bit difficult to explain the concept that it's an all-digital library.
But yeah, people are understanding this is the future, this is necessary if you want to continue to stay relevant.
The hotspot and the tablet is to help bridge that gap and to give all of the folks out here access to internet.
And it's going to be one of those accessible things that makes the entire county more equitable, and of course it allows people to be participating in things they might have not been able to do so prior to this new initiative.
Qué bueno que hay esta ayuda, porque es una enorme ayuda y pues es una oportunidad muy grande que nos dan de poder ayudarnos a nosotros.
This is our website, and right here on the front it says click here to sign up for a library card.
So it's free to everybody who lives in El Paso County, regardless if you live in the city or not.
We're very thankful to Moms on Board, a nonprofit organization that had a vision to help the county create more all-inclusive, all-abilities playgrounds. But the county took it a step further and decided to apply for a grant from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to build 3 all-abilities playgrounds. One in Gallegos Park in Canutillo. The other one at Risinger Park in Fabens. So Escarate will be the largest all-abilities playground in the county. It'll be almost an acre of play space. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who is has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I think that is fantastic because the more kids get to be together with kids with disabilities, they learn to be nicer to each other, they learn to be kinder to each other, and that's what our world needs.
A child that doesn't have disabilities, helping a child that does have disabilities, that's very powerful. This is at an early age, they learn to have empathy and be able to understand other children.
So for example, there are ramps so that if a grandparent or a parent is in a wheelchair, they'll be able to come up to all of the equipment and be able to still be there next to their child. This is a very special park. It's not in very many parks, even within the city of El Paso. So we're incredibly proud that the county was able to bring these all abilities parks to some of the outer county areas. And that just goes to show what a priority it is for the county to make sure that all of our county residents, regardless in what part of the county they live in, have access to the same services and benefits.
So the First Friday Tours of Mission Valley are a program that the county came up with in partnership with Visit El Paso to bring both locals and out-of-towners from all walks of life here to our 3 amazing, beautiful communities of Isleta, San Elizario, and Socorro.
So the tour of the Mission Trail is a really, really nice tour because it shows you things that a lot of people don't know, even people from El Paso.
Although we were established in 1680, our first pueblos were established 343 years ago.
We were very fortunate to receive a tour at the Socorro Mission from Miss Magda Maureira. We also were fortunate to visit with the social dancers at our Tigua Pueblo.
You get taken on stops all throughout the Mission Trail. You get to really see a little bit of everything.
We're gonna get with chamoy and tajín, which is a common flavor here in this area, and paired up with our pomegranate beer, it brings a lot of local flavors together in one glass. I believe that a lot of people don't know about this area, and they don't know what they're missing out on. A lot of our roots, the foundation, the way we speak, the languages that are here, the food that we eat, a lot of it was born in this area.
We actually get people from all over the country and even from other parts of the world that come to visit our missions. This year, for 2023, the Mission Trail was actually named the #1 historic site in Texas by the Texas Travel Awards, which is a great recognition and really goes to show just what a treasure we have here in the Mission Valley.
So there's something for everyone. There's art galleries, there's local foods, local eateries, local breweries. It's family friendly, or if you're taking a date out for a fun first Friday evening, everyone is likely to find something that they'll enjoy.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's access to justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The 2-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally. while guided by experienced staff.
We're opening to, we have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The law library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The law library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the oral medication, it's a dewormer. So once you get home, you can go ahead and get it.
Oh,
fantastic! And just, is that it for?
So every Wednesday we host a free clinic for the community, for our county constituents. We offer free spay and neuter surgeries, free age-appropriate vaccinations, and free microchips. We start our clinic at 6 a.m. all the way to 2 p.m. Our intake, we usually take in pets up to 2 years currently. This is right now tentatively until our new clinic is open, hopefully by October.
Say hello, everybody.
We've been doing it since about 2020. It's been super successful with our community members bringing in their pets to get spayed and neutered. A lot of the people don't have the resources to be able to pay for a spay surgery, a neuter surgery. Sometimes it's upwards of $500. So we're very glad to be able to offer that for free here. Just shoot us an email at spayneuter@epcounty.com. And with the services you need, your information, and the services that your pets need, and we'll get you on our servicing list.
There we go. Yeah, we got it. We got it.
Today I was told by my wife that a friend of hers told her that their dogs just got vaccinated for free. So for her dogs, they were never vaccinated from birth. So I was like, you know what, let's go do it. They never got their shots. We weren't able to have the money to get it. So we heard about the free service. So we were like, let's go ahead and see how it goes and see how the dogs do. And they did pretty well for their first time. It is very important because I know with some dogs or some families that can't get vaccinated pets, they end up passing away in a short time. Due to the fact that I was able to get my dogs to get this service, I'm really glad and happy about it.
In a few months, we're going to have a brand new clinic on the Horizon Sparks area, and we're going to be able to do a lot more surgeries and vaccinations. So it's going to have a big impact on the citizens and the pets of the county. We're going to do a lot of surgeries, but also it's going to be a training facility for the new doctors and also for students, because nowadays they don't get a lot of hands-on practice on the veterinary schools. We're bringing students from Juarez to train and also to learn. And if they're interested in getting licensed here in the U.S., we're helping them. Hopefully we'll have a lot of new doctors in the near future.
Our official name is Illumina Public Library, El Paso County's all-digital library. The reason that it's named Illumina is because libraries illuminate. They bring to light information. We have ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, a streaming service to watch movies and to listen to music.
What are we trying to do? We're trying to see what our total remaining.
We have programming here at the Agua Dulce Community Center. We have computer literacy classes, conversational English classes.
B2 plus B3.
And we recently started going over the Microsoft suite. So Microsoft Word, today I did Microsoft Excel.
You speak.
You speak.
Do you speak?
Do you speak? So she checks out a tablet and she checks out a hotspot to use at home for herself and for her kids.
Estoy tratando de aprender el inglés para pues tratar de ayudar a mis niños porque pues yo no sé nada del inglés.
We also have a lot of people using the services from home.
Pues ella lo usa, el internet lo usa porque pues traen el Chrome, se llama, de la escuela y tiene que hacer tareas.
At first, it was a little bit difficult to explain the concept that it's an all-digital library.
But yeah, people are understanding this is the future, this is necessary if you want to continue to stay relevant.
The hotspot and the tablet is to help bridge that gap and to give all of the folks out here access to internet.
And it's going to be one of those accessible things that makes the entire county more equitable, and of course it allows people to be participating in things they might have not been able to do so prior to this new initiative.
Que qué bueno que hay esta ayuda porque es una enorme ayuda y pues es una oportunidad muy grande que nos dan de poder ayudarnos a nosotros.
This is our website, and right here on the front it says click here to sign up for a library card.
So it's free to everybody who lives in El Paso County, regardless if you live in the city or not.
We're very thankful to Moms on Board, a nonprofit organization that had a vision to help the county create more all-inclusive, all-abilities playgrounds. But the county took it a step further and decided to apply for a grant from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to build 3 all-abilities playgrounds. One in Gallegos Park in Canutillo. The other one at Risinger Park in Fabens. So Escarate will be the largest all-abilities playground in the county. It'll be almost an acre of play space.
There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who is has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I think that is fantastic because the more kids get to be together with kids with disabilities, they learn to be nicer to each other, they learn to be kinder to each other, and that's what our world needs.
A child that doesn't have disabilities, helping a child that does have disabilities, that's very powerful. This is at an early age, they learn to have empathy and be able to understand other children.
So for example, there are ramps so that if a grandparent or a parent is in a wheelchair, they'll be able to come up to all of the equipment and be able to still be there next to their child. This is a very special park. It's not in very many parks, even within the city of El Paso. So we're incredibly proud that the county was able to bring these all-abilities parks to some of the outer county areas. And that just goes to show what a priority it is for the county to make sure that all of our county residents, regardless in what part of the county they live in, have access to the same services and benefits.
So the First Friday tours of Mission Valley are a program that the county came up with in partnership with Visit El Paso to bring both locals and out-of-towners from all walks of life here to our 3 amazing, beautiful communities of Isleta, San Elizario, and Socorro.
So the tour of the Mission Trail is a really, really nice tour because it shows you things that a lot of people don't know, even people from El Paso.
Although we were established in 1680, our first pueblos were established 343 years ago.
We were very fortunate to receive a tour at the Socorro mission from Miss Magda Maurera. We also were fortunate to visit with the social dancers at our Antigua Pueblo.
You get taken on stops all throughout the mission trail. You get to really see a little bit of everything.
Enrique with chamoy and taquin, which is a common flavor here in this area, and paired up with our pomegranate beer, it brings a lot of local flavors together in one glass. I believe that a lot of people don't know about this area and they don't know what they're missing out on. A lot of our roots, the foundation, the way we speak, the languages that are here, the food that we eat, a lot of it was born in this area.
We actually get people from all over the country and even from other parts of the world that come to visit our missions. This year, for 2023, the Mission Trail was actually named the #1 historic site in Texas by the Texas Travel Awards, which is a great recognition and really goes to show just what a treasure we have here in the Mission Valley.
So there's something for everyone. There's art galleries, there's local foods, local eateries, local breweries. It's family friendly, or if you're taking a date out for a fun first Friday evening, everyone is likely to find something that they'll enjoy.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The 2-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally. while guided by experienced staff.
We're okay. We have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The law library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history, there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The law library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the oral medication, is a dewormer. So once you get home, you can go ahead and get it.
Oh, fantastic.
And just, is that it for?
So every Wednesday we host a free clinic for the community, for our county constituents. We offer free spay and neuter surgeries, free age-appropriate vaccinations, and free microchips. We start our clinic at 6 a.m. all the way to 2 p.m. Our intake, we usually take in pets up to 2 years currently. This is right now tentatively until our new clinic is open, hopefully by October.
Say hello, everybody.
We've been doing it since about 2020. It's been super successful with our community members bringing in their pets to get spayed and neutered. A lot of the people don't have the resources to be able to pay for a spay surgery, a neuter surgery. Sometimes it's upwards of $500. So we're very glad to be able to offer that for free here. Just shoot us an email at spayneuter@epcounty.com. And with the services you need, your information, and the services that your pets need, and we'll get you on our servicing list.
There we go. Yeah, we got it. We got it.
Today I was told by my wife that a friend of hers told her that their dogs just got vaccinated for free. So for her dogs, they were never vaccinated from birth. So I was like, you know what, let's go do it. They never got their shots. We weren't able to have the money to get it. So we heard about the free service, so we were like, let's go ahead and see how it goes and see how the dogs do, and they did pretty well for their first time. It is very important because I know with some dogs or some families that can't get vaccinated pets, they end up passing away in a short time. Due to the fact that I was able to get my dogs to get this service, I'm really glad and happy about it.
In a few months, we're going to have a brand new clinic on the Horizon Sparks area. And we're going to be able to do a lot more surgeries and vaccinations. So it's going to have a big impact on the citizens and the pets of the county. We're going to do a lot of surgeries, but also it's going to be a training facility for the new doctors and also for students, because nowadays they don't get a lot of hands-on practice on the veterinary schools. We're bringing students from Juarez to train and also to learn. And if they're interested in getting licensed here in the U.S., we're helping them. Hopefully we'll have a lot of new doctors in the near future.
Our official name is Illumina Public Library, El Paso County's all-digital library. The reason that it's named Illumina is because libraries illuminate. They bring to light information. We have ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, a streaming service to watch movies and to listen to music.
What are we trying to do? We're trying to see what our total remaining.
We have programming here at the Agua Dulce Community Center. We have computer literacy classes, conversational English classes.
B2 plus B3.
And we recently started going over the Microsoft suite. So Microsoft Word, today I did Microsoft Excel.
You speak.
You speak.
Do you speak?
You speak. So she checks out a tablet and she checks out a hotspot to use at home for herself and for her kids.
Estoy tratando de aprender el inglés para pues tratar de ayudar a mis niños porque pues yo no sé nada en inglés.
We also have a lot of people using the services from home.
Pues ella lo usa, el internet lo usa porque pues traen el Chrome, se llama, de la escuela y tiene que hacer tareas.
At first, it was a little bit difficult to explain the concept that it's an all-digital library.
But yeah, people are understanding this is the future, this is necessary if you want to continue to stay relevant.
The hotspot and the tablet is to help bridge that gap and to give all of the folks out here access to internet.
And it's going to be one of those accessible things that makes the entire county more equitable, and of course it allows people to be participating in things they might have not been able to do so prior to this new initiative.
Que qué bueno que hay esta ayuda porque es una enorme ayuda y pues es una oportunidad muy grande que nos dan de poder ayudarnos a nosotros.
This is our website, and right here on the front it says click here to sign up for a library card.
So it's free to everybody who lives in El Paso County, regardless if you live in the city or not.
We're very thankful to Moms on Board, a nonprofit organization that had a vision to help the county create more all-inclusive, all-abilities playgrounds. But the county took it a step further and decided to apply for a grant from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to build 3 all-abilities playgrounds. One in Gallegos Park in Canutillo. The other one at Risinger Park in Fabens. So Escarate will be the largest all-abilities playground in the county. It'll be almost an acre of play space.
There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who is has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I think that is fantastic because the more kids get to be together with kids with disabilities, they learn to be nicer to each other, they learn to be kinder to each other, and that's what our world needs.
A child that doesn't have disabilities, helping a child that does have disabilities, that's very powerful. This is at an early age, they learn to have empathy and be able to understand other children.
So for example, there are ramps so that if a grandparent or a parent is in a wheelchair, they'll be able to come up to all of the equipment and be able to still be there next to their child. This is a very special park. It's not in very many parks, even within the city of El Paso. So we're incredibly proud that the county was able to bring these all-abilities parks to some of the outer county areas. And that just goes to show what a priority it is for the county to make sure that all of our county residents, regardless in what part of the county they live in, have access to the same services and benefits.
So the First Friday tours of Mission Valley are a program that the county came up with in partnership with Visit El Paso to bring both locals and out-of-towners from all walks of life here to our 3 amazing, beautiful communities of Isleta, San Elizario, and Socorro.
So the tour of the Mission Trail is a really, really nice tour because it shows you things that a lot of people don't know, even people from El Paso.
Although we were established in 1680, our first pueblos were established 343 years ago.
We were very fortunate to receive a tour at the Socorro mission from Miss Magda Maureira. We also were fortunate to visit with the social dancers at our Tigua Pueblo.
You get taken on stops all throughout the mission trail. You get to really see a little bit of everything.
Drumming it with chamoy and taquin, which is a common flavor here in this area, and paired up with our pomegranate beer, it brings a lot of local flavors together in one glass. I believe that a lot of people don't know about this area, and they don't know what they're missing out on. A lot of our roots, the foundation, the way we speak, the languages that are here, the food that we eat, a lot of it was born in this area.
We actually get people from all over the country and even from other parts of the world that come to visit our missions. This year, for 2023, the Mission Trail was actually named the #1 historic site in Texas by the Texas Travel Awards, which is a great recognition and really goes to show just what a treasure we have here in the Mission Valley.
So there's something for everyone. There's art galleries, there's local foods, local eateries, local breweries. It's family friendly, or if you're taking a date out for a fun first Friday evening, everyone is likely to find something that they'll enjoy.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The 2-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally. while guided by experienced staff.
We're open. We have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The Law Library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history, there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The Law Library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the oral medication, it's a dewormer. So once you get home, you can go ahead and get it.
Oh, fantastic.
And just, is that it for?
So every Wednesday we host a free clinic for the community, for our county constituents. We offer free spay and neuter surgeries, free age-appropriate vaccinations, and free microchips. We start our clinic at 6 a.m. all the way to 2 p.m. Our intake, we usually take in pets up to 2 years currently. This is right now tentatively until our new clinic is open, hopefully by October.
Say hello, everybody.
We've been doing it since about 2020. It's been super successful with our community members bringing in their pets to get spayed and neutered. A lot of the people don't have the resources to be able to pay for a spay surgery, a neuter surgery. Sometimes it's upwards of $500. So we're very glad to be able to offer that for free here. Just shoot us an email at spayneuter@epcounty.com. And with the services you need, your information, and the services that your pets need, and we'll get you on our servicing list.
There we go. Yeah, we got it.
Today I was told by my wife that a friend of hers told her that their dogs just got vaccinated for free. So for her dogs, they were never vaccinated from birth. So I was like, you know what, let's go do it. They never got their shots. We weren't able to have the money to get it. So we heard about the free service. So we were like, let's go ahead and see how it goes and see how the dogs do. And they did pretty well for their first time. It is very important because I know with some dogs or some families that can't get vaccinated pets, they end up passing away in a short time. Due to the fact that I was able to get my dogs to get this service, I'm really glad and happy about it.
In a few months, we're going to have a brand new clinic on the Horizon Sparks area, and we're going to be able to do a lot more surgeries and vaccinations. So it's going to have a big impact on the citizens and the pets of the county. We're going to do a lot of surgeries, but also it's going to be a training facility for the new doctors and also for students, because nowadays they don't get a lot of hands-on practice on the veterinary schools. We're bringing students from Juarez to train and also to learn. And if they're interested in getting licensed here in the U.S., we're helping them. Hopefully we'll have a lot of new doctors in the near future.
Do I just start adding?
Yeah.
You there, Commissioner
Caesar?
Leon?
Caesar, go ahead.
We're ready.
Go ahead.
Commissioners, court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 1:11 p.m. We are starting with item number 15 from County Auditors. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code, Section 114.023, 114.024, 114.025, and 114.026. Please accept the attached presentation and the interim financial report for the month ended July 31st, 2023. The interim financial report is located on the intranet at http://www.epcounty.com/auditor/publications/monthly-reports.htm.
Welcome, Barbara.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Barbara Parker with the County Auditor's Office. I will be presenting the July monthly financials. Next slide, please. This is a summary of all funds for the current year. It includes revenues and expenditures for life-to-date funds. The total revenues collected year-to-date were almost $508 million, and the general fund revenues were $317 million. Next slide, please. This is the condensed financial report that's published in the Sunday newspaper last weekend. Next slide, please. This slide presents all revenue collected within the county, broken down by fund type. The focus throughout this presentation will emphasize the general fund, which is the main operating fund of the county. And during the month of July, the general fund collected approximately $13 million. Next slide, please. Total property taxes collected as of July increased by $7.5 million compared to FY22. The property taxes in comparison to FY22 general fund decreased by $1.3 million in total. The debt service, however, has been fully funded. Additional collections this year will be straight to the general fund. Next slide, please. This is the breakdown of fiscal year 23 year-to-date general fund revenue collections by revenue type compared to the same period last fiscal year. Total general revenue collections have increased compared to the prior period's collections. The top three areas increasing are interest, which increased by $9.2 million. This is due to increased investable balances, increased rates, and the investment mix. Sales and use tax increased $3.1 million. On July 14th, we received our 9th sales tax for the year in the amount of $6.11 million. This exceeded the amount received by 8.87% for the same period the prior year. Year-to-date sales tax increase is $3.07 million, or 5.97%. On August 11th of 2023, we received our 10th sales tax for the year in the amount of $6.72 million. This exceeded the amount received the prior year by 5.74%. And the year-to-date sales tax after that is $3.44 million increase, or 5.95%. The other area that increased was other financing sources. There was an increase of $989,000, and this is due to transfers in of $1 million from the Health and Life to the Consolidated Fund. The top three areas of decreasing revenues include charges for services, which decreased by $1.6 million, primarily due to federal prisoner revenues, which was $2.57 million, and county clerk fees were $618,000. This was offset with an increase in youth sports of $616,000, which also included Coliseum food concessions of $198,000 and gate fees at the sports park of $177,000. Property taxes were discussed on the prior slide. Miscellaneous revenue decreased $428,000 due to the sports park rental. This decrease is because we are now recognizing these revenues in charges for services instead of in the miscellaneous revenue category. Those charges were $695,000, and this was offset by reimbursement expenses for county elections of $353,000.
Barbara, may I ask a question before you move on? I just want to make sure that I understood something that you mentioned. So the sales and use tax is used to pay our debt service, but all of those payments have now been made. That's correct?
The sales and use tax, only excess sales and use tax go towards our debt service, and that's dependent upon a 12-month period that ends in July, and so we usually calculate that in December, and we know how much is going to be excess sales taxes.
Okay, so we don't have that figure yet?
No.
No, okay, great, thank you.
Let's see. By source, okay. This slide shows an overview of the revenue collected compared to the estimated budget for the year. As of July 2023, 83.33% of the fiscal year has expired. So far this year, general fund has collected 89.67% of the budgeted revenues, and this analysis excludes the $90 million for designated fund balance reserves. Next slide, please. Of the total year-to-date revenues collected as of fiscal month 10, taxes comprised approximately 85.36% of the revenues received. Of those taxes, ad valorem taxes made up 75.95% of those. Next slide, please. This slide gives us the current year general fund revenue collections and shows that they decreased slightly compared to budget, as shown on this table, which focuses on a 3-year comparison of budget to actual. The county's two most significant revenue sources compared to budget show property taxes doing slightly better. However, sales taxes are continuing a lagging trend when you're comparing to budget. Next slide, please. This is on our sales and use tax. The industries that are shown are the top 4 related to sales and use tax revenues. We received from retail trade $3.1 million, which was an increase of 8.06%, the majority of which came from department stores. Accommodation and food services was $917,000, an increase of 11.17%. The largest categories were limited and full-service restaurants. Wholesale trade was $484,000, an increase of 24.40%, and information services was $330,000, an increase of 7.95%. Next slide, please. Expenditures within the county are broken down by fund type here. For the month of July 2023, the general fund recorded total expenditures of $24 million and a year-to-date total of $287 million. The following slides will give us a breakdown of general fund general fund expenditures in more detail. Next slide, please. The general fund expenditures broken down by function are as follows. General government was $82.9 million, or 59% of the expended budget. Administration of justice was 73.19% of expended budget. Public safety was $118.9 million, or 77.72% of their expended budget. And other functions were $18.1, or 41.3% of the expended budget. Please note that the budget for general government excludes the $23 million designated for unforeseen emergencies. Expenditures as a percentage of budget are higher when compared to last year. The percentage of the year expired is 83.33%, and the percentage of budget expended is 66.90%. Fiscal year 22 was 64.31%. Next slide, please. If we look at the general fund expenditures by category, we'll see that personnel expenditures were $209.1 million. This is an increase of $20.1 million, consisting of the following departments. Public safety was $95.3 million, which is an increase of $6.4 million. Administration of justice is an increase of $7.5 million. General government is an increase of $4.4 million, and other functions were an increase of $1.8 million. Operating expenditures were $52.1 million, an increase of $4.3 million. A little more than half of the increase was due to public safety, which increased $2.7 million. This is due to the Sheriff's Office, which increased $2 million, primarily due to professional medical services in the jail, but we also saw increases in general contracted services, water utilities, and inmate transport and clothing. Juvenile Probation Department increased $145,000, primarily due to general maintenance repairs and food purchases, and Health and Welfare Non-Department increased $377,000 for general operations expense. Administration of Justice increased to $630,000. General Government was $885,000. Information technology was $1.37 million in maintenance for repairs of hardware and software, and rent and leases for hardware. General government non-departmental increased by $599,000, primarily due to travel, professional education, as well as general contract services. These increases were offset by decreases in county elections, which was $945,000 for elections expense. Road and bridges decreased by $225,000, primarily due to general contracted services, and public works non-departmental decreased by $120,000. Capital outlay expenditures decreased by $126,000. This is due to variances in the following departments. Public safety was $180,000 decrease. I'm sorry, $180,000, which is a decrease of $586,000. Other functions were $1.68 million. This was a decrease of $1.3 million in public works, road and bridges, and this is due to cap out vehicles, which had a decrease of $384,000, and cap out stormwater improvement decreased by $920,000. These decreases were offset by an increase in general government of $1.79 million, primarily for land purchases for public works non-departmental. Transfers out expenditures increased by $4.05 million. This was due to general government increasing by $3.2 million for general government, non-departmental, and public works non-departmental. General government was transfers out, had an increase of $1.8 million. Transfers out grant match had an increase of $1.4 million, and transfers out health and life had a decrease of $500,000. Public works had an increase, non-departmental had an increase of $588,000. This was for transfers out grant match. Other functions increased $751,000. Health and welfare was $451,000 of that, and community services was $300,000. Next slide, please. This slide shows the same information, but by general fund changes in the government function in comparison to the same period last year. From highest to lowest, the top three areas of change were general government increased by $10.26 million, or 14.12%. Public safety increased by $8.55 million, or 7.75%. Administration of justice was $8.18 million, or 13.87%. The changes include all category changes: operations, personnel, and capital outlays. Next slide, please. As of July, the counties expended 66.9% of the budget. This excludes $23 million that is set aside for emergencies. Public safety accounted for 41.41% of the year-to-date expenditures. General government is 28.88%, administration of justice 23.4%, and the remaining 6.31% are all of the other functions. Next slide, please. The county auditor's fund balance projection for the fiscal year 22 year end was a total of $116 million. The fund balance projections for fiscal year 23 are projected monthly throughout fiscal year 23 with emphasis on revenue trends and major expenditures based on feedback from budget and fiscal policy. Based on the auditor expenditures in comparison to the adopted budget net of the reserve for emergencies as of the end of July, the projected fund balance as of 9/30/2023 is $102 million, but may range between $90 and $105 million depending upon actual expenditure levels in comparison to the 5-year average of approximately 87.5% of the adopted budget, net of the reserve for emergency expenditures. We believe we have accounted for all of the major expenditures in the projection, so we don't expect the expenditures to change significantly. We do not have revenues increased and will not have those numbers until you set a tax rate. There's about $4.4 million in the projection for new construction based on the no new revenue rate, but we'll make adjustments to that revenue once you've decided on a tax rate.
Thank you.
Next slide. This is a table of contents for the full report that's posted on the website. Next slide. Any questions?
Well, Betsy, do you have any comments or anything you'd like to ask, or as we move into?
No, sir. I reviewed the online report as well. No additional comments.
Okay. Any other comments from anyone? No?
A motion to approve?
So moved.
Or accept?
Motion to accept the report.
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Betsy?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to move on to items from Budget and Finance. We're going to item number 24. Pursuant to the Property Tax Code, Section 26.05A, adopt the tax rate for El Paso County. We do have multiple speakers signed up for this item.
Let me, just for the order, I'm going to have, we're going to start with ours, the county. I'm going to have Betsy will do a presentation, and then we'll go to, what I'd like to do is get the public comments to understand pretty much what the overall plan is, and that way it might address some of the concerns that they might have prior to them on public comments. So that's, we're going to do that for.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Betsy, you want to go ahead?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, everyone. Betsy Keller, County Administrator. Today, we're going to give you a presentation over the FY 2024 county tax rate and the adoption. We'll be looking for action from the court to adopt a tax rate for our FY 2024 budget. We are providing some information about what's driving our budget. I'm going to start with that. We will also discuss the various rates and what those look like and the impact of those. But I'll also discuss underneath the various options what the impact is to our operating budget, how the county will manage depending on whichever option the court chooses to take. In our FY 2024 budget, some of the major impacts for the budget and the community include a $2.2 million increase in operating capital. As you all know, we continue to see increases in costs throughout the supply chain, fleet costs, technology, public safety equipment, HVAC, ADA, furniture, fixtures, equipment, and several other categories for operating capital are in this budget. Law enforcement collective bargaining is $5.4 million of our budget this year. Adjusting our employee minimum wage halfway to our goal brings us, that comes at a cost of $7.9 million. The elected official wage parity and adjustment is $266,000. I want to take a second just to stop on that one and note that we pay our district court judges equal wages to the other district judges in Texas. We pay our probate court judges equal to wages to other judges in Texas. Same with our county court at law judges. We pay our DA, our sheriff, our county attorney at or equal to or above the average wage of the 10 most populous counties. And we are working to the proposed wages for the court, the county clerk, the district clerk, the tax assessor, JPs and constables still lag the rest of the state after this proposed change by at least 12%. Our August 3rd mass shooting trial expenses are in at $1.25 million. That is not the total cost, but that is the amount that we have budgeted in this year. We've been working to restore the district attorney's office to its pre prior administration levels, which was a decrease, and so we've increased that back to by 1.2 million. A presidential election year cost. This comes with additional mandates due to some legislative items, and also we always see an increase in presidential years for elections, absentee ballots, mailing, etc., and additional security cost, and that's $2.6 million of our budget this coming year. We have new cost for transportation projects for right-of-way acquisitions for Bob Hope and Tierra Este at $827,000. The court has approved grant matches, the grant applications for projects for sidewalks, transit, and paths, shared use paths, and those matches equal $1.6 million if we're to be awarded those grants, which this is a monumental year for state grant funding. We believe our likelihood of getting them is higher than ever. Jail medical mental health increases, $2.1 million. Security measures, $1 million. Our UTEP grant match for the Build Back Better Regional Challenge is a $1.875 million commitment. We're paying it out at $375,000 a year. We only have the $375,000 in for this year's budget. Our cybersecurity threat monitoring is at $537,000. There's some new statutory requirements that have required us to increase that threat monitoring. Law enforcement technology support. You all recall that we were having some challenges with technology for our law enforcement area. This is additional staffing that we've provided in that area, $320,000. Our employee training and professional development is $500,000 of the budget. Our lifeguard contract so that we could have our pools staffed and open more of the operating time this year and going forward is $286,000. Our jail food service cost increases, again, this is just inflation and the amount of detainees we're holding is $450,000 in an increase. Website improvement with ADA accessibility, this is just absolutely necessary for our ADA access. That's $200,000. And then our utility and fuel increases is $400,000. Again, we do have, there's other small increases in other areas, but there's also some decreases to help offset. But the total of these major impacts is $29.4 million. And then you just heard from the auditor's office. This is what they presented to us on August 14th as their revenue projection. You'll see here that they're projecting the net revenue to be just under 1.5 million new revenue, and this is after they account for some new property tax revenue. Here they're accounting for 4.4 million. That's based on our no new revenue rate. So that's what it looks like today. I'm going to turn it over to Jessica to go over the actual tax rates, and then I'll come back about the options.
Thank you, Betsy.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Garza, Budget and Fiscal Policy. As presented by the Tax Office on August 7th and during the budget hearing on August 21st, this slide provides an overview of our tax rate calculations for the 2023 tax rate. The no new revenue rate has been calculated at 0.401692. The voter approval rate, which is also our proposed rate, is 0.458889. And our current tax rate is 0.426289. Each 1% of the proposed rate generates $2.7 million, and each penny, $6 million, based on our appraised values. This chart gives you the illustration of how an average homeowner's tax dollar is divided up among entities. This chart is based on our current tax rates, as all the entities are currently in the same process we are in adopting their tax rates. The county's tax rate made up 14.4% of the average homeowner's total tax bill for 2022 or fiscal year 23. When we compare our tax rates going back to 2018, you can see that our 2022 adopted rate was a 3.85% decrease from 21, and the FY23 adopted rate decreased by another 9%. The 2024 no-new revenue rate would decrease our rate by another 5.77%, and the voter approval rate would be a 7.65% increase over FY23, but it would also put us almost equal to our tax rate in 2018. This chart gives you an overview of all of the tax rates provided by our county tax assessor. Our 2023 certified values increased by just over $6.8 billion, or 13%, over the current 2022 property values. Home values in the county increased 9% from $166,861 to $182,259. The no new revenue tax rate is in the first column at 0.401692 for a total tax rate. If we were to maintain the current tax rate of 0.426289, you can see in the second column highlighted in green, that would generate an additional $14.7 million over the no new revenue rate. In the third column is the voter approval rate, which is also our proposed rate, of 0.458889, and could potentially generate an additional $34 million over the no new revenue tax rate. The proposed voter approval tax rate was published on August 13th, and the public hearing on the proposed rate was held on Monday, August 28th. The slide gives you a summary of the additional revenue based on our current tax rate, the no new revenue tax rate, and the voter approval rate. It also shows the impact to the homeowner based on the averaged value. Based on the new values, the average homeowner will see an increase of $20.81 to their tax bill at the no new revenue rate. At the current rate, the average homeowner may expect an increase of $44.83 and $104.25 at the proposed voter approval rate, or $8.69 per month. The $5.6 million on the no new revenue line is new construction growth added to the tax roll and not revenue generated by a tax rate increase. That is also the $5.6 million that Ms. Keller mentioned earlier that we've included in our estimates, even though the auditor is showing a total revenue increase of only $1.4 million. As a reminder, in El Paso County, unfunded mandates are the responsibilities and duties the county performs or provides services or activities that are required of local governments by state law without compensation equal to the cost to provide or perform those duties or services. The cost to provide these services in fiscal year 2024 are approximately $242,452,329, or 54% of the annual general fund budget. While there are some revenues received by the state or collected on behalf of the state to offset these costs, they do not reimburse the county for 100% of the cost associated. You can see these costs have increased by $4 million this fiscal year, and we will break down some of the increases impacting the FY24 budget. At this time, I will turn it back over to Ms. Keller.
Depending on the tax rate that the court selects, it'll depend on what we're able to include in the fiscal year 2024 budget or what we'll need to adjust. So our reserve position with everything in is at 1.8% with the current revenue projections at no new revenue, at the no new revenue rate. So to hit an 8% reserve position, you know our goal is between 10 to 15%. I always estimate that we will come in a little bit higher in fund balance. I'm not as optimistic this year about revenues and fund balance because of what's happening with federal inmates. So we actually have, what I do want to be clear about what's happening with federal inmates. So we have kind of a double whammy hitting this year. Auditors, at our urging for several years, they increased the projection on what we would have in federal inmates this year. And then the number of federal detainees went down. So they increased their projection, for revenue. And then the actual number came down because we have more state detainees than we normally do, which reduced the number of beds available to allocate to federal detainees. So that is a significant revenue impact. And for the coming year, the auditor has now decreased that revenue projection significantly because we are projecting to have between 270 to 320 beds available per day, as opposed to 600 to 700 beds per day, which is about a $40,000 per day decrease in revenue. So just want to clarify that that's one of my things that's making me less optimistic about what fund balance and revenues will actually come in at over what normally we expect them to come in at. So if we adopt a no new revenue rate, these are examples of what we would freeze, cut, or identify. Identify is where we can identify additional revenue or additional offsets. So and these we will continue to monitor and adjust as we go through, but we would propose freezing $10 million in our capital outlay. This is important to note because our capital outlay for operating equipment helps offset and it helps us avoid financing long-term, short-term purchases. So you wouldn't go purchase a car normally for a 20-year loan. This helps us avoid doing that by using this operating capital. So we would freeze $10 million in operating capital. We'd freeze $3 million of new position request. We would freeze $3.7 million in step increases. We would freeze our economic impact fund, $5 million. We would we would also freeze or cut some of our equipment allocations to departments to make up $1.6 million. And then we would identify and realize funding from FEMA and ARPA offsets by about $5.2 million. So that's FEMA funding. We've already submitted for a request over $4 million in FEMA funding that we have not received yet. We do believe we'll be eligible to receive about 90% of what we requested. So that would be another way we would offset at the no new revenue rate. Under the current tax rate.
Betsy, I'm sorry, before you move on from the
Yes,
no new
ma'am.
revenue rate, but I understand from prior presentations, we could theoretically just postpone some of these items. We don't necessarily need to cut them out right now. We could keep some of that funding kind of set aside depending on what the fund balance looks like in December when we have the final FY23 numbers, correct?
Yes, ma'am. So that's when I say freeze, we would freeze capital. But at some point, we would definitely, if at a point that it comes that our reserve is lower than 8%, we'd want to shift that funding into that reserve. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But so for example, the new positions, the step increases, those could still happen depending on what our fund balance came in at.
If
around
it came
December,
in,
January.
yes, ma'am. If it came in, I'm still not as optimistic as usual, but yes, ma'am. If that fund balance came in higher than we projected, then we would be able to go through and do some of these in probably like a priority, some priority order.
And that's what I wanted to clarify. I just wanted to make sure we're not saying, or you're not saying, that the no new revenue rate means we can't do at all any of these things. It's just we may have to do it incrementally, little by little. We'll just kind of have to look at it again once we know what the fiscal year 23 fund balance looks like.
Yes, ma'am. But what I would point out is the 27.8 million is higher than our normal, what we on a good year realize. So I do believe some of these would not be able to be done.
Sure, not everything, but some
Yes,
could
ma'am.
still.
Yes, ma'am. And so the current tax rate would bring additional revenue of 14.7 million. So we would still need to ID additional revenue, freeze, or cut some expenses equal to 13.1 million. So that would be, I think everyone knows how much we value our employees, but the reason why I say we would do capital, these capital expenses, when you forego them, the putting them off, the expense is worse to put them off because you end up with other impacts from foregoing some of these capital investments. So you would have to freeze or cut your step increases and your economic impact fund. You would also still, in all scenarios, we're banking on realizing 5.2 million more in revenue than projected. And then, so that's the current tax rate. If you adopted, this rate is between your current tax rate and your voter approval rate. If you adopted a tax rate of 0.439502, that would give you additional revenue of $22.6 million. Combined with the additional revenue of $5.2 million, that would leave you with an 8% reserve, and you'd be able to do everything described in the previous slides without freezing or cutting those. The last option is your voter approval rate. That would give you additional revenue of $34.4 million. Combined with the FEMA ARPA revenue of $5.2 million would give you your just over a 10% fund reserve balance, which is meets your goal of 10 to 15% in your reserves.
Betsy, just one more question before you move on from that slide. Just to clarify, the step increases that are listed here for our employees, that's completely apart from the COLA that we already approved, right? So employees would still get the 4.75 COLA regardless of what tax rate option we choose.
Yes, ma'am.
What is potentially unknown is an additional step increase for employees.
Yes, ma'am. The 4.75% is in the budget, and it's not included in any of these options as being on the table.
Great, thank you.
Yes, and the reason, of course, you know the reason why we're identifying all of these areas to freeze or hold and to move over to reserve is because we want to maintain a bond rating, and part of what our bond rating is based on is our reserve position. And so that's why we're very cautious in making sure that we identify, and in addition to the bond rating, we've seen during the pandemic where we needed to use some of that funding in our reserve to support the local economy, to support small businesses. So we took funding from our reserve for that purpose. So, and I hope we never have a major disaster here, but your fund reserve is also really critical. I think of communities like Maui and California, when they go through and they have a major disaster and it wipes out their property values, it takes years to rebuild, and that's another reason why you definitely need to have that reserve position. And with that, Judge, we can turn it over to public comment.
Yes.
Commissioner Leon has his hand up.
Yes, Commissioner, please.
Yes, Betsy, just a quick question. What would the impact be to our taxpayer between the voter approval and the current tax rate?
So the current tax rate, the difference to a homeowner is $44.83 per year. And the voter approval rate is $104.25 per year. So you're looking at just under a $60 a year increase.
Okay, but that on the current, that $44.83, that increase is due to home values? What is that increase due to?
It's due to an increase in home values.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are we ready? I just sort of a quick comment about the public comments. I mean, just, you know, if there's things that others have said or things that maybe reinforced but not have to explain completely, we would appreciate, because we got almost 20, how many do we have? 30?
Yes, sir. We'll begin public comment with Arturo Huerta.
And how many do you have? How many, just to give an idea of?
We have 36.
Yeah, so we have 36, so just complete appreciation of anything you could do so we could get to UMC and the other. Thank you.
I just want to remind
Arturo.
speakers that you have a 5-minute time limit and you are being timed.
Thank you.
Thank
Arturo,
you,
thank
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Judge, distinguished commissioners. My name is Arturo Huerta. I am a 30-plus years public service employee, retiree. Starting off my career as a meter reader, ending as a president and CEO of a local agency. So I know all about budgets and all the work and the excellent work that the employees go through to put this together. And I know they've worked very hard in putting this together. But we also have to understand, especially you as elected officials, that we live in an area that is for years been considered a poverty county. We don't have the monies available. We have extreme poverty here in El Paso County. So we have to consider the needs of the people first before anything else, especially when we start looking at what is being considered or what is proposed as salary enhancements, especially for the elected officials. Now, in a local media item, excuse me, Commissioner Stout had been quoted as saying, when talking about House Bill 2127 and how the legislature is going to usurp, was his word, the right of the people, the authority of the people. And I quote you, Commissioner Stout, I point all of this out to warn you that the legislature does not trust you, local voters, to decide what is best for your community and is willing to retroactively nullify your voices. I feel that in going with the exorbitant 16% increase in salaries was something that was not in favor of what the voters wanted. I've heard the arguments. I've heard the justifications for higher wages, for higher salaries. Judge Samaniego, you were on TV stating that higher wages or higher salaries for elected officials would attract higher caliber individuals. I call your attention to the individual that has been indicted 4 times and is now facing 91 felony charges, the highest paid elected official in the land. Is that the caliber of individual that we want? Because that's the highest wages paid for an elected official in the United States. I also call your attention to individuals in Congress getting paid $174,000, very good salary. Yet we have the likes of MTG, we have the likes of Lauren Boebert, we have the likes of Matt Gaetz, and many others, even here in Texas. Look at the Attorney General, very high salary, facing criminal charges right now. Those are not caliber individuals. I don't believe that is a statement or an argument that can be made that a higher salary will attract higher caliber individuals. It's just not going to happen. The positions that you all were elected to were to provide a service. That's what it's all about. This great hall right here is named after an individual who epitomized public service, Judge Alicia Chacon. Okay, start as city alderwoman, as county clerk, and finally as county judge, and then executive director of the United Way, where I was a board member and I saw what types of salary she had and what she did there. It was all about providing service. And that's what you all are all about. It's not about the wages. And another thing that I think Commissioner
30 seconds.
Had spoken about was that we need to compete. You all need to compete with other counties. Why? This is not a competition with Harris County or Travis County or Tarrant County or any other county in Texas. This is El Paso. You're not competing against them. You don't have to keep up with the Joneses, as they say. Here for service. How many years, Commissioner Coronado, did you serve on the Canutillo School Board without any pay at all?
Time.
You did it for the service. And you were there many years. Just like I was many years at the Community College Board, all without pay.
Arturo,
It was a service that we, yes.
for the respect of all the others, they get exactly 5 minutes, so that we want to make sure, and your time's up, and if you want to wrap up real quick, I'll allow you to do that.
I ask you all to humble yourselves. I ask you all to reconsider those votes for higher wages, higher salaries. You mentioned, Judge, that you have a good commissioner's court right now. I think you have the potential to be a great court, every one of you. Yes, David, you too. Well, you have done a good job, except for a little bit too much travel. But I ask you to look at the tax rate, look at the people and the poverty levels here in El Paso, and vote according to the people that you are serving.
Okay, thank you,
I
Arturo.
appreciate your time.
We appreciate yours as well, Arturo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person that we have on the phone is Mr. Conrad Guevara.
Mr. Guevara, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm here. I can turn off my speakerphone. Thanks for this opportunity. I appreciate it. Just wanted to let you know my name is Conrad Guevara. I live at 745 Villa Romero in Horizon City. I'm a new El Paso County resident. I'm recently moved from Dallas, Texas 5 months ago. And I think that El Paso is a beautiful place, has a potential to be a wonderful place. It's a hidden gem, in my opinion. But I'll be very succinct. I'm probably not going to need the full 5 minutes. Item 24, from what's been covered, would propose an increase of the county property tax rate from the current 42.6 cents per $100 of taxable value to 45.9 cents per $100 of taxable value. And as you all know, home values continue to increase in El Paso County, and resident homeowners are already going to be paying higher county property taxes than the previous year without any type of rate increase, which is, it's going to be $44 for the average, $182,000, but it's still an increase, and depending on people who have higher valued homes, that's going to be even substantially more. I understand an increase in the tax rate will be used partially to provide raises to the Ford County commissioners and county judge of up to 16%, and then other employees as well would see a potential raise. The current salaries, from what I understand, what I've read for commissioners and judges are already well over 6 figures. So please keep in mind when you contrast that to the median annual income for El Paso County residents, a household income of $48,000. That's the median income from the sources I've read. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that, please. But I think it's important to note most of El Paso County residents have likely not seen a raise to their income, let alone a very generous, handsome 16% raise in recent years. And El Paso County residents have much less flexibility given that number in their budgets. So in the current inflationary environment, just want to remind you, of course, we're all struggling with this, given increases in the prices of basic necessities and gas on the brink of being $4 per gallon. People are hurting. They're struggling. Families are having to make decisions. Even a meager $100 of extra added burden with the adopted rate, that's going to hurt people. That's going to probably make or break some families. Families are not secure financially in this environment, and adding this additional tax burden to hardworking families with incomes substantially less than 6 figures, it's quite honestly, it's tone deaf. But I would respectfully ask that you please reconsider that and adopt the no new revenue rates. And I want to, again, commissioners and judge, I want to thank you for your time, and I'm happy to be a new El Paso County resident. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Guevara, and welcome to El Paso. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person that we have is Guadalupe Geiner.
Go ahead, Mrs. Geiner.
Hello, Judge Samaniego. How are you?
Real good. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to address yourself and the Commissioner's Court. As you mentioned, I am Guadalupe Giner, and I also oppose the passage of the voter approval tax rate. I don't even like the no new revenue tax rate. I really believe that your constituents need a tax decrease. But for sure, I think we need to go at the very least with a no new revenue tax rate. And I also oppose the increase for salaries for elected officials. And my comments are going to be brief as well. Public servants, that means something. You're there to serve us. I don't think you're there to make a profit or become millionaires or have big homes. You're there to serve us. And I think it's immoral and disrespectful to your constituents to consider this type of increase. Now, I'm sure other people are going to talk about the salaries from other counties and provide data. I'm not going to spend a lot of time with that, but I did research it. And yes, other county commissioners and other county judges in Texas are making the salaries that you're proposing. But besides the fact that in El Paso, like these gentlemen before me stated, that's not even close to what El Pasoans can make here. But in addition to that, I just don't understand how we can say that you're going to get a 16% increase, and then and correct me if I'm wrong, also a 4.5% COLA increase, because I believe that also goes to the public servants, and you can correct me if I'm wrong when I'm done. So the data says yes, they're all making this amount of money, and you want to match their salary. The problem is that they also gave themselves raises. So you're pointing to their bad behavior to justify your bad behavior. So at a time when the county is struggling with inflation, and the gentleman before me mentioned, I'm just going to go a little more specific, higher utility bills, food costs, gasoline costs, increases in property valuations, and now the county court wants to add a property tax increase. It's unconscionable to give yourselves a 16% increase. And like I said, on top of that, from watching your meetings, I believe also a cost of living adjustment of 4.5%. And I believe it's a little arrogant for you to feel that you deserve that. So finally, I believe there's a sincere tone deafness coming from the court on what a good majority of your constituents are feeling and going through. This court does not understand the plight of the poor and cares even less. Please search your conscience and show compassion for your county residents by not increasing taxes. Consider a small decrease. It will help to show that you're fiscally responsible and that you care about your residents. That's all I have at this time. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you for your time. There was a couple of questions, just to clarify. We can't address these questions, but we'll try to cover them in a general presentation. Thank you, Mrs. Giner.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Judge Samaniego. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Next person that we have, Judge, is Melissa Bailey. Go ahead, Melissa.
Hello, Judge and Commissioners. Can you hear me?
We can, Ms. Bailey, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. I'm going to kind of go off of what Guadalupe Giner said. I opposed this tax increase for your guys' raises on many of the factors that they mentioned, but also because of the fact that you guys have prided yourselves on being, the veterans capital of the USA. And as you guys have pointed out several times, there are many veterans that live here. And these tax increases are taxing them out of their homes. They live on fixed income, VA pensions, retirement, disability, and yet every time we turn around, if it isn't an increase in utilities or an increase in, water, whatever, food, everything, it just seems like they're being knocked down. And so when we see items like this come across that says, we need a raise, it just kind of really frustrates me, because it's like, rarely have I seen at least my commissioner out in my community. So I'm wondering, while everybody is pointing out all these things, when's the last time that you've engaged your communities and talked to them about their concerns, talked about the fact that they can barely afford to feed their families, or that they're worried about medications and, you know, they're trying to cover Medicare expenses and things that the state doesn't cover, but yet let's hit them with an increase. On tax value, that have you ever been to some of these houses that they claim are, you know, appraised at such high ratings? Because I tell you what, my appraisal does not represent my house. And so I'm real concerned about this, and I'm hoping you guys will, you know, take a hard look at this and look inside your conscience and remember that this is something you guys praised about being, you know, the veterans capital. Are you really valuing the veterans and the disabled and the retirees that are here in El Paso? And if you are, then I would reconsider your guys' raise, you know, and look at maybe cutting our taxes by some, because it is really affecting the people, and people are literally, you know, stressed out, absolutely, you know, beyond themselves on all of these taxes that they are constantly being inundated with. So I'm hoping you guys will please reconsider this and look at other options. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for your time, Mrs. Bailey. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Caesar.
The next person that we have is Mr. Danny Parks.
Mr. Parks?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
We can, Mr. Parks.
Okay. Thank you for letting me speak. I want to oppose the voter approval rate of taxes. And one of the reasons why is because I believe that the 16% raise for the County Commissioner Board is way too much. And first of all, it's bad timing because people are still hurting. Constituents are still recovering from the pandemic. And it's just not been enough time for them to be able to get back up and be able to keep up with everything else that's been going up, especially groceries. You know, I'm the one that shops for groceries in my house, and when I go to the store, I just cannot believe how high the prices have gotten. They seem to change from one day to the next. Additionally, 16% is way too high. I think that, you know, because most people, if they do get a raise, they're lucky to get from 3 to 5%. And, you know, and to stay competitive, to attract more people, well, this is your job. We don't need to have other competitive people come in because they know that when they're going for this job, when they're going to get elected, they know what they're going to get paid. And if they don't like it, they can go somewhere else and try to get elected there. But I don't just come with the cons or the bad stuff. I have a solution. The solution is, and what I think would make everyone a lot happier, is to make pay raises a voter issue. Once every 2 years, put it on the ballot, and if the people have thought that you have done a good enough job to, you know, what you were elected to do, then they will vote you a pay raise. If not, then you don't get a pay raise. The other solution is you can attach your pay raises to the rate of inflation, much like people like me who are Army veterans living on disability. We get raises based on the inflation rate, cost of living increases, and I think it would be more than adequate for you and the rest of the board to either have it match inflation, or you should get the same 4.75% raise that the regular rank and file are going to get as well. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Parks, and thank you for your service. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person that we have is Wally Haley.
Go ahead. Wally?
Go ahead, Wally. You might be muted on your end.
Yes, my name is Wally Haley, and I wanted to, thank Judge Samaniego and the commissioners for taking my comment. And I definitely wanted to echo the concerns of the other people who spoke. I'm in 100% agreement with their points, mostly being that this is sort of a tone-deaf time for the commissioners to give themselves a very generous raise. And I think one of the things that I wanted to point out is it seems to me, as a long-time El Paso resident, that many of our city's highest-paying positions seem to be those that are public servants or, funded by taxpayers. And I know this is a conversation for another day, but I really would like to see how our city can address attracting more businesses that in the private sector that pay commensurate wages with, six-figure salaries. I do think this is not a good time to be asking for a significant raise. As other people have said, most of us are still suffering from the effects of the pandemic. Some people have never really recovered. We're all still suffering from, very high prices, increases to everything, every commodity that we consume, and it's certainly just not a good time. So I would definitely ask you to reconsider that, to basically just show solidarity with your own constituency. Having said that, I know you're trying very hard to provide services to the community, and I really appreciate that. But I am concerned about the viability of so many people in this community if things don't take, a different turn. And really, that's all I have to say, and thank you so much for your time.
And thank you for your time, Mrs. Haley. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Joining us virtually is Ms. Ana Reza.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Just checking. Good afternoon, County Judge and County Commissioners. My name is Ana Reza, and I live in, I don't know if it's called District 3, but in Region 3. And first of all, I want to thank my County Commissioner, Ileana Holguin, for standing up as what I'm understanding, the lone person who desires to vote no on this raise. My thing is, I think it's important that we elect and re-elect commissioners like herself who have experience in community work, that work in the community and understand that what is happening, what are the priorities for people, working class in our neighborhoods, what is the reality. And I know she, because I see her on Facebook all the time, visits a lot of people around the community. There's always posts about that, and I think that allows her to also listen to the community members and their concerns. So I encourage the other commissioners to look outside themselves and look at the whole community. I believe you are okay right now, and as we work to move our working class to get a living wage, then we can raise the salary, your salary. So please practice what other working class members in our communities do and budget your costs for now, but stand in solidarity with all our working class who struggle with much less than what you are even making right now. Please consider that this is not the time. It will be, and it'll make you work harder that all our community members have a living wage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, Mrs. Reza. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Jonathan, I can't pronounce your name with a G.
Gulliman?
Yes, Gulliman. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for taking the time to, let some of us constituents vent here. But I also am in agreement with everybody else pretty much that has come to speak today. For you guys to vote yourselves. Well, first off, let me thank Commissioner Holguin for having a sense of grace and humility for not voting for this self-induced pay raise. I think she really shows what a true leader is, and I think some of us could take some notes and benefit from her example. Back to my original train of thought. I think the rest of the three commissioners and the county judge voting a self-imposed 16% pay raise is out of touch and out of whack with the reality of today's economy. Not to mention that you guys did this in 2020 when you guys gave yourselves a 25% raise. So if we add that up from 2020 to 2024, you guys will have gotten an over 40% pay increase. Now, I don't know anybody that's gotten a 40% pay increase. I don't think anybody in this county knows anybody that's gotten a 40% pay increase. Look around, see if people in front of you raise their hands. I promise you, no one knows anybody that's got a 40% pay increase. When us, the constituents of this county, cannot live within our budget and our means, we don't have the option to give ourselves a self-imposed raise. We have to work with what we're given. Unlike you guys have the ability to give yourself a self-imposed raise. And I find it really disrespectful and out of touch that you guys would even consider this in this time and economy. When we have the county tax assessor and CAD constantly raising people's property taxes. My property taxes have been raised almost $80,000 in the last 3 years. So the numbers aren't adding up in the county. It seems like we're living beyond our means on all levels, and the answer of the county commissioners is to continue to tax the constituents. That just doesn't seem right on all levels. That seems wrong. And I'm sorry if I'm being direct and blunt. That's the way I am. I'm a military veteran, and I will say what I have to say, and I'm sorry if this hurts anybody's feelings on a personal level. But you two commissioners and the county judge, Judge Samaniego, that are there today, you guys should be ashamed of yourselves. I see one of you isn't even there today. Pretty sure they don't want to hear the heat coming from the constituents, because you know what? Residents are mad right now. And you guys should be embarrassed, and you guys should be ashamed of this action where you guys gave yourself a self-imposed raise. Because I guarantee you, if you guys went to the voters and the voters voted on this, they would not give you this raise and the COLA adjustment on top of it. What makes it even worse is that you guys have a sense of entitlement, not only between elected officials to us normal citizens, because this is what this shows us, that you guys have a level of entitlement. But you guys even have a level of entitlement over other county employees, where you know what? You guys didn't have enough grace and humility to give everybody in the county a 16% raise. Why not? If we're giving everybody 16%, give it to the tax assessor, give it to the county sheriff, give it to everybody across the board. So that just shows not only the citizens, but other county employees, that the commissioners, 3 out of 4, and the county judge pretty much are just looking out for themselves and lining their pockets. And I think that's the way a lot of constituents feel. And again, I'd like to thank Commissioner Holguin for staying humble. You know, she's my commissioner in Precinct 3, and I really appreciate her for that. That just kind of shows the kind of leadership we have in our district. And again, I hope you guys are embarrassed by this a little and rethink your consideration. And there have been talks from citizens that I've talked to about approaching the county attorney to actually look at possible recalls for all 3 of you, including the judge.
30 seconds.
Because you guys are living on a level that is not beneficial to your constituents. Like I said, if your constituents would have voted on this, they wouldn't have gave you that raise. You have to live within the means just like everybody else. Everybody's dealing with inflation and rising prices, and your answer to tax the constituents is wrong. That's all I have to say. Good day.
Good day. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Is there anyone on Teams who would like to speak on public comment? We did try to cross-reference our master list, but can I get to everybody? If you are here for public comment, can you unmute yourself and state your name, please? Cesar, I think that is all on the virtual side.
Okay. Do we have Alondra Miranda in person? Do we have Jacob McGill? How about David Romero? Do we have Randy Mendoza?
Caesar, these are that signed up to.
They signed up online, and we have not been able to reach them either through phone or get a response on email.
Okay.
They might be here in person.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have Patrick Hernandez Cigarrista? Mariana Pfeiffer? Marcus Owens? Kenneth Burba? Hannah Curtis? Peggy McNeil? Diana Foreman? Thomas Herbert? Vince Nance? Do we have anybody else in the audience that would like to speak in public comment on this item?
I had a question. I'm virtual. Thomas Herbert signed up to have the public comments read, so I'm not sure how, this is my first meeting with El Paso County. And I did as well, but I haven't heard my name.
Your name, please?
Jenny Solo?
Okay.
Go ahead, Jenny.
But you can go ahead right now, and then we'll find out of something we need to read and see if we got it by email. But go ahead right now. You're on.
Okay, sorry. I really wasn't prepared. My name is Jenny Solo. I sent in a written statement. I'm not a very good public speaker. So.
Do you have that statement? Because you're glad to read it.
We have her statement here, and we will read it, so.
Would you like that?
We were going through our list of persons who want to speak.
Well, thank you. Go ahead and read the statement, please.
Okay.
This is public comment from Jenny Solo. Her comment says, I am writing to express my deep concerns regarding the recent decision to grant raises to county officials in an effort to align with compensation standards across the state. While I understand the need to attract qualified candidates and maintain competitive salaries, I believe it's essential to address a pressing matter that affects our community directly. It's disheartening to witness the allocation of resources towards increasing officials' salaries while essential community services remain neglected. Our swim parks have been closed and our parks are significantly underfunded. These spaces are not just recreational, but serve as vital communal hubs for families, children, and individuals seeking a healthier and more enjoyable quality of life. As an engaged resident of El Paso, I feel it's my duty to voice the collective sentiment of many within our community who are troubled by this situation. Instead of prioritizing raises for officials, I urge you to revisit this decision and allocate funds towards essential services that directly impact the well-being and vitality of our community. Our swim parks have always been cherished places for families to gather, exercise, and bond. Their closure has deprived our community of an opportunity for recreation and camaraderie. Similarly, the underfunding of our parks limits our ability to offer safe and welcoming spaces for residents of all ages. By channeling resources into these neglected areas, we can demonstrate a genuine commitment to the community's well-being. I also want to bring your attention to the potential impact on public perception. While I understand the desire to align salaries with the rest of the state, the optics of this decision can't be ignored. The signs during election seasons highlighting that taxes were raised to fund officials' raises might not resonate well with our community members. It's important to maintain the public's trust by ensuring that any financial decisions reflect a sincere dedication to community betterment. I strongly believe that responsible governance means placing the needs of the community above personal financial gains. As we work together to build a stronger and more vibrant El Paso, I urge you to reconsider the recent raises and instead focus on revitalizing the services that make our city a better place to live. I appreciate your attention to this matter and look forward to seeing decisions that reflect the best interests of our community. Please know that your actions have a significant impact on the lives of El Pasoans, and I trust that you will make decisions that align with our city's values and aspirations. End comment.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Go ahead, Caesar.
We did have somebody join us on the phone. One second here.
Or Michael. Miguel. Go ahead.
Miss Laurie, go ahead. Can you say your full name, please?
Lori Cooper.
Go ahead, Laurie.
Mrs. Cooper, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First, I want to thank the county commissioners. I know that you guys work really hard, and but I am calling about your salary raises. The last raise you did put you up there pretty well, and I would like for you to withdraw those raises until the next budget season. And the reason why is because you know, of course, the median household income for El Paso is half most of the sample counties that you use to calculate the raises. It's a little bit closer to Bear, obviously. And the thing is that there's some work that you haven't done, and I don't want it just to come across as, you know, a displeasure with you, but there is some work that they're doing that we haven't done here locally, and that's looking at the homestead exemptions. As you know, the Harris County and Bear County have been very, very concerned about the elderly and the disabled losing their homes because of taxes. And so they've put in a ton of work and a lot of effort in protecting those people and their ability to keep their homes. And what they did is they go well. Actually, most of these counties go well above and beyond the minimum. Our county only does the minimum that's required by the state, whereas all these other counties are going well above and beyond. They're giving 20% homestead exemptions across the board, and then for the elderly and the disabled, Harris County gives $364,000 exemption because they understand that these people did not have the same benefit of the higher wages that people that are working currently now have in their particular industry. Bear County, and I know that that's not doable for El Paso, but I want you to understand that, you know, the disparity in the comparisons and the understanding of what, you know, you want as your salary or think you need. The other is Bear County. Now, Bear County has a median household income of $60,477, which is a little bit closer to El Paso, which is at $48,522. But what they did, they were real concerned. They gave a 20% exemption, as well as an additional $85,000. They had $50,000, and they raised it to $85,000 for the elderly and the disabled. And then they also started a freeze, like the school districts do on the elderly and disabled, so that they're locked in at the lowest rate possible. The salaries that you're asking for really are comparable to, I guess, Collin and Denton, and their median household income in Collin is $101,560. In Denton, it's $90,000. Now, the way your salaries are currently set, you are currently making more than twice the median household income of El Paso, which is $48,000. These counties are not taking that much of household income away from people, and this needs to be part of the calculus and your consideration. The other thing is that some of the representations are not lining up from what we're seeing on the Texas Association of Counties salary surveys. None of these counties increased their pay raise from what we can tell from this. So the idea that you're somehow 16% behind isn't supported by the data. And there's only 2 counties that increased this year. I went through all their budgets, and at least that's what's reflected. One was Dallas, and they had an inflation rate of over 12%, and they took a very small 5% COLA, which they have the option of rejecting if it passes. The other would be Hidalgo County, which is what El Paso is more like. Now, they did raise theirs. They're still lower than El Paso, but they're closer in terms of amount, and but I'd like to also point out they only have 3 county commissioners. So going forward, I would like for you to withdraw
30 seconds.
your salary increases until the next budget section and have a lot of public outreach so that we can understand and ask questions about the discrepancies that we're seeing between what's being represented publicly and what the actual reality of the data is. And I want to thank you for allowing me to speak, and I thank you. I know you guys are working really hard, but there's still that one area that you haven't approached yet, and that is the homestead exemptions and making things fair. So thank you very much, and you all have a wonderful day.
You too. Thank you. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Next, I have written comments from Mr. Thomas Herbert. From Mr. Herbert, I am reaching out because I don't believe El Paso County has shown just cause for a tax rate increase. In addition, the rationale used to raise salaries because other cities are higher is not relevant to whether El Paso County commissioners are justified in doing so. I believe El Paso County is lax in its fiduciary duty to the taxpayers, and it appears past history of taxpayers shutting down certificates of obligation and voicing their opposition to more debt is not getting through to you elected officials. I would urge you to consider El Paso's current economic environment, not raise the tax rate, and not take a pay increase. Do these things, show El Paso taxpayers you are being good stewards of our money, and then come back and ask for a reasonable salary increase.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else online or phone?
No one else has appeared yet.
Okay, we'll continue with other comments that we've received. One moment while we line them up. Okay. Go ahead, Jessica.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jessica Dominguez with County Administration. I'll be reading in, I believe I have 7 public comments that were submitted for today. First one we have is from Ziggy Jones. How is it fair that commissioners could get a 16% wage increase while taxes for homeowners go up and higher wages are super low? Don't you think we should also increase the wages for all citizens? Commissioners make enough to afford what most regular wage people can't. So don't you think wages for citizens should go up to be able to pay the high taxes? I'm a single person living paycheck to paycheck. I live in low-income apartments. However, my rent is way higher than what I earn, and I support 2 people and can't even afford a home due to the low wages. Now it's going to be even harder for me to own a home. So while the commissioners get paid more to afford their high mortgage taxes for their huge homes, this isn't fair at all for the hardworking people. Also, I have a school degree for business. However, there is no opportunity here in El Paso, so I'm stuck in a call center that pays nothing to upper management, and everywhere else they pay the same. And the government won't help with anything for a single person taking care of 2 people with disabilities that don't get any government help, and I can't claim due to them not being related to me. I'm sure the commissioners are making more than enough to make a good living wage here in El Paso, while everyone else struggles to put food in their table daily. With education and experience, if wages don't increase, El Paso will go down the drain. We need help for El Paso, not for those who are already wealthy. End of public comment. Next one we have is from Mr. Vincent Nance. With all due respect to you, County Judge, and the commissioners on the court, at this time for you to request a pay raise is a slap in the face of all hardworking citizens of El Paso, Texas. Average median income for El Pasoans is $51,525. Average median income for El Pasoans for a household of 1 is $22,000 through $65,000. For a family of 3, $38,000 through $114,000. And for a family of 5 is $49,000 through $147,000. You are asking us for a raise that will place you in the same category as 5 hardworking individual members in a household that are now finding it hard to feed and provide for their families. End of public comment. Next, we have from Mr. Johnny M. Hernandez. I honestly believe that nobody should be allowed to give themselves a raise, especially a 16% raise, when many El Paso citizens are struggling to make ends meet. My personal opinion, you all have abused your elected position that you have by the voters who placed their trust in you. And I, as a voter, will not be voting for my county commissioners who represents District 4. Stop taking advantage of your positions. You're, in a sense, stealing from us because our home taxes go up. If you feel that you need a raise, then it should go through voter approval. I also believe that this is my personal opinion, that the only reason you ran for office is for monetary gain. Hopefully, your conscience will allow you to make the right decision. Thank you. And end of comment. Next comment is from Jesse Hernandez. Hello, everyone. My name is Jesse Hernandez, and I'm a resident of El Paso County. Recent local news stations have reported that county officials are considering raising property taxes and increasing their salaries for county officials. As a taxpayer and homeowner, I am requesting that you vote no on raising property taxes. In fact, I am asking that property taxes be lowered due to the fact that property values have increased drastically. If you choose to approve pay increases for county officials, that will not matter to me. However, please find other means to collect revenue for the pay raises without raising property taxes. Thank you. The next one is from Diana Valenzuela. Good morning. I am unable to attend today's meeting in person or virtually because I am at my job. Now, here at my job, I am accountable for my work, and by the way, I think I do above average work. Based on my own personal assessment and a comparison of market rates in Texas and across the country, since my company has a national reach, I may believe that I'm underpaid. However, unlike our county commissioners, I am unable to decide with my fellow directors that we all deserve a raise and vote for one for ourselves. So for the record, I object that you should have a 16% raise. I also object that the funding for this comes not out of existing budget, but from raising county tax rates. El Pasoans already feel the pressure of high mortgage and auto loan rates, and it's well established that our property taxes exceed the rates of most of the state. The property values here are rising with very little to justify them, and they are locking out many who seek the opportunity to own homes. There are many questions around the budget and services already, and it does not seem that as county residents we are receiving the transparency that we should be receiving. So again, for what it's worth, I object to this tax increase and to the county officials pushing the rate right up to our voter approval limit. Additionally, while I agree with the proposed minimum wage increase for UMC associates, I object to further increase for the hospital district. For items 21 through 24 on today's agenda, I'm asking for votes against increased taxes and for better fiscal accountability. End of public comment. And the next public comment is from Daniel Mejia. No more taxation. End of public comment. And the last one I have on my end from Mr. Joseph Fernandez. The proposed pay raises are excessive considering that homeowners are struggling with very high taxes at this time. I am not against pay raises, but 16% is unacceptable. If you don't listen to the taxpayers now, I promise you will hear us when elections come around. Thank you. End of public comment.
Caesar, Michael, Miguel?
We do have one more
request via phone. Just 1 second, please.
Sure. Thank you.
Placing the call. Just a second.
Mr. Nance?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Nance.
Yes.
You can go address the commissioners. If state your full name, please.
I've already, you guys already read my statement, I believe, and everything. Did you already read my statement?
Yes, sir, your statement was read. Did you
But
have?
we
any-
also received your request to speak on the phone.
No, that's all I wanted to make sure that it was read and everything, and there's no reason to have it read over again.
Well, thank you, Mr. Nance. Appreciate it.
Appreciate the time and everything else. Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate your time, Mr. Nance.
Thank you. We do have additional comments to read in.
First one is from Lisa Brayton. As an El Paso native homeowner and taxpayer in your district, I am appalled and incensed by the Commissioners Court's decision to once again increase our property taxes as your benefit. The EP County Commissions already earn far more than a majority of El Pasoans, and as far as I can see, nothing has been done to warrant a pay increase. Not only a minimal increase, but 16%. Who else in this economy has received a 16% salary increase? It wouldn't happen if you had to request it rather than approve it yourselves. Please provide information addressing what you've done individually and collectively to warrant this pay increase. End of comment. Next comment is from Dave House. Do not raise taxes. You need to lower taxes. End of comment. Next comment is from Jeanette Nevares. I'm reaching out to kindly request that you share the statement below during the public comment period for item 24. My name is Jeanette, and over the past 4 years, I've engaged in door-to-door canvassing efforts twice to encourage El Paso residents to exercise their voting rights. Through these one-on-one conversations, I've had the privilege of listening to the concerns of low-income elders who are grappling with financial scarcity and cannot keep up with their high property taxes. The weight of these tax burdens has left many individuals feeling overwhelmed and disheartened, resulting in a sense of apathy towards our city government. They don't care about us, they would tell me. Burdening our community with additional debt seems counterproductive and unkind. I am submitting this public comment on behalf of those that I've spoken to. They are my motivation for today. I urge you to explore avenues for collaboration with other taxing entities, preventing the duplication of expenses. By working together, we can alleviate some of the financial strain on vulnerable residents and foster a more vibrant and engaged community. Thank you for your time. End of comment. The next one I have is from Vero Ann Carrillo. I'd like to submit my statement to be read during the public comment period today, specifically addressing item 24. My name is Veronica Carrillo, and I am a resident of District 2. I'd like to draw your attention to the current imbalance in our property tax structure. As it stands in El Paso, residential property owners are responsible for 60% of the total property tax revenue, while businesses contribute only 40%. In other cities, this is reversed. I am aware that numerous businesses contest their tax assessments, often engaging in lengthy legal battles. This ties up valuable county resources and prolongs the litigation process, largely because the county appraisal district lacks the resources to efficiently manage and resolve such a high volume of cases. If additional funding is necessary for the county, I urge the commissioners to consider implementing measures that ensure everyone is contributing their fair share in property taxes. Please do not increase the property tax rate. Thank you. End of comment.
Do we have anybody in the audience left that would like to speak in public comment? Is there anybody remaining online or Teams?
No.
That is all the public comments we have.
This concludes public comment, Judge.
Thank you.
Could we have just a moment, Caesar? We have a glitch on Teams. With the staff side, we just need to reconnect.
Okay, just one moment, please.
Yes.
Betsy.
Okay, Caesar, we're back online on Teams whenever you're ready.
Okay, just one moment. We're searching for additional comment.
Thank you.
Judge, we do have one more read-in comment.
Dear County Judge and County Commissioners,
This is from
Veronica Carvajal.
Veronica Carvajal.
I am not able to attend due to my work schedule. My name is Veronica Carvajal. I am a resident of County District 2. Please do not increase the tax rate. No one should have to delay necessary home repairs or seek a predatory tax loan or defer their taxes and pass on debt to their heirs simply because they cannot afford their property taxes. But that is the reality of many El Pasoans. While I am grateful for your vote to increase the minimum wage for county employees to $14.39, please do not pit low-wage workers against property tax owners who are also struggling. Please continue to search for ways to increase revenue, including federal and state grants. Please find new ways to collaborate with our other taxing entities, particularly the city and school districts, and share resources. Please tax corporate and commercial property tax owners their fair share of taxes. Residential taxpayers need you to stand up for them. You may be able to afford a new tax rate, but most of your constituents cannot. Please do not raise the tax rate. Thank you.
And one last comment from Rebecca McClung. Her comments begin, why is it that whenever you get a break with taxes, someone else wants to take it away? For example, the state of Texas approved a $600 savings to homestead owners, and yet the county now wants to take it away. You can vote yourselves a raise, but make it effective for the next election board. End of comment. And I do believe now this completes all of the public comments.
Yeah, I just would like to, because we're not able to address directly, some of the comments, but we can on a general. And I think one of them that kept coming up is the COLA being on top of the increases, that's not the case. It's not like 16 plus then the COLA on top of that. Am I correct, right?
That is correct.
Okay, just want to make sure on that. The other thing is that there was some very, people that really understand politics and understand the decisions that we have to make. And they kept saying, we're going to be blunt. Well, I'm going to be blunt myself. So let's put aside the salary. Very few, and I don't know if anybody did, comment on the fact that like if the salaries were actually the reason, there was some implication that the increase of salaries was a reason to increase taxes, which I think the total is, Betsy, what's the total amount for the increases? It's 264,000, I believe?
Yes, sir. That's for over 20 elected officials, yes, sir.
That's 264,000. I'm not saying that's very little, because I know things get twisted. I'm not saying it's very little, but what I'm saying is that you need to put it in perspective when very seasoned individuals that called in make that implicit, like that's why we're raising taxes. Secondly, we didn't self-impose. This is a process that's been going on for almost years before all of us, or at least 8 years of HR trying to figure things out, a lot of respect towards them. And we voted on something that was part of a process, so we didn't come up and say, hey, let's increase our wages, but it was based on a recommendation from a lot of professionals working on that. But this idea that was not talked about was what is the sacrifice or the implications of not increasing the taxes? The things that our community will not get. And we talk about how, how we should take care of our vulnerable. A lot of that increase has to do with infrastructure. It has to do with improving our communities. It has to improve our ability to feed and do the things that we do. So it wasn't just based on frivolous situations. And then, if there's anybody here or any of the commissioners that are opposed to that, they're very welcome to donate the money back if that's how strong they feel about it. And then that's something each one of us has to decide whether we do that or not. But I want to put things in perspective. We have a lot of things that have happened, the increase in law enforcement, the things that we have to do, the inflation that people talked about. We get that inflation as well. And I can tell you that it's a catch-22. Companies are not going to come to El Paso if we don't provide the right infrastructure and the right situation and the right quality of life for executives that come into our community. The best way to fight property taxes is by attracting more and more companies. As I said over and over again, San Antonio, 70% of the burden falls on commercial. They pay for that, and 30% is paid by the property owner. In our case, it's completely the opposite. So help us understand, how do we move towards that end of getting more and more companies that hire more and more people so that we're able to make that difference and shift the burden into the commercial. That's where we're getting hurt. We do not have enough companies that are able to cover the situation, so to lessen the burden on the property tax. So, and I understand, what the perception and everything else, but I think we should put it all together. This idea that giving us an increase is a reason for the tax increase is very disingenuous, because it's a small component of it. I'm not saying, like I said, I'm not saying it's a small component or downplaying the fact that about the increase. But all I ever wanted, I was hoping that by the speakers, that we put things in perspective, especially those very polished individuals from our community that need to educate our community. The things I'm saying should be said by a lot of the individuals that spoke, and talk about the sacrifice of not having an increase, and how is that going to impact our infrastructure? How is that going to impact the vulnerable that don't have sewerage? How is that going to impact the quality of life that everyone should have? So we're saying, let's not give them quality of life, because they're in the rural areas. I've always said every individual should live the same in our county, independent of where they live. So just like I said, I'm not justifying anything. I'm not trying to, but I think things should have been put in a much better perspective so that our public understands. These are individuals that are trusted. And when they look at, people have told me, the reason we're increasing taxes is because of your salaries. And I say, well, where did you get that from? Well, from individuals that want to put it in such a way that puts us as a disadvantage. We're very trusted. I believe we have a great commissioner's court. And when it's slanted in that way, it takes away our credibility, takes away what we need to do to be successful in our community. And I don't think anybody spoke about how dangerous that is, that people stop listening to us because there happens to be an increase, and therefore we shouldn't be credited as individuals that want to take this community to a better level. We definitely do want to take it to a better level. Putting aside the salary, I understand, like I said, I'm not trying to justify that, but put it into the full perspective. How are we going to help people live better in our communities when inflation goes up and all of these things happen and we don't have enough money? We're talking about almost 34 million less money that we could use to improve our community. And so, like I said, I'm not saying that's easy. I'm not saying that's going to be a fair thing. All I'm saying is, at least what I'm trying to do is put everything in perspective, and then people can make their decision, but based on the full picture, not, hey, you raise the salary, we're going to have to increase taxes. That is definitely not the full reason. It's only one small percentage of why we have to raise taxes. And I don't want to take away from the fact that we need to move quickly and do things. We have situations where if we don't repair, we don't fix, it's going to cost us 10 times more in two to 3 years. So who in here, we want to look at it from a business perspective. Do we want to spend a little bit more now and have to increase taxes? Or do we want to spend a lot of money years from now because things are broken, and people don't want to come into our community because they don't think that we're doing the right thing? Companies look at us. Companies like Amazon, companies like Schneider Electric look at us to see how progressive we are in respect to infrastructure, in respect to getting people we had this about people being hungry in our community. And we're trying to fix that without some kind of an increase in tax so that we could fix people that not eating properly or not living properly in the community. So like I said, I'm not going to justify our salaries or justify anything else, but I'm trying to put it in perspective. We are having some great success of companies wanting to be in El Paso. But I guarantee you, we don't do the right thing, we don't do the infrastructure, we start having, they compare us to the city. You know how many calls we get about their problems? About potholes and about not fixing the streets and about us falling? You know how many times companies tell us about how bad the streets are where they live? Because most of the executives don't live in the rural areas, and they're wondering why there's so much damages in streets and things not being addressed. So it's easy to say, we're not going to increase the tax, but now you're going to have to live with potholes and floods and all the other things because we decided that right now or ever that we should never increase taxes. It's not a true statement. I don't care what company you work for, you've got to invest more money, you've got to make sure that you take care of the future. And so I just want to make sure that the fairness of what we're trying to accomplish and the dedication I have from each one of the commissioners here is that we have to take the community to the next level, but we have inflation, we have law enforcement, retirements, that's a danger if we don't recruit them properly. Just look at the increase that we had to make. Later on you'll hear about the increase that we had to make sure we are law enforcement and we do the right collective bargaining. Why? Because things changed. So please, just put it in perspective. If you want to criticize us about the salary, at least put a percentage to that. Don't label it, I think we had 90% saying, because, we're increasing the salary, that's why the taxes are being raised. That is not a fair statement to the entire community. Let them decide whether we increase taxes is the right thing based on everything we're trying to accomplish, not one element of what we're trying to accomplish. So, like I said, I'm passionate about helping the community, and I don't think we're going to be able to do that by not increasing taxes, because we're going to sacrifice in the long run. We're going to sacrifice a tremendous amount of things, and we're going to pay for it. I can guarantee you, 5 to 6 times we're going to pay for not investing in the things that need to be repaired and the infrastructure we need. So it's difficult to say no taxes, but then here in Commissioner's Court, we start asking for things that we want for each one of our precincts, but where's the money coming from? It is not going to come from, what I've seen, it's not going to come from our present budget. There's got to be some way to address the problems and issues we have and the inflations and everything that's happening in our world, in our community. And I believe that an increase is going to be necessary some way, somehow. And I'll leave it up to the commissioners as to see if they believe that that's what's needed. I have a tremendous amount of trust that they will see things based on what's best for the community. So I thank you for giving me the opportunity to address in general some of the comments that were stated with the public comments. Betsy, or anybody else? I don't know if anybody else has it.
I think Commissioner Holguin wanted to
speak. Yes, Commissioner Holguin.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Judge. I just have some comments that I want to make before we decide on which tax rate to adopt. So first off, I want to say that I believe that a tax increase should be the absolute last option that the court takes. And I think that there are still too many unknown variables in order for us to decide today whether increasing taxes is actually necessary for this next fiscal year. First of all, we've heard that we have $1.4 billion in new construction in El Paso, and this results in about $5 million in new revenue for the county, even if the no new revenue rate is adopted. So I want to make sure everyone understands that. Even if we adopt the no new revenue rate, we still are going to be receiving $5 million in additional revenue. As we heard our county administrator state, the county can definitely defer some of the things that we want to do, like the step increases and the capital projects and new positions, until we know how federal fiscal year 23 ends and what our available fund balance is going to be. And unfortunately, we won't know that until December. We just had a presentation from our auditor. Even though 83% of our fiscal year has expired, only about 67% of our budget has been expended. And this is actually very common and happens most years. So this means that it is very, very, very likely that we will come under budget for fiscal year 23, meaning that we will have unused funds from our budget that are going to be returned to the fund balance at the end of the year. But again, we don't know that yet, and we won't know that final amount until December. But at a minimum, again, from prior presentations that we've received, we can expect that we'll have about $9 million in salary savings that will be returned to the general fund, and also maybe another $9 million in economic impact funds that will be returned to the general fund. Additionally, we've also heard that we are expecting reimbursements, potentially over $4 million from FEMA and another $1 million in reimbursement from ARPA funds, so that's another $5 million. So when you total all of that, that's about $23 million that will potentially be deposited and returned to the general fund at the end of the fiscal year. I believe that we have to prioritize our spending. If there is money for everything that we want to accomplish, that's wonderful. But if there isn't, then we may not be able to do everything that we want to do in this next fiscal year. And that's okay. The residents of El Paso have to make those decisions and prioritize and make their budgets accordingly every single year. And they're not always able to do everything that they want all at once. And I think the county should do the same. I think we need to listen to the residents of El Paso, the ones that have come and spoken here, the ones that have been interviewed by the media, the ones that have no doubt contacted all of our offices, because they are concerned with an increase in property taxes. So I think we need to listen to them. I think that there are many things that we can do to avoid a tax increase. We still have many variables, many unknowns. I don't think that we have enough information to decide definitively right now that a tax increase is absolutely necessary. So for that reason, I would like to motion that we adopt the no new revenue rate for fiscal year 24.
Before that, we've had Commissioner Coronado and Commissioner Stout will be.
Well, I'm the one that with least seniority, but thank you, Commissioner. Judge, thank you, and Commissioner Holguin. I just want to put a little more perspective on what you said, Judge. You know, with people here are talking about the increase in, they start focusing more on the increase of the county commissioners and what is proposed for the rest of the county for our employees who we value. To put it in perspective, the percent increase, apart from the 4.75% this year that we voted to give everybody, that means that it's basically 11 point whatever percent that commissioners' salaries got raised, including the judge's salary, over the last 5 years, okay? That's a little over 2%. So including this year, we're talking about a 3% average for commissioners' court salary over the last 5 years, which employees in the past have gotten every year, okay? So to put it in perspective, some of the individuals that commented were actually saying that. Why don't we put the commissioners and commissioners' court salary, the judge's salary, akin to increase them by a cost of living adjustment every year, tied to either a consumer price index or the inflation rate? Well, this 16% is exactly that. Over the last 5 years, it's exactly that, if not less. So I don't think, people are really understanding the perspective with respect to these salaries. It's $266,000 for all elected officials in the county, which is less than we've proposed for the pool expenses for lifeguards. Betsy, what was the amount for the lifeguards that were spent?
$286,000.
Okay, and I'm not diminishing the value of that. I'm all for that. I'm all for our parks. As a matter of fact, we're going to have a planting activity over at Gallegos Park to plant 40 new trees. You know, these are things that this community needs. You know, it'd be very, very easy for us to come up here and just vote for no new taxes. But we've got a responsibility to the people in this county, to our employees, to the people who receive the services from the county. And we take that very seriously. We don't just do it just because, you know, we want to raise taxes. We want to save, we're taxpayers too. We want to save the county money in the long run. And it's about making smart decisions. It's not about saying just no new taxes. You know, a very smart professor of mine back told me, I said, you know, if you want to find your answer, take things to their extreme. You keep going on the no new revenue tax rate every year, and inflation sure is going to cut into that, and it's going to lower everything that we want to do. You know, us as a court, as a commissioner's court, we should support the decision of the court, not any individual person. That's what we're about. And every February, we get together and decide on initiatives, great initiatives, mind you, okay, that we've decided on and we implement. Commissioner Holguin, Commissioner Stout, the judge, everybody gets together, and Commissioner Leon, we all get together and decide what, you know, how we're going to move our county forward. But that's got to be consistent then with how we vote to make sure we put money towards those efforts. We can't just vote and say, these are our goals, these are our great initiatives, and then not fund any of it. You know, then why are we here? And let me tell you, our community in general, our city, the city of El Paso is losing population. Some of them are moving out to the county, but as a county, we are stagnant. We're stagnant. We want to do the same as San Antonio does, then we need to get serious about economic development in this county, and that comes with supporting workforce training. It comes with supporting economic development. It comes with supporting education. Okay? And the way we do that is some of these initiatives that we're putting into effect to turn those kinds of support to our taxes more from the business side. So, you know, I'd be easy for me to come up here and just vote on any taxes. That's great when you want to get reelected, right? But I didn't get this position to get reelected. I took this position to help the county and the county government and the people of this county. And the way I see that is we can't keep languishing in stagnation. We can't. We want our city and our county to be great, just like the other counties. Come and help us. Help us do that, you know? That's what we aspire to, or do we aspire to be stagnant like we are and we have been? That's what we get if we don't provide that investment in our county government, in our people, in our workforce training, in our education. That's what we need to focus on, people, and we are going to turn that around. You know, I applaud all the efforts, the initiatives that our county commissioners court has done for these initiatives. Now we need to step up to the plate and be serious about putting those initiatives into place and making sure that we progress this county forward and make it one of the best counties in the state of Texas. You know, I want to make sure we take care of our employees. They're our greatest asset, okay? And with these initiatives that we vote in, all these initiatives that we bring to the court, that all of us bring to the court, you know, take a cost in terms of money. You know, and now we need to get serious about supporting them because that increases everything that our employees have to do. So, in my opinion, you know, we can't continue going down this road. We've tried to, you know, Commissioner's Court has been great to the taxpayers in the past years with going on the no new revenue rate. The city was opposite. This year they went on the no new revenue rate. Good for them. I applaud them if they can do that. But we can't keep going down this road and have these high initiatives, these high aspirations for our county and our people in this county if we're going to go down that road. We need to turn that around, and the way to do that is we need to do that, provide that investment. And these capital improvements that we're providing for in this budget under the voter approval rate, they're sorely needed, because if we don't do this, it's only going to cost us more, folks. You know, this year's dollar doesn't buy what last year's dollar buys. Everybody knows that. And so, you know, I think the county government at this time needs a cost of living adjustment. For that reason, I am going to support the voter approval rate or the 0.439502 rate. I'd rather go to the voter approval rate, and let me tell you why. Because our policy states that we are going to keep a reserve of 10%. That's the rate that will guarantee us to have that. We're going to go out to the voters, we're going to go out to you next year and ask you to vote on some certificates, some bonds, basically to finance some of our projects that we desperately need. We want the community to go out and vote for them. And if you vote for them, and then we go out to get rated by our bonding agencies, and we don't abide by our own policy regarding our financial goals, they're going to dink us on our credit rating. And that's going to lose money for the taxpayer in this community. I do not want to see that. For that reason, I think the only responsible rate, if we are intent on going out for certificates of obligation and let the people of El Paso County vote for them, if they vote for them, if we don't do that, they're going to lose money. And so we need to stick to our policy. Otherwise, why have policies? Why have these initiatives? So, in my opinion, that's what we ought to do. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Commissioner Leon, go ahead.
Okay, Judge, Commissioner, thank you, Judge. You know, one of the questions that I have is, I've been here 11 years, and Betsy, if you can remind me, I've been trying to look it up. Over these past 11 years, can you tell me how many times the county has lowered taxes, held the line? If I remember correctly, it's only risen twice. And thinking back on all the programs, so many building initiatives, expansions, I can tell right now the tax office really needs expansion. The East Side Annex needs to be expanded. There's a lot of things that we've held off. And as Commissioner Coronado stated, what we could have done 6, 7, 8 years ago is going to cost double what it would have back then. But we did it in the spirit of trying to keep those taxes down, trying to do as much as we could with what little we could get. So we can't go backwards. My thoughts are, I agree with Commissioner Coronado, that we have so many programs that we want to get done in our community, whether it's at Escalante Park, the Sportsplex, so many areas that need our attention this year, not kick the can, and hopefully a Commissioner's Court will do it 6 years, 10 years down the line. So yeah, it's easy, I think, to go with the lowest tax rate, but then we cannot accomplish what our community wants us to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon. Commissioner Stout?
Yep. Thanks. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. First off, I do want to thank all the people that came and testified today. We rarely hear from that many people, and I hope it becomes a more common thing that we are able to hear more from the public in these Commissioners Court meetings, because I think it is just so important for us to be able to hear from them. I've got a lot of thoughts and a perspective that I also would like to share with the court and the public regarding both the tax rate and the cost of living adjustments for county employees that we're planning on giving, including elected officials in the Commissioners Court. And I think when it comes to the tax rate, I don't think anybody likes or wants to pay more taxes. And I don't think anybody on this dais or amongst our amazing staff that has worked so hard to prepare this budget is working to harm the community when we're talking about this. That said, I am somewhat disappointed by some of the comments that I've seen on social media recently and some members of the public. that we've heard. I think some of them have been a little bit unfair. And I do want to help set the record straight and let people know a little bit more about some of the realities that we face as we make these difficult decisions, and some of these things we haven't talked about yet. Maybe we do need to do a better job as a court in reaching out to the public and explaining what is in the budget, because we're not here. The budget is not just a proposed tax increase based upon the will to increase elected official salaries. I think that has been erroneously characterized by a number of people. I want people to give us the opportunity to lay things out before coming to us on social media, and after having read a few headlines or news stories that I'm not trying to cast any aspersions upon the media, but I understand how difficult it is, having been a journalist in the past, to explain such complex things in 600 words, Cindy, or a minute and a half for the folks that are in TV news. And sometimes, you get 1,600? Well, then how come we only get 600? Oh. Okay, 600 for op-ed, 1,600 for Cindy's report. But I think sometimes it's hard for the media to cover everything. So that said, I think that we have really worked so hard in the past years, in the past decade, to not only bring our expenditures in line with our revenues and to make sure that taxpayers get the most bang for their buck while also receiving the highest level of service from the county. Again, our tax rate now, I think, is lower than it was when I came into office over 8 years ago. And even if we go to the voter approval tax rate, it will be virtually the same as it was in 2016 or maybe 2018. And I think that's something that we should be proud of, and our staff should be proud of. I understand that property values have been increasing over the past couple of years, and as a result of that, the past 2 years we did provide taxpayers relief by reducing the tax rate, which I am also very proud of. Part of the reason that we were able to do so is because we utilized our reserves to balance the budget. We have cinched our belt every year and tried our hardest to keep growth to a minimum without affecting service levels. We've made important financial decisions that have allowed us to do so, such as more recently bulking up our grant writing capacity and bringing in more grant funds. That can be a double-edged sword, though, because once those grant funds run out, we often find ourselves making the decision to keep people on, and that affects our bottom line. So I think that's important to point out. However, we have been looking for more grant opportunities because we know that that can help us. We've been doing things by like refinancing our debt when it's possible. We've worked really hard with our financial advisors to make sure that when we have opportunities to pay off debt earlier, that saves county taxpayers money. We've done that many times. The reason why we're talking about going out to bond in the future, and the reason why we had the opportunity to do tax anticipation notes and a CO this year, is because we paid our debts off earlier than expected, and that saved a lot of money. And now we have capacity to try to go fund some of these things that Commissioner Coronado was talking about in the future without an adverse impact to the taxpayer. I think that's very responsible. I think that's fiscally responsible. We've refunded our debts as well, which have saved us millions of dollars over the years. And also we've done things like pay with cash for things that don't have a long shelf, like computers and vehicles and things like that. It's much more fiscally responsible to pay for those types of things with cash instead of going out to bond and paying interest over 20 years when they only last 5 years. Those are concrete examples of the work that we've been doing at this county to try and reduce the burden on taxpayers. However, even though we've worked to be as fiscally responsible as possible, there are just a number of factors that are out of our hands. And though we've been able to roll with the punches up to this point, it's just not sustainable for us to continue along without increasing our revenue. If we don't do so, it will undoubtedly be more costly to taxpayers in the future and could send us down a road to failure. The first one I want to mention, one of those factors is that there is virtually unfettered growth in the unincorporated areas of the county. And that means that every year that more houses and more structures are put up in the unincorporated areas, the county has to pay more for roads, for sewer, for water, for parks, for sheriff patrols, and so much more, all of those services. The state legislature in Texas does not allow us zoning authority, and we are severely hamstrung by that, which means this growth will continue and at a rapid pace going into the future. And in addition to that, we have more than 600 miles of roads and other infrastructure that has already been built and that needs to continue to be maintained and replaced. These are financial realities that cost the county even more these days as labor costs, material costs, gas, electricity, you name it, they've all skyrocketed. We all have seen that over the past couple of years. We're not immune, the county is not immune to the inflationary impacts that are prevalent right now in this economy. Another factor that I wanted to bring up that has a huge negative impact on our budget are what we call unfunded mandates. You know, I'm going to continue to talk about this until my face is blue because I think people don't understand and they need to understand, you know, about unfunded mandates. We had a slide up earlier that showed that at least 54% of our general fund budget goes toward expenditures on programs and services that the state legislature forces us to provide, but they don't give us money to pay for those services. That's more than half of y'all's budget. That's more than half of your county taxes, your general fund budget, that are going to state mandated services. And the amount is probably even 10 to 15% more, I would venture to say, if you count the support services that were also mentioned on that same slide that go into making sure that those unfunded mandates are carried out. So, you know, we have an issue where close to 70% of our budget is out of our hands, is out of this body's hands. We have no way to deal with that other than having to ask taxpayers for that money. We have to pay for it. I consider it as an indirect state tax. And unfortunately, again, we are held responsible for that amount of money that has to, that goes to our budget. And I really want everybody to think about this. You know, in the past 2 years, this is just, you know, crazy. In the past 2 years, as was shown on that same slide, the additional budgetary impact that those unfunded mandates have had on our budget is more than $30 million. We only generate $6 million per penny that is $6 million in revenue per every penny of ad valorem tax, which means that in the past 2 years, the additional state mandates have cost us 5 pennies worth of tax revenue. However, in the past 2 years, we've given reductions in tax rates. We've reduced our tax burden by at least 3 pennies or close to $20 million, even though we took on all of that additional burden that was placed upon us by the state. We wanted you to feel some tax relief during some of the most uncertain economic times that we've you know, experienced in recent history. However, at some point, something has to give, and we have to come up with the revenue to pay for those unfunded mandates. And of course, I have no doubt that they will grow every legislative session because that's just the way things are these days. So I just don't want people to be fooled when you hear the state legislature telling you that they're providing you true tax relief. You may be seeing a decrease on your school property taxes this year, but they get us in other ways. It's smoke and mirrors, in my opinion. Friends, and we all, I think, need to be very aware of that and understand that. And the last factor that I also wanted to talk about that I mentioned a little bit earlier, but you know, that's out of our hands is the elevated cost of doing business. Utilities, materials, labor, it's all more. Everything costs more. We can't control this. However, we have to deal with it, and unfortunately, it may translate into needing more revenue or cutting services. You compound these things that are out of our control with the more than $10 million budget shortfall that we experience as a result of issues with our jail and slower tax growth. That's a thing these days. And I hope you can see why we're even thinking about having to raise taxes. Nobody wants to do it. However, if we don't, I feel we'll be setting ourselves up for failure and much more costly outcomes in the future. We've talked about our reserves. They're getting dangerously low, less than 2%. Betsy, on that, I do have a question. If the scenario that Commissioner Holguin talked about came to fruition, what would or maybe Jessica, this is a question for you. You know, the $23 million that she talked about being deposited back into coffers, what level would our reserves be at, even if all of that happened?
So that would bring us up about another 4 to 5%. But I do want to mention those fund balances not being spent are part of the projections. So the auditor has already projected that we will not spend all of our budget.
Okay.
And he takes that into account in his projection going forward for the next fiscal year. So when he shows that chart, he's assuming that we will not expend all of this current year budget.
Okay, so I think that's very important to point out. Again, that means even in that scenario, if everything worked out the way we hope it will, Commissioner Holguin, we still will not be at the 8% that we may be very close.
But I think it's also important to point out that the auditor's projections usually are extremely conservative.
Sure.
And the unspent amount that gets returned to the general fund is much higher than what the projection is. So I
Sure,
think
but
it's
that's that
important to understand that
5
too.
to 6% you were talking about, right?
So then if both things happened, if you did if you did the voter approval rate and that happened, we'd be at our 15% reserve rate.
Okay. So again, you know, I just feel like, you know, we can't allow our reserves to continue to be depleted. In fact, I think we need to grow the reserves so that we, again, as Commissioner Coronado pointed out, can maintain a higher bond rating. It's of major importance because, again, all of the capital projects, such as renovating the Coliseum, funding our parks master plan, Ascarate, all the things that we want to do with Ascarate Park, with Gallegos Park, with the parks on the east side. Funding the Corbin Zambrano Wellness Center that we've been working on so heavily with the community judge and over on Alameda, keeping our jail up to standard, creating more accessibility to out-county residents by building additional installations in those areas. When we ask voters to support funding these projects, we need to be as financially healthy as possible, and we need to have healthy levels of reserves so that we can attain the lowest interest rate. By making the decision to now bulk up our reserves, we're potentially saving taxpayer, again, millions of dollars in the future by keeping our interest rates lower. And I know that every time that we raise taxes, it hurts, which is why we have kept that to a minimum over the past decade. But again, with all these factors I just laid out, you know, sometimes it's just, we have to ask folks for a bit more. And I also wanted to, you know, address some of the information that's been put out there by folks regarding a lot of this. I want to make it clear that we are happy to have questions. You know, we can't get upset about being asked about what we're trying to do, and we're always happy to talk to people about what we're thinking and what the court is thinking when it comes to these decisions. But I do want to clear the air on a couple of the doubts that were raised. You know, number one, spending tax dollars wisely. I think that's a very broad, subjective request. What one person thinks is a wise expenditure may not be what another person thinks is a wise expenditure. You know, and sometimes it's a moving target, and it's difficult to really define, in my opinion. However, overall, again, the county has strived to be as efficient as possible, giving taxpayers the highest level of service while stretching that dollar as far as we can. We have something like $700 million in capital requests. that are probably all necessary, but we have limited resources and we have to do a good job of prioritizing. We also have hundreds of requests for additional personnel every year, and we have to prioritize there as well. And I think this court and our budget team has done a great job of that. We've strived to be and are good stewards of taxpayer money. The question of duplication of services has come up, and I think if anybody has ever gone to one of our strategic planning meetings, you'll hear this theme come up quite a bit. We continuously look for ways to reduce duplication and waste, and have even talked about, for example, merging the sheriff's department with the police departments on many occasions. But we also have to be realistic about our expectations when it comes to those things. I'm not saying that it's something that we could never do, that could never happen, but there are many stars that need to be aligned, and sometimes we have to choose to work on goals that are more realistic. The notion that we can somehow increase salaries for our employees, especially by bringing them up to our minimum, especially by bringing our minimum wage up to a living wage without spending money. When you have a pie that's a certain size and you want to give some people more of that pie, you either have to take something away from someone else or from someplace else or make the pie bigger. Our pie, or the amount of pie that we have to work with, as I explained earlier, when it comes to the factors that are out of our hand, is getting smaller. So sometimes we do need additional revenue to be able to make, to be able to continue to fight for 15, for example, which, by the way, should be closer to $17 now, as the living wage value in El Paso is moving up and it's a moving target. We aren't trying to use this to justify increasing our taxes, but the money has to come from somewhere. And by the way, since I've been in office, I believe we've nearly doubled the pay of the lowest paid employees on our staffing tables. So yes, we're working to create parity for all levels. And when it comes to making sure that all taxpayers, residential and commercial, are paying their fair share, as we've heard from folks in the public, I think that we do that. And when it comes to tax breaks, we're very strategic, making sure to only incentivize companies that are willing to pay good wages, thus helping to increase our median county wage. Again, 70% of the tax burden is borne by residential property owners, and one of the few tools that we have at the county to try and reverse that are tax incentives. Unfortunately, these days, to compete with other cities and counties, these incentives are a necessary evil. Over the past couple of years, we've talked about looking for ways to bring things back home and provide more support to already local, smaller, and historically underutilized businesses. And we've had some recent success in that by using our CARES dollars, ARPA dollars, and even some of our reserves to support hundreds of local small businesses. However, ARPA is going to dry up, and we have to continue to provide that support. Lastly, as it comes to our elected official salaries, we've talked about the policy that we created for parity. We've talked about deferring the cost of living increases. That's what it comes down. That's what it boils down to for me. Is this is a deferred cost of living increase adjustment that was foregone in the last number of years for elected officials. And I understand the impression that people have about this, and I believe, though it is the right thing for current and future courts. I'm not going to belabor the point on that, but I will continue to work hard to keep the county solvent and provide the services that we need, and hopefully keep your trust. And if anybody any one of my constituents or any other folks would like to sit down and talk about that a little bit longer and have a deeper explanation or a deeper conversation about that, my door is always open. With that said, I think the last thing that I want to say is, I think that we need to be responsible, and it would be irresponsible to have voted for so many projects that we want to do. However, we don't vote to fund those projects. I think we need to be fair with the community and fair with each other, and make sure that we're trying to do things, but make sure that we fund those things that we want done, especially when it comes to our districts. So I know that was a long opinion, but I think that I really appreciate the opportunity to address you all regarding this important issue today.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout.
If I can just make one observation, I'd like to push back a little bit on this idea that somehow adopting the no new revenue rate is putting the county behind or putting us in a bad place. The last 2 years, this court has adopted the no new revenue rate. And yet last year, in fiscal year 2022, we ended with a fund balance of $116 million, which was $20 million more than the year before that. And as far as I can tell from the reports I've seen, the highest fund balance that we've ever had. So I truly believe that we can complete some of these initiatives. Maybe not all, but I think that's okay. But I think we can still do the necessary work for this county. We can still complete some of our initiatives, and we can be fiscally responsible doing so. And I think that's what we need to do. That's what our residents want us to do. I think if there's a will, we can find a way. And I think that we can find a way. We just have to have the will to do it.
We have a motion.
There
was a motion on the...
Go ahead, sir.
Yes,
Oh, she made a motion.
I made a motion.
There's a motion from Commissioner Holguin to vote for the no new revenue rate. Is there a second to the motion? Hearing none, the motion dies for lack of a second.
Judge C, did you want to complete anything?
No, Judge, I was just prepared to receive any feedback from the court.
Okay.
I did want to respond to Commissioner Leon's comment or question about our historical tax rate. In 2015, our tax rate was .452694. It stayed that rate until 2019 when the court lowered it by .0049 cents, a decrease of 1.08%. The other increase that we have had was in 2020, which the court went from .447819. They increased both the M&O and the INS rate and came up with a tax rate of .488997. That is the, in the last 10 years, the only other tax rate increase. Since that time, the rate decreased in 2022. It decreased again. It decreased by almost 2 cents in 2022. It decreased by .0439 cents in 2023.
Okay, thank you, Betsy. And I think, Judge, Commissioners, I think the public needed to hear that because of the frugalness that the court has had. But at the same time, there's many projects that were not completed.
Judge?
Yes.
Are you done, Betsy? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir, I'm done.
Okay. Judge, I'd like to make a motion, and you know, I don't know what we have to worry about. If we go with the voter approval rate, and if everything comes out peachy keen, like we're talking that we're going to get all this money, it's going to go in our reserves. We're not going to spend it, and we're going to be the better for it. And we're going to boost up our reserves. We're going to look great for the rating next year if the public will thankfully vote for the projects that we want to put forward for this community. And so it's not that we're asking that we're going to spend this money, it's to shore up our reserves, basically. So on that note, Judge, I'm going to move that we approve the voter approval rate for this year, this coming year. Is that proper motion?
Judge, you actually have the proper motions for each rate. So if there's a second, then we would ask the judge to read the full motion.
Second.
Okay, Judge, and under,
Ready? In accordance with Section 26.05 Texas Tax Code, the adoption of a tax rate for a unit of government must be voted in two parts. One for the tax rate for the maintenance and operations of the governmental unit, and the second for the tax rate for the payment of principal and debts of the governmental unit. As such, I will read two motions into the record, each of which will require a vote. Motion number one, that the El Paso County Commissioners adopt voter approval tax rate for 2023 tax year. The voter approval tax rate for El Paso County is a property tax rate of 0.458889 per 100 assessed value that consists of a rate of 0.406984 per 100 assessed value for the purpose of maintenance and operations of El Paso County fiscal year 2024, and to approve and authorize the county judge to execute an order indicating the same. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate. The tax rate will effectively be increased by 7.65% and will raise taxes for maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately $125.06 per year. And further, to authorize the county judge to execute an order reflecting the same.
So moved.
A second. Yes.
Commissioner Holguín?
No.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Second motion, that the El Paso County Commissioners adopt a voter approval tax rate for the 2023 tax year. The voter approval tax rate for El Paso County is a property tax rate of 0.458889 per 100 assessed value that consists of a rate of 0.051905 per 100 assessed value for the payment of principal and interest of the debts of El Paso County, and to approve and authorize the county judge to execute an order indicating the same, and further to authorize the county judge to execute an order reflecting the same.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
No.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Just a quick comment. I really do hope that you understand that I think we've shown that we do everything with what we get, and this is not just we just have extra money and therefore we're going to be okay. I cannot tell you the number of hours that we all put in and how we dedicate ourselves to our community, and I hope that you did elect us to make decisions. This is a tough one. It's not a re-election decision, I can guarantee you, but it doesn't matter. We do what we need to do. And I really feel that this Commissioners Court will do everything possible to utilize what we have in the best possible way. And then we'll see you a year from now, and you'll be able to see the difference of taking care of business and situations before they break down on us. So, aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Betsy. Thank you, all our budget and everybody else. Thank you for all your hard work.
Yeah, I want to echo that, Judge. Thank you very much to the staff for all the work, for listening to us, to presenting a budget, to presenting options, and I have no doubt that you'll do a great job in fulfilling the will of the court as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Coronado?
Thank you. I'll echo that, Commissioner. You know, I'm new to the court, but I can see that our county administration, all our staff are really, great. I know we're moving in the right direction. We do have a lot of issues to tackle, but I'm really proud of what this court has done, and I know that each one of us, all of us, add value to the decisions that we make, and we act as a court, and I think that we are going to do very, very well for this community. And, I just appreciate serving on this court with the rest of you. Commissioner Leon, we wish you well. Hope you get back with us real soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're not done yet. Okay.
Judge Commissioners Eric Rosales Negaglione, Assistant County Attorney.
Okay, Caesar? Pardon me?
Judge Commissioners Eric Rosales Negaglione, Assistant County Attorney. So on the action that the court just took, the second motion will still stand, but just for the first motion, there is a correction that our budget department would like to read in. So if the court would allow us, it has to do with the home value and the increase at the end of the first motion, excuse me. So if the court would make a motion to rescind that motion number 1 that the court just approved, and instead make a motion, and I'll have Jessica Garza, when she's ready, read the full motion number 1 in its correct format back to the court.
It's a lower rate. So we want to be clear on the record what the annual rate is, and it's lower than what was read in.
Okay, so I'll move to
rescind.
To rescind.
So we'll rescind the motion and further approve, and Ms. Garza will read that motion.
Second.
Well, just 1 second.
Commissioner Holguin?
This is
Sorry,
just to rescind.
Oh, you're going to, go ahead.
Okay, we could just do rescind first.
So this is just to rescind the
Just to
prior
rescind,
motion.
yes, ma'am.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, and Ms. Garza will read the correct motion when she's ready for the court to make the motion. 1 second.
Judge, Commissioners, I apologize for that error. Okay, so the whole motion would be that the El Paso County Commissioners adopt the voter approval tax rate for the 2023 tax year. The voter approval tax rate for El Paso County is a property tax rate of 0.458889 per $100 assessed value that consists of a rate of 0.4069984 per $100 assessed value for the purpose of maintenance and operations of El Paso County fiscal year 2024, and to approve and authorize the county judge to execute an order indicating the same. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate. The tax rate will effectively be increased by 7.65% and will raise taxes for maintenance and operation on a $100,000 value home by approximately $32.60, and further to authorize the county judge to execute an order reflecting same.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
No.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge and Commissioners, I apologize. The original amount we read was on the average home value, but we want to make sure statutorily that we give the information on a $100,000 value. Thank you.
Great catch, thank you. Ready, Caesar?
Item number 21 from Budget and Finance. Discuss and take appropriate action to adopt the 2023 property tax rate for the El Paso County Hospital District, doing business as University Medical Center of El Paso.
Thank you, Caesar. Welcome, Jacob and Michael.
Welcome, good afternoon. Jacob Cintrón, President and CEO for the El Paso County Hospital District. And with me, Michael Nunez, El Paso County Hospital District CFO. We'd already presented our budget in great detail, and I know it's been a long evening, but we've been, since I've gotten here, we've really shown a great growth at the county district. For example, our admissions, emergency room visits, surgical procedures have all increased 50 to 100%. Our, efforts in terms of training young people into the healthcare field, we average about 2,500 people that go through our hospitals in the district to get training in various programs, whether it be from a high school magnet program to graduate level courses or procedures or fields that people are getting into, such as physical therapy, nursing, pharmacy, and we're really proud of that because these are the young people that will then enter the field and be able to help meet the growing needs of our El Paso community. Additionally, we train about 200 fellows and residents through Texas Tech to become future doctors in our organization. And so we're really proud of all that we have done as a hospital district. We continue to do our best in terms of managing our funds. The last 2 years, we've gone with a no new revenue rate. And I think our CFO will confirm that our rate that's being proposed now, which is the voter approved rate, is very similar to what we had as a rate in 2015. And, part of this is to meet the growing demands. We've been increasing in the number of medical specialists that come into our facility that provide services that weren't available in our community before. It's also investing in capital in terms of equipment that offers services and technologies that weren't available at our county hospital district. Additionally, it also includes, as we've mentioned before, market adjustments necessary to be able to continue to not only grow our workforce and maintain our workforce, but to appreciate the workforce and the sacrifices they provide. And these are market competitive, so we're very proud of that as well. So with that brief introduction, I'd like to have Michael Nunez go over the short slide presentation.
Thank you, Jacob. Welcome, Michael.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michael Nunez, El Paso County Hospital District Chief Financial Officer. Just a brief presentation as to where we've been over the past couple of months. So first off, for the hospital district for our fiscal year 2024 that begins October 1 of 2023, will be approximately about 1.4 billion in total revenues and also about 1.4 billion in total expenses. Keeping in mind that the hospital district does entail University Medical Center of El Paso Health, our Medicaid managed care organization, El Paso Children's, University Medical Center Foundation, and also El Paso Children's Foundation. Secondly, in terms of looking, Jacob earlier alluded to where we've been back in 2017. We have basically doubled our revenues and expenses since 2017. We were practically about 700,000 back in 2017. Now we're at 1.4 billion in 2024. Looking at the hospital district net position change over the past couple of years, this budget, looking at the column to the furthest right, will have about a $5 million net position change. For this year, for 2023, we are forecasting about 17 million. On our routine capital budget, University Medical Center about 17 million in terms of capital reinvestment. El Paso Children's about 6.1 million, and El Paso Health about 3.4 million for a total of 26.5 million. And looking at the tax rate, now you've seen this tax dollar before, either by our presentation or the county's presentation, but you'll see that UMC El Paso's tax percentage is about 8% of the total tax bill. And as Jacob mentioned earlier, back for the tax year 2021 and 2022, we did go with the no new revenue rate over the past 2 years. And looking at the tax rate scenarios, looking at the voter approval rate, we are looking to go at 0.235, which would generate total tax revenue about 146 million to the hospital district. This is an increase of about 12.3 million from the prior year, and from the no new revenue rate, it is about an $11.6 million increase from the no new revenue rate. So what this means to the taxpayer is on the average net taxable value this year now of about $187,259, whereas last year was about $171,800. This is an annual increase from the no new revenue rate of about $25.43 per year, or a monthly increase of about $2.12. In looking at the UMC tax rate over the past 10, 12 years or so, Jacob did mention earlier that our 2024 rate, which is very close to our 2023 rate, is almost identical to where we were back in 2017. So although we did have increases in 2017 up to 2020 and 2021, the past couple of years, as we've mentioned, we did go with a no new revenue rate in 2022 and 2023. And that is our short presentation that we have, given that we did go through a detailed Board of Managers, joint meeting with the Board of Managers and the Commissioners Court earlier this month. With that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you.
I just wanted to confirm one thing, Michael.
Yes, ma'am.
From a prior presentation. The 9 million in FEMA reimbursements that the district is still waiting for, has that been received yet? I know you were expecting it, and that contributed to the loss, or part of the UMC's loss in 23. I think it was 9 million in FEMA reimbursements that we're expecting.
Oh, no, you're talking about the FEMA reimbursement, yes. No, we have not received those. We still continue to work with FEMA and also with Texas Division of Emergency Management in terms of going through the invoice submittals, but no, we have not received those yet.
But potentially in 24, we hope to receive them.
Potentially, that's what we are hoping for, yes. It has just been unfortunately, a much slower process than what I anticipated.
And that hasn't been accounted for in the 24 budget?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
And in full disclosure, we've been working on that for years, so it would be nice if we received it, but we want to avoid making that assumption until we make sure that the Texas Department of Emergency Management and FEMA are in full agreement.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions?
Judge?
Commissioner Coronado?
And Jacob, just so the public knows, what is your expectation with respect to your reserves because of the reduced funding from the pandemic that the federal government has given you?
So we have, in terms of, right now, the challenges we have is clearly FEMA is still an unknown, but we are no longer in the public health emergency, so our enhanced FMAP, what we contribute towards, intergovernmental transfers to draw down more federal funds, is now going to cost us about $6 million more this coming year. Additionally, we're still not sure as to whether we're going to have the Medicare reduction that has been scheduled for this coming year, and that would be about, was it?
About
$6 million for us as well. In terms of uncompensated reimbursement that we are still waiting on from FEMA, is probably about over $60 million. In terms of uncompensated care in general, we get the voter approved rate, that'll generate in maintenance and operation of about $123 million. But our uncompensated care estimates are about $258 million. So we'll still have to make up $135 million out of our operation.
Right, and so basically what you're telling me is that because of what you receive in revenue, you're able to reduce the tax rate to the public. Is that correct?
In fact, yes, if we were looking at, you look at a $1.4 billion revenue, and our property taxes are that's about 11% of the total revenue package, you'd almost have to increase taxes by a factor of 10 or 11 to make up what we generate there. Our expenses are high, but in part that's because we invest everything we get back into the community, whether it be in physician recruitment, staffing salaries, technologies, and so forth.
And because of those reduced compensation from over the pandemic when those negative values, what is that going to do to your reserves?
Well, I mean, it's come out of our reserves. Right now, we've had worse times when our reserves were very low, but at this point, imagine reserves in terms of legitimate expenses submitted to FEMA of about $68 million that if we were to receive, we certainly would help us in terms of our reserves. That would give us an additional, maybe 20 additional days cash on hand.
All right.
And right now, we're averaging about 80. By the time we end the fiscal year, it'll drop to about maybe 50 or 60. And our goal is really to be at least above 90, preferably at 120.
All right. Thank you.
And I know you've said it a couple of times, but reiterate the amount of the percentage of your costs that is covered by the tax. Because I thought those were statistics.
So it's about 11%. So 123 million in maintenance and operations. Our budget is 1.4 billion in terms of services rendered to our community.
Yeah, I think that's a real important statistics because, I mean, there is an impression that, that our taxes pay for everything that happens, sort of like our situation a little bit, but yours is revenues just cover so much of that. Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you.
Questions?
No more questions, Judge.
Yeah. So I'll move to approve.
Judge, I believe you do have a hand scripted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do need to. Okay. In accordance with Section 2605 Texas Tax Code, the adoption of a tax rate for a unit of government must be voted on in two parts. One, the tax rate for the maintenance and operations of the governmental unit, and the second for the tax rate for the payment of principal and debts of the governmental unit. As such, I will read the two motions into the record, each of which will require a vote. On behalf of the El Paso County Hospital District, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.235650 per 100 valuation, which is effectively a 6.12% increase in the tax rate, which consists of a rate of 0.197663 per 100 assessed value for the purpose of maintenance and operations of the El Paso County Hospital District for fiscal year 2024. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate. The tax rate will effectively be raised by 7.997% and will raise taxes for maintenance and operations on a 100,000 home by approximately $14.64 a year. And further, to authorize the county judge to execute an order reflecting same.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Just very briefly, before I vote, so we know that the voter approval rate is the highest possible rate that can be adopted by the district without any voter approval, and I frankly don't believe that we should ever adopt that highest allowable rate just because we have the authority to do so. I think that we need to show the residents of El Paso County that we're doing everything possible to keep the tax rate as low as we possibly can, and adopting the voter approval rate does not do that. The hospital district is still expecting, hopefully, about $9 million in FEMA reimbursements that would be coming in this next fiscal year, but are not currently included in the budget. This alone would pay with the salary and wage adjustments and expenses of $8.5 million that is currently included in the budget. Additionally, the district is forecasting a positive change in net position of $17 million for the current fiscal year and a positive change in net position of $5 million in fiscal year 24, which to me does not indicate that adopting the voter approval rate is absolutely necessary. So for that reason, I vote no.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Just real quickly, I'm going to vote aye on this. I'm not going to go as long as I did with the county explanation, but for me, it comes down to also making sure that we are able to provide competitive salaries to the folks that work at UMC. And again, we made a very conscious decision a number of years ago to keep the Children's Hospital open, and the hospital district's reserves have suffered from that. We've been trying to bulk up the reserves over the years, and I think the district has done a good job after understanding that the public didn't want a close to $400 million certificate of obligation. Y'all have done a good job of trying to find other avenues to be able to fund a lot of that cost. And have done great work to try to reduce the burden to taxpayers, working with our state legislators, namely Dr. Mary Gonzalez, but to get an appropriation for the Cancer Center. But we still have issues with the level in our reserves, which again goes to the bond rating, which goes to the interest rate. And I know that even though it's not $400 million anymore, that UMC in the near future is also hoping to ask for taxpayer approval for some very needed expansions. And I want to be able to support that, and I want to have I want to make sure that we have the best bond rating and the best interest rate so we can save taxpayers. This is an investment in the future of the hospital, and so I say aye.
Thank you.
Commissioner Coronado?
Well said, Commissioner Stout. I just want to mention two things. 54% of our county budget is spent on unfunded mandates. The state has turned out billions of dollars that would help the hospital and us locally here by not expanding Medicaid. So they're not going to do it. We need to do it. Our hospital is a great asset to our community, and for that reason, I'm voting aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Also, just I feel really confident of everything that you've done. I think Commissioner Stout and Commissioner Cornell have addressed the effort that they've made. So there's a tremendous alignment of what we want to do for a community with the county and your alignment. Everything that you're trying to accomplish are things that we believe in, reaching the most vulnerable, having accessibility, and I just have a real deep, profound, commitment and partnership that you'll do like we'll do. Make the best that we can. And then hopefully next year we've done enough that we can look at things a little different, but there's been some delay in trying to do the best we can for our community, and this is going to be, sort of a hard hit for us, and our credibility and everything, but we'll prove that what we're doing is going to be the right thing. And so thank you for the partnership and alignment with our basic philosophy of accessibility to everyone that lives in this county. Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge, if you can read the second motion?
Yes.
This one will be on our 2024 budget.
Yes.
You need the INS? There's a motion for the INS also?
Listed under
Motion number 2 on the
Yeah,
on the
I need
document.
to read this.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. On behalf of the El Paso County Hospital District, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.235650 per 100 of valuation, which is effectively a 6.12% increase in the tax rate, which consists of a rate of 0.037987 per 100 assessed value for the payment of principal and interest of the debts of the El Paso County Hospital District, and further to authorize the county judge to execute an order reflecting same.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
My microphone was off. No.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, really appreciate your support.
Thank you both. Thank you all.
Now we need the
UFC
motion
team.
to approve the budget.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Item number 22, discuss and take appropriate action to approve the El Paso County Hospital District doing business as University Medical Center of El Paso fiscal year 2024 operating and capital budgets. We do have one speaker signed up for this item as well.
Thank you.
Do we have Kathy Martinez in the audience?
Welcome.
I want to thank the judge and the commissioners for really looking into UMC budget and the increases in the past almost decade. We started back in around 2015 where workers were getting paid about $7.25, which was the federal minimum wage. And as years go by, workers were able to get a huge increase to $10.25, which is not something that they can live out of. Then, as we continue the years, it increased to $11, $12, $13, and now we're at $15. So saying that is that I want to thank UNC for recognizing the hard work of all healthcare heroes here in El Paso. As you just mentioned, Judge, there's a different elements, and this is one of the elements that's important to be able to increase wages for the community. Setting a better pay standards for all healthcare workers here in El Paso will help workers to provide to their families. I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kathy Martinez, and I am the Secretary Treasurer for SEIU Texas. I am also the Healthcare Director for the Healthcare Division for SEIU Texas. Having competitive salaries here in El Paso is very important. Everything costs more, and I'm talking about essential things like gas. A lot of people that we're talking today in the public comments mention those things, and I think some of you also mentioned that everything is costing a lot more. And I'm talking about milk, eggs, gas. That's just essential things. The bills are going up, so it is important to continue increasing wages for healthcare workers. I represent not only workers at UMC as a union, but we also represent workers at the HCA hospitals, which is the Del Sol and Las Palmas. We also represent workers at Providence Memorial Hospital, and we're right now in negotiations with Sierra Hospital. Saying that is, during my negotiations, I hear plenty of workers saying that they want to move out of El Paso because of wages, because they want to go somewhere else. And you guys mentioned one of those cities, which was San Antonio. Increasing wages to healthcare workers is very important because we wanted to retain workers here. We want them to provide a quality healthcare to the community here. So by providing higher wages, this will attract more healthcare workers here to stay in El Paso and provide our community with high-quality healthcare. And I have to mention this again, after the crisis, there has been an inflation. The economy is going up, and again, talking about essential things that people have to make decisions of what bill do I pay. So stating that is, I believe our Commissioner Stout also mentioned that 15 is now not enough, that the living cost of wage has gone up. So we're excited, and I want to take UMC again for recognizing the hard work of healthcare workers and continue increasing their wages. So I'm really excited to see in the future of how wages are going to continue increasing here in El Paso. Thank you.
Kathy, thank you for your advocacy, because I'm very aware of everything that your organization does. But thank you for understanding the dynamics of it's not as simple as, not doing one thing and it'll be solved like a magic bullet. We have to invest in our employees. We have to make more money. Job creation is one of the most important things that we could do to increase the economy and lower the taxes. More people contribute, and so thank you for understanding the dynamics, that it's a lot more complicated than saying, if we don't do this, everything else is going to be solved. There's so many elements to the success of our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Samanegan. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Judge Commissioners, there's a motion, County Judge, in front of you, the motion to approve the budget. It would be the motion to approve the fiscal year 2024 operating and capital budget for the El Paso County Hospital District.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
No.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Thank you once again for your work, and thank you to the SEIU for being here and for all of your advocacy on behalf of the folks that you represent. I'm very, very happy that we've been able to double the lowest paying salaries in the last 8 years at the county hospital district. It's been incremental, and we got to continue to push for that, but I think that is something that our budget is a reflection of our values, and this shows that we value our individuals that provide such essential care. So thank you very much. Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Thank you. I'm glad that you're able to, get that wage up to $15 like hopefully we will next year. So, aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Just want to thank Commissioner Stout. I think since I got here, one of his big pushes here in the county, and anybody that works with us or anybody who wants to be partner with us, he'll make sure, or when we have people coming in our companies, he always checks on the, whether or not they're paying what they should be paying compared to our county wages. So I thank you for that constant push. And so, aye.
Motion carries.
I was wondering if we can take there's the item on.
We're going to take item 18.
18?
And then
Yes, sir.
if you don't mind, we'll take a quick, maybe 10-minute break, so that we could continue. I mean,
You want to take the item
we'll do
first?
18 first, and
Judge,
then we'll take a break.
Would it be possible to break right at 5? If not, it's okay, but,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. Should we go till 5? Yeah. I just wanted to take 18 first because we have somebody in the audience that's been
absolutely
patiently waiting.
Item number 18 from Economic Development. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the use of hotel occupancy tax fund and economic development general fund revenues for special events, projects, or initiatives.
Welcome, Roberto.
Thank you, County Judge, County Commissioners. Today, I want to present to you two things for your consideration. One is a slight modification in the HUD funds policy based on the inflow of requests and demands that we have been seeing in the last 3 months. And the second one for your consideration related to the HUD funds is for a tourism advertising project as well. So to provide a little bit of background, as you all know, the HUD fund policy basically supports events up to $5,000 without court's approval, with the approval of Chief Keller. And within the last 3 months, we have been receiving over 6 requests for short films and basically projects related to movies and basically production projects. So I basically received some guidance from Chief Keller, and she agreed that this request is presented to the court in order to streamline the process. And as part of the background, in previous fiscal years, it has been the budget for this for the HUD funds. It was around $20,000, and on a slide I'll present the timeline, the quantities, and the projects. But for last year, it has been raised to $100,000. Basically, the statutory use of funds basically is for the construction or equipping the convention center, the visitor center, supporting convention activities, general promotion, tourism, historic preservation and restoration, as well as promotion of the arts. Here's a slide where you could clearly see the fiscal year, the name of the project that was approved, the amount, and you could just see that the last 3 basically is a total of 286,000 projects. Again, there are more than this in the pipeline. Basically, a lot of other companies would like to tap into this incentive mechanism. And that makes it, if I pile everything together that you have approved for this fiscal year and what we have in the pipeline, is $411,000. And so most of these requests, they arrive, and sometimes we are not able to accommodate them because they come, with a very small window of response, or basically, because of whatever reason, such as, like budget hearings or other things where, I haven't been able to place everything on an agenda item for your consideration, especially because everything is above the $5,000 threshold. Such is the case of the film race, where we have Mr. TJ Kadam here for public comment. So basically, this is, I want to open up parenthesis here and mention to you that this project is basically a reality-based film competition where 3 filmmakers shoot within El Paso. They show the beauties and the benefits in the community, the Mission Trail. And out of those, out of the competition, of course, there's going to be an awardee, a winner, and these films will be showcased worldwide and in mainstreaming platforms such as HBO's and Netflix. So basically, for the film race, he provided his application, and he's asking for the support of the Commissioners Court particularly this is for the HUD program. Initially was 30,000, but we took so long by getting him all vetted within the process that right now he's asking for 15,000 instead of the 30. And basically, he will be, again, bringing the awareness of El Paso County, in addition to providing the B-roll, which the B-roll, basically, I understanding as not the A film roll, which is what composes the main film, but kind of like the raw footage. So with that said, I'll close that parenthesis and, ask you, for your consideration of the film raise. And going back again to the main presentation, these are the policy considerations I'd like to address today and to have your consideration. So, number one, the budget amount the budgeted amount to be raised and increased, because right now is 100,000, and we're getting a high flow of requests. The second thing for your consideration is if you agree to conduct a structured semi-annual call for projects where we have probably an opening during the fall and one during the spring under a particular framework where we review the criteria and the process of the applicants. And then, of course, for whatever funds that we don't use, the ability to roll over, these balances within this same hot sub-account. And lastly, of course, for economic development to generate some awareness about, this modification of the hot policy for short film makers to, submit their application. So again, those two kind considerations for today.
Roberto?
Yes, ma'am.
What I would like to ask is, instead of asking the court for budgeted amount, I'd like us to go back and look at what other demands there are, and how much demands there are for this project, how much demands there are for historic preservation, and come back with a recommended budget for you all, like how much we think you could put into this without risking other projects, and on a sustainable level, so that we'd be able to do this year after year. So on the budgeted amount, we'll bring back a recommendation to the court as part of the budget adoption. We'll bring back a discussion about how much to budget. But today, we'd like your approval for the Great Film Race. I keep calling it the Great Film Race. I'm not quite sure if that's the right title, but the film race. And then we'd like if you all would be agreeable to us doing a twice-a-year call for projects, because if you do this on a per request, you may eat up your budget, and then later on have something you'd really like to do and not have had the opportunity to consider it. So.
Thank you, Betsy.
Yes, sir.
Can we hear from the applicant?
Mr. Karam?
While he makes his way up, if I could just make a real quick comment, Roberto. I see the need for having the two call for projects in the fall and the spring, but I'm just hoping that that's not going to be so rigid, that there is going to be some room for flexibility in case we do get a really, really great project that we really do want to fund. Like, for example, the concert that's going to be happening at Ascarate, the Bright Side, that we got with very little notice, but I think is going to be an excellent event. And so I would hate for us to make the policy so rigid that we miss out on opportunities like that.
Yes, very good. We'll take that into consideration, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, almost evening, County Judge and Commissioners. And I want to thank everybody for their service to the County of El Paso. I appreciate you all, and I know it's been a long, tough day for you all. My name is TJ Karam, and I am a native El Pasoan. My background is in real estate development. In 2008, my brothers and I jumped into downtown redevelopment and built the first condos in downtown El Paso in over 50 years. They are the First Avenue Lofts, which are located just on the other side of this building. I then developed the Savoy Lofts for the El Paso Housing Finance Corporation on the other side of the building just over there. This is just to say that I believe in El Paso County and the value of it. I may have been ahead of my time on those projects, but I do believe that they helped in the development push of downtown and for El Paso County. I did this after spending time away and learning new skills and then bringing them back to better my home. I then spent 5 years in Chicago, where I worked as a full-time actor, producer, and writer. Came home after or during the pandemic, and then I decided to stay. In Chicago is where we developed the film race. That's the name of it. I know it's been some confusion and there's been a lot going around, but it is called the film race. And this particular edition is called the Film Race Borderland Edition. When I came back here, I started talking to my team, and this project's been being worked on since 2018, and I convinced them that it had to be done here in the Borderland. The Film Race is a reality-based TV series which challenges 3 filmmaking teams to produce a short film within a designated time frame and with predetermined destination locations. Our viewers ride along on a journey as we follow these 3 teams with our behind-the-scenes crews and document all the drama that is the filmmaking experience, as well as showcasing destination locations in the region that we film in. We'll be shooting 1 day in Socorro and 2 days in El Paso. Don't be fooled by the lights and the cameras. This project is absolutely an economic development tool. Our viewers will not only see El Paso County in the 3 films created by the competing teams along their festival circuit runs, but in all of the behind-the-scenes footage that we use to create the Film Race episodes that will then hopefully air on national TV. I want people to see not only the beauty of El Paso County, but also the ease in which large productions can be shot in El Paso County. We already have interest from networks and production companies. I've been to Albuquerque like so many others in this room, and it is no El Paso. And frankly, I'm very tired of seeing all the filmmaking going to Albuquerque and everybody talking about how great it is to film there. It's not to say Albuquerque isn't a great city. I just believe El Paso is a better city, and El Paso County is one that deserves this kind of filmmaking. I believe that we do need better Texas film incentives, but making productions like the Film Race work and highlighting El Paso County is a step in the right direction. This project will be shot over a 5-day period, ending in a closing ceremony with the viewing of the 3 films created and highlights of the 3 teams' journeys through El Paso County during the race. The production dates are September 14th through September 19th, with the closing ceremony to be held at the Plaza Theater on September 26th. This is going to be a free event to the community to come watch. Again, this project is more than a reality show. The original and primary purpose is to showcase destination locations and promote filmmaking in counties that have been overlooked. I believe that this project will be a huge success for El Paso County. I need for the county to step up and be a champion for this project and help us in our financial outlay. We're almost there, and your contribution will make a huge difference in the production. We previously had a final draft of a service agreement with expenditures being approved from our budget by the county back on July 19th. That was for the $30,000 request, which, if that's still available to put on the table, it would be very much helpful for us to receive that amount. We'll be promoting El Paso County in all aspects of the project, as well as providing B-roll footage of the project for the county to use in marketing for economic development purposes. I hope that you all see the value in this project for El Paso County and improve the expenditure of funds for this project. I'd also love to invite all of you out for the closing ceremony on September 26th, and for the judge to come up on stage and say a few words about how El Paso County's involvement in this great project was a must. Thank you all for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, TJ, first of all, thank you for coming back. That's really, I love when I hear that. I left and came back is probably music to our ears. I'm glad you're doing filming twice in Socorro and once. I'm just kidding. Like,
yeah.
When I heard twice over there, I said, "Man, why didn't we get twice in Socorro?" But anyway, we really love our community and our county, and you're absolutely right. I mean, there's just no reason. I feel like we have all the ingredients on the table. We just haven't made the cake, but we don't have to look for ingredients. You look at New Mexico, and sometimes I think they have to stretch it out a little bit. We heard one promotion that they were saying that, they've got the Western, they've got this, they've got that, and they were talking about us, and it hurts that they're able to stretch it a little bit and get so much attention. And we don't need to stretch it. And we have such amazing stories in our, the history here is just unbelievable. So I think, whatever we could do, and I really appreciate your effort and what you're trying to accomplish, and I'm very supportive. I know our commissioners are very supportive of what you're trying to accomplish and achieve in this initiative. And it sounds great, looks great. I don't know if there's any comments from the other commissioners.
I want to echo some of the judge's sentiments. Appreciate you approaching us and wanting to partner with us. I think we'll not only gain benefit by being able to help showcase El Paso, but the B-roll that we're talking about, that is a term of art in the industry. The video that we'll be able to tap into, I think, probably pays for itself when the raw material. I mean, the $30,000 that we'd be providing, but. I'll make the motion to approve $30,000 for this project.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner León.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
My daughter participated in one of these film competitions in California where they had, from Friday to Sunday to do this film with everything.
48 hour.
So I'm all for it. I vote aye.
Thank you, guys.
Judge Samaniego.
It's a sprint, right? So aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you,
I'd just like to
TJ.
say one more thing I forgot to mention. We are hiring nothing but El Pasoans and people from Juarez for this full production.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for
And
that.
it ends on my birthday, the 26th.
Well, then we'll have a party for you at the closing ceremony. I'll give you a seat right in front. Thank you all for your time, and I appreciate your service.
It's on record.
Thank you. Thank you, Roberto.
Sorry about that. The motion was for the allocation of the $30,000, so we'll bring back a contract for the court to approve shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then do we need to just give direction for the second half of that for the
Policy?
the policy, or do we need to?
We'll bring back an amended policy with that. We'll work on the language for the flexibility
Yeah.
and the call for projects and the budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Betsy, anything else before we take a?
I do think we have about 21 minutes before 5 o'clock. If you all would consider, I don't know, Jose, do you think your item can be done in 21 minutes, or do you want to go to item 19?
Anyone in the audience that we need to not hold back any
The
further?
ARPA item, can we do number 15?
Yeah, whoever
I'm
is in
sorry,
the
not
audience,
15, number
just to.
14.
Item number 14, American Rescue Plan. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the implementation of the El Paso County American Rescue Plan Act, Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Portfolio.
Good afternoon,
Welcome,
Judge,
sir.
Commissioners, Jose Landeros with the County Administration. Have a few updates and actions for you. Did want to start by mentioning that we did upload an updated presentation. We highlighted the changes to the original upload in yellow, and we did timestamp that at 2 p.m. Just to clarify what the final recommendation and action will be that we ask for the court today. One of the big items that we wanted to bring to your attention is the reprogramming of projects. As we've mentioned in previous updates, we are looking through the portfolio to identify which projects may have exceeded or not need the funding that's still available for a variety of different reasons. We've tentatively identified approximately 11, have the potential to program anywhere from what we estimate to be about $6 million. That number is subject to change. We will be providing those departments notices today, along with the court, a listing of what those projects are. We didn't want to present those items before Commissioners Court without first directly notifying with the departments that we'd be working with them. In the event that there's a need to be more specific, or maybe there's more information that we did not have available when we were looking at making this sweep, we'll take that into account and bring back the final action sometime in the next month. The idea being that we would sweep all of these project savings back into the reserve, and then over the next several weeks after that, identify what other existing needs might still be outstanding to determine if we need to if we need to recommend for reprogramming. First, looking at our internal portfolio listing of projects, then looking at the strategic plan that was recently adopted by the court, if there's any unfunded initiatives that might fall within the qualifications of ARPA, and then our existing list of capital funding. And so if there's an initiative or an idea that the court has, we'll work on engaging with you over the next several weeks to look at that opportunity as well. There's a few projects that require the court's consideration and action this afternoon. The first, the three are listed there. 1220 is the annex courtroom build-out. The project includes constructing a new virtual courtroom at the jail annex. That project came in about $1 million under budget and engaging with Public Works. Construction estimates have come in anywhere as high as 40% over the original project estimates, as projects have actually begun design just because of the volatility of the construction market. So we are recommending that this project be made whole as the department is ready to go forward with getting this project into job order contract, working with purchasing. The second project is the virtual court technology that's being managed by the Council of Judges. There's an additional need for $100,000 to complete the AV replacement project for all 17 courtrooms here in the county courthouse. They have some unspent funds and would need an additional $100,000 to meet this need moving forward. The last one does not require any funding, but would be to just ratify the correct project number for the county gun buyback program as it was presented last week. The project number was 4030. That was based on an outdated listing that we provided to Commissioner Leon's office, and so the correct number should be 4060, not 4030. And then we get into the status of the fund balance or the reserve in the next slide. There's also two new project proposals that we are asking for the court's approval of this afternoon. The first one being repurposing some funding that was set aside for the notice of funding opportunity, that the nonprofit assistance, which is the Con Valley Community Solar Design Service Project. This was initially to be awarded to the Fabens Water District to develop a solar farm at the county airport. The Water District ended up walking away from that initiative, working with El Paso Electric and Commissioner Holguin's office. We have identified a manner for this project to still be successful and still continue down the project development, but this time the county would be managing the project. The benefit here is that if this facility were to be designed and constructed, we potentially could construct a 10 megawatt facility that could offset all of the electric needs, the electric generation needs for our major facilities, including the county courthouses, our annexes, as well as our detention facilities, therefore supporting the court's initiative of being more environmentally resilient as an agency. And so we would request that this project be established with a transfer of funding from the NOFO, because now it will not be under that initiative, but rather a county initiative and led project. The second one is to proceed with providing another $500,000 for the ongoing design and initial remediation efforts for the Corbin Zambrano Community Center. This is a major initiative that was also identified in the court strategic plan. The initial funding has allowed for Public Works and the project management team to begin work on this, but to complete this project, there's an additional request for another $500,000 to continue to see that. So we would also ask the court to consider establishing that as Project 4080 and making the transfer of $500,000 out of the reserve. So looking at the reserve, this is one of the changes here. The date should have reflected that it was the balances of 8/21. We'd be looking at taking $1 million for the annex and then an additional $100,000 for the virtual court technology, the ending balance being $899, and then an additional $500,000 for the Corbin Zambrano Center, which would bring it down to $399, so just about $400,000. We feel comfortable recommending this to the court at this time because we are in the process of sweeping funds from other projects to rebuild the reserve balance. But given some of the time sensitivity associated with these projects, we recommend that these move forward, knowing that the sweep is pending. We'd also want to just put some notice to the court that we're also tracking two projects, 1011 and 1330, that may have construction cost volatility, which is way of saying that there may be some cost overruns on that project just because of the same reason that we saw an increase in cost in Project 1220. And so we expect to have more detailed numbers from the project managers on 1330 in the coming week, and then 1011, the wastewater projects are all out for bid, and we expect to hear back on those projects in the coming months as well. Unrelated to new initiatives, one of the items that Economic Development has been working on is the industry-specific development, the funding that's been set aside to assist businesses. One of those initiatives was to assist public art businesses and artists who were affected throughout the pandemic. There's some funding that's been set aside for this that is still pending structuring. There's an example of what an art business recovery program could look like, but we have not yet finalized those details. But we would like to work on developing this specifically so that we can hire a consultant to help facilitate a creative placemaking process for the county, and then also create budgets that are specific to each member of the court to allow different initiatives and different ideas or issues to be evaluated through the lens of a creative placemaker, ultimately leading to the commission of some sort of public art meant to provide a grant to an artist to complete the work, and then giving the county the benefit of having an issue addressed, be it through some form of art. It could be a multimedia production, it could be a mural, it could be a statue, something to address whatever the issue that was identified through the creative placemaking process was. And so, additionally, a public art program that's adopted under Section 381 of the Local Government Code could also include other art-related promotions, such as the murals that were born out of the initiative from Commissioner Stout's office, the Corazón Historia Raíces initiative. And so this provides us with a lot of flexibility in terms of working with artists to directly contract with individuals, with artists to satisfy procurement laws and not necessarily require a stringent RFP or RFQ process. So the requested action for the County Public Art Program is not to set aside any funding at this time, but rather to establish the public art program in accordance with that section of the law, and to direct staff to develop funding structures and project proposals that would then come back to the court for future consideration in the coming months. We have another request to just clarify an intent on project ARP 1110 for cleaning supplies and equipment. Because we are tied to the project overviews that we report to the government and to the U.S. Treasury, we did want to just clarify that this project allows for the Facilities Department to procure personal hygiene and disposal supplies, which include a lot of the chemicals that have been purchased currently today out of the general fund for the department that should have been purchased out of the ARPA project, but because of this restriction have not been. And so Budget has been working very closely with facilities to do this, and we are asking for the court to ratify this change in language to ensure that the project can be completed and move forward. Here is a list of all the requested actions. The first three there are to take funding from the reserve, $1 million for the virtual courtroom, $100,000 for virtual court technology, $500,000 for the Corbin Zambrano Community Center. Those are all coming under the reserve. The second is to establish the Cotton Valley Community Solar with a transfer of funds from the No-Flow Professional Development Services to establish it as a standalone project. Ratify the County Gun Buyback Program project number, approve and adopt the County Public Art Program, and then staff will bring back recommended structure and projects in the future. And then also to approve the amended project overview description as we just presented for Project 1110, cleaning supplies and equipment. That concludes our recommendation. I'm available to take any questions the court may have.
Judge? Commissioner? Thank you, Judge. I'm in favor of these items. I spoke to Irene last week from Community Services, and she's identified an issue over at the community center in Canutillo. It really sorely needs expansion. It's really tight, overcrowded. I wonder if maybe some of the balance of the $399, I know you have some cost overruns over there, but we might be able to dedicate some of that to expanding that center. I also know that one of the other centers in our county also needs some repairs and remodeling, right?
Yes, sir. So one of the things that we're going to do is once we sweep the funds and we know what the number that we're working with is, we'll evaluate first, the projects internal to ARPA that might already be funding, that might be facing an overrun, and then we'll look at the strategic plan and the capital plan. And so we'll make sure that as we work with community services and with public works, that we identify which community centers are in need of renovations and determine what the most appropriate funding structure would be.
All right.
We're also looking at what you all have already identified as projects, but don't have funding, to also bring those so that everything can be considered at the same time. So, Judge, Commissioners, we're asking for motions to adopt the recommended actions.
Do we have to do each one individually, or can we do them all?
You could do them all if there's no objections. If the members of the court wish to do them one at a time, we could also do it that way.
I'm good with all of them.
Motion, I'll second.
I move for the approval of all.
Second from Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Judge, real quick before we break, I wanted to just take a moment of personal privilege and recognize Andrew Cabrera, who is an intern in my staff for this summer. This is his last day in my office. He's heading back to college. He's going to be going to London for a semester for a study abroad. But I really wanted to thank you, Andrew, for your service to the county. We were hoping to be able to get the intern policy in by the time he got here, but unfortunately we didn't. So he did all this voluntarily. But thank you, Andrew. He just is a bright young man that had so much great feedback for us and helped us inform our decisions when it came to a lot of policy issues. And we wish we could keep him for a lot longer, but he's got to continue his college studies and interpersonal communications at the University of Texas. But thank you very much, Andrew, for your work in our office, and we wish you the best. Thank you.
And on our behalf as well, thank you so much for what you're doing, and just keep doing these great things. Thank you.
Thank you, fellow Longhorn.
Yeah, let's clap for it.
Judge, could we do item number 19 before we break?
Yes.
Item number 19, Human Resources. Approve and authorize a new accountant intermediate PSO 7 full-time position for the county auditor's office. Funding is available in general fund, general administrative, res salary adjustment. Further, approve and authorize a transfer of associated operating costs from general fund, G administrative, res salary adjustment to GF ITD new position operating cap estimate and various general fund auditor operating accounts.
Elsie, thank you.
Good evening, Judge
Welcome.
and Commissioners. Thank you. Elsie West with Human Resources, the Class and Comp Division. So the purpose of this agenda is to seek Commissioners' court authorization for a new position by the County Auditor's Department for one new accountant intermediate, PS7, full-time position for the Grants Division. The purpose for this request is the county has experienced an increase in grants since 2019. The normal trend of new grants was approximately 9 per year, and since 2019 has increased to approximately 23 new grants per year. As a result, this increase, as you can imagine, the workload that goes with it, the number of accounts payables and journal entries processed, as well as the need to keep up with the reporting requirements. So the creation of a new accountant position will assist with the additional workload and allow for support of the county's drive to receive more grants and to meet grant compliance and reporting. So at this time, we're just asking if you would if the court would approve and authorize a new accountant intermediate PS7 full-time position for the auditor's office.
Betsy, we had a little bit of discussion. You want to add something to that, or?
Sure, Judge. This item was requested during the budget process, and it was approved by the district judges to be included in the auditor's budget. We asked the auditor's office to hold off until we developed metrics that showed that the position was warranted. They've worked with Human Resources over the last several months to do that. There were times where this kind of got put on a back burner because there was so much going on in both offices. But they have now identified those metrics. They do believe the position is warranted, and so that is why it's being requested at this time. The Auditor's Office has also requested a similar position in FY24. It's not to replace this position, but in addition to this position. But because one of the things that HR uses when they are looking at the allocation of positions is how often when did you last get a position? Has it had time to make an impact on your workload? So all of those things are factors. So it will change the rating of the position for FY24 because they're just getting this one, and they'll want to allow some time for it to make an impact on the operations. But that's more information about this position in general.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to clarify, because sometimes they feel like somebody sort of jumped the process, and they've been doing this for a long time, and it just so happens that, we're here where we need to be. So just wanted to make sure that
Yes,
was
sir.
understood.
Yes, sir. It's very unusual for us to grant a position mid-year. This is actually us granting a position from last budget year's
Exactly.
request. It just took us this long to get it vetted.
Exactly. Yep. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner León?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elsie. Okay, don't sneak one more in, Betsy.
I can't find anything else to sneak in.
I know she's looking desperately through the.
I think we're good. It's 4:58.
We don't have anybody that's pending, right? Okay. Thank you. Take a break.
So take a,
What were you thinking? Half an hour, 30 minutes?
You still have agenda items 8 through 12 on your regular agenda before you go into executive. I do think our executive session will be a little bit longer because of some of the topics. Do you want to take, we wanted to give you all a chance to eat before we continue on, because I think you're going to be here for a couple more hours.
Mm-hmm. So we take.
30 minutes?
30 minutes would be perfect. Commissioner? Yes?
That's fine.
30?
I'm good with whatever.
30 minutes it is. We'll be back at 5:30.
okay. Commissioners Court will recess for 30 minutes. It is 4:59 PM.
Have ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, a streaming service to watch movies and to listen to music.
What are we trying to do? We're trying to see what our total remaining.
We have programming here at the Agua Dulce Community Center. We have computer literacy classes, conversational English classes.
B2 plus B3.
And we recently started going over the Microsoft suite. So Microsoft Word, today I did Microsoft Excel.
You speak.
You speak.
Do you speak?
You speak. So she checks out a tablet and she checks out a hotspot to use at home for herself and for her kids.
Estoy tratando de aprender el inglés para pues tratar de ayudar a mis niños porque pues yo no sé nada en inglés.
We also have a lot of people using the services from home.
Pues ella lo usa, el internet lo usa porque pues traen el Chrome, se llama, de la escuela y tiene que hacer tareas.
At first, it was a little bit difficult to explain the concept that it's an all-digital library.
But yeah, people are understanding this is the future, this is necessary if you want to continue to stay relevant.
The hotspot and the tablet is to help bridge that gap and to give all of the folks out here access to internet.
And it's going to be one of those accessible things that makes the entire county more equitable, and of course it allows people to be participating in things they might have not been able to do so prior to this new initiative.
Qué bueno que hay esta ayuda, porque es una enorme ayuda y pues es una oportunidad muy grande que nos dan de poder ayudarnos a nosotros.
This is our website, and right here on the front it says, click here to sign up for a library card.
So it's free to everybody who lives in El Paso County, regardless if you live in the city or not.
We're very thankful to Moms on Board, a nonprofit organization that had a vision to help the county create more all-inclusive, all-abilities playgrounds. But the county took it a step further and decided to apply for a grant from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to build 3 all-abilities playgrounds. One in Gallegos Park in Canutillo. The other one at Risinger Park in Fabens. So Escarate will be the largest all-abilities playground in the county. It'll be almost an acre of play space. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who is has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I think that is fantastic because the more kids get to be together with kids with disabilities, they learn to be nicer to each other, they learn to be kinder to each other, and that's what our world needs.
A child that doesn't have disabilities, helping a child that does have disabilities, that's very powerful. This is at an early age, they learn to have empathy and be able to understand other children.
So for example, there are ramps so that if a grandparent or a parent is in a wheelchair, they'll be able to come up to all of the equipment and be able to still be there next to their child. This is a very special park. It's not in very many parks, even within the city of El Paso. So we're incredibly proud that the county was able to bring these all-abilities parks to some of the outer county areas. And that just goes to show what a priority it is for the county to make sure that all of our county residents, regardless in what part of the county they live in, have access to the same services and benefits.
So the First Friday Tours of Mission Valley are a program that the county came up with in partnership with Visit El Paso to bring both locals and out-of-towners from all walks of life here to our 3 amazing, beautiful communities of Isleta, San Elizario, and Socorro.
So the tour of the Mission Trail is a really, really nice tour because it shows you things that a lot of people don't know, even people from El Paso.
Although we were established in 1680, our first pueblos were established 343 years ago.
We were very fortunate to receive a tour at the Socorro Mission from Miss Magda Maureira. We also were fortunate to visit with the social dancers at our Tigua Pueblo.
You get taken on stops all throughout the Mission Trail. You get to really see a little bit of everything.
Drumming it with chamoy and taquin, which is a common flavor here in this area, and paired up with our pomegranate beer, it brings a lot of local flavors together in one glass. I believe that a lot of people don't know about this area and they don't know what they're missing out on. A lot of our roots, the foundation, the way we speak, the languages that are here, The food that we eat, a lot of it was born in this area.
We actually get people from all over the country and even from other parts of the world that come to visit our missions. This year, for 2023, the Mission Trail was actually named the #1 historic site in Texas by the Texas Travel Awards, which is a great recognition and really goes to show just what a treasure we have here in the Mission Valley.
So there's something for everyone. There's art galleries, there's local foods, local eateries, local breweries. It's family friendly, or if you're taking a date out for a fun first Friday evening, everyone is likely to find something that they'll enjoy.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The 2-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're opening because we have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The Law Library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history, there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The Law Library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
Children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business. But we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the oral medication, is a dewormer. So once you get home, you can go ahead and give it to her.
Oh, fantastic.
And just, is that it for?
So every Wednesday we host a free clinic for the community, for our county constituents. We offer free spay and neuter surgeries, free age-appropriate vaccinations, and free microchips. We start our clinic at 6 a.m. all the way to 2 p.m. Our intake, we usually take in pets up to 2 years currently. This is right now tentatively until our new clinic is open, hopefully by October.
Say hello, everybody.
We've been doing it since about 2020. It's been super successful with our community members bringing in their pets to get spayed and neutered. A lot of the people don't have the resources to be able to pay for a spay surgery, a neuter surgery. Sometimes it's upwards of $500. So we're very glad to be able to offer that for free here. Just shoot us an email at spayneuter@epcounty.com. And with the services you need, your information, and the services that your pets need, and we'll get you on our servicing list.
There we go. Yeah, we got it. We got it.
Today I was told by my wife that a friend of hers told her that their dogs just got vaccinated for free. So for her dogs, they were never vaccinated from birth. So I was like, you know what, let's go do it. They never got their shots. We weren't able to have the money to get it. So we heard about the free service. So we were like, let's go ahead and see how it goes and see how the dogs do. And they did pretty well for their first time. It is very important because I know with some dogs or some families that can't get vaccinated pets, they end up passing away in a short time. Due to the fact that I was able to get my dogs to get this service, I'm really glad and happy about it.
In a few months, we're going to have a brand new clinic on the Horizon Sparks area, and we're going to be able to do a lot more surgeries and vaccinations. So it's going to have a big impact on the citizens and the pets of the county. We're going to do a lot of surgeries, but also it's going to be a training facility for the new doctors and also for students, because nowadays they don't get a lot of hands-on practice on the veterinary schools. We're bringing students from Juarez to train and also to learn. And if they're interested in getting licensed here in the U.S., we're helping them. Hopefully we'll have a lot of new doctors in the near future.
Our official name is Illumina Public Library, El Paso County's all-digital library. The reason that it's named Illumina is because libraries illuminate. They bring to light information. We have ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, a streaming service to watch movies and to listen to music.
What are we trying to do? We're trying to see what our total remaining.
We have programming here at the Agua Dulce Community Center. We have computer literacy classes, conversational English classes.
B2 plus B3.
And we recently started going over the Microsoft suite. So Microsoft Word, today I did Microsoft Excel.
You speak.
You speak.
Do you speak?
Do you speak? So she checks out a tablet and she checks out a hotspot to use at home for herself and for her kids.
Estoy tratando de aprender el inglés para pues tratar de ayudar a mis niños porque pues yo no sé nada en inglés.
We also have a lot of people using the services from home.
Pues ella lo usa, el internet lo usa porque pues traen el Chrome, se llama, de la escuela y tiene que hacer tareas.
At first, it was a little bit difficult to explain the concept that it's an all-digital library.
But yeah, people are understanding this is the future, this is necessary if you want to continue to stay relevant.
The hotspot and the tablet is to help bridge that gap and to give all of the folks out here access to internet.
And it's going to be one of those accessible things that makes the entire county more equitable, and of course it allows people to be participating in things they might have not been able to do so prior to this new initiative.
Que qué bueno que hay esta ayuda porque es una enorme ayuda y pues es una oportunidad muy grande que nos dan de poder ayudarnos a nosotros.
This is our website, and right here on the front it says click here to sign up for a library card.
So it's free to everybody who lives in El Paso County, regardless if you live in the city or not.
We're very thankful to Moms on Board, a nonprofit organization that had a vision to help the county create more all-inclusive, all-abilities playgrounds. But the county took it a step further and decided to apply for a grant from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to build 3 all-abilities playgrounds. One in Gallegos Park in Canutillo. The other one at Risinger Park in Fabens. So Escarate will be the largest all-abilities playground in the county. It'll be almost an acre of play space. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who is has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I think that is fantastic because the more kids get to be together with kids with disabilities, they learn to be nicer to each other, they learn to be kinder to each other, and that's what our world needs.
A child that doesn't have disabilities, helping a child that does have disabilities, that's very powerful. This is at an early age, they learn to have empathy and be able to understand other children.
So for example, there are ramps so that if a grandparent or a parent is in a wheelchair, they'll be able to come up to all of the equipment and be able to still be there next to their child. This is a very special park. It's not in very many parks, even within the city of El Paso. So we're incredibly proud that the county was able to bring these all-abilities parks to some of the outer county areas. And that just goes to show what a priority it is for the county to make sure that all of our county residents, regardless in what part of the county they live in, have access to the same services and benefits.
So the First Friday tours of Mission Valley are a program that the county came up with in partnership with Visit El Paso to bring both locals and out-of-towners from all walks of life here to our 3 amazing, beautiful communities of Isleta, San Elizario, and Socorro.
So the tour of the Mission Trail is a really, really nice tour because it shows you things that a lot of people don't know, even people from El Paso.
Although we were established in 1680, our first pueblos were established 343 years ago.
We're very fortunate to receive a tour at the Socorro Mission from Ms. Magda Maureira. We also were fortunate to visit with the social dancers at our Tigua Pueblo.
You get taken on stops all throughout the Mission Trail. You get to really see a little bit of everything.
You're gonna get with chamoy and taquin, which is a common flavor here in this area, and paired up with our pomegranate beer, it brings a lot of local flavors together in one glass. I believe that a lot of people don't know about this area and they don't know what they're missing out on. A lot of our roots, the foundation, the way we speak, the languages that are here, the food that we eat, a lot of it was born in this area.
We actually get people from all over the country and even from other parts of the world that come to visit our missions. This year, for 2023, the Mission Trail was actually named the #1 historic site in Texas by the Texas Travel Awards, which is a great recognition and really goes to show just what a treasure we have here in the Mission Valley.
So there's something for everyone. There's art galleries, there's local foods, local eateries, local breweries. It's family friendly, or if you're taking a date out for a fun first Friday evening, everyone is likely to find something that they'll enjoy.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The 2-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're okay because we have computers that you can use, you have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The Law Library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The Law Library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business. But we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the oral medication, it's a dewormer. So once you get home, you can go ahead and get it.
Oh, fantastic.
And just, is that it for?
So every Wednesday we host a free clinic for the community, for our county constituents. We offer free spay and neuter surgeries, free age-appropriate vaccinations, and free microchips. We start our clinic at 6 a.m. all the way to 2 p.m. Our intake, we usually take in pets up to 2 years currently. This is right now tentatively until our new clinic is open, hopefully by October.
Say hello, everybody.
We've been doing it since about 2020. It's been super successful with our community members bringing in their pets to get spayed and neutered. A lot of the people don't have the resources to be able to pay for a spay surgery, a neuter surgery. Sometimes it's upwards of $500. So we're very glad to be able to offer that for free here. Just shoot us an email at spayneuter@epcounty.com. And with the services you need, your information, and the services that your pets need, and we'll get you on our servicing list.
There we go. Yeah, we got it.
Today I was told by my wife that a friend of hers told her that their dogs just got vaccinated for free. So for her dogs, they were never vaccinated from birth. So I was like, you know what, let's go do it. They never got their shots. We weren't able to have the money to get it. So we heard about the free service. So we were like, let's go ahead and see how it goes and see how the dogs do. And they did pretty well for their first time. It is very important because I know with some dogs or some families that can't get vaccinated pets, they end up passing away in a short time. Due to the fact that I was able to get my dogs to get this service, I'm really glad and happy about it.
In a few months, we're going to have a brand new clinic on the Horizon Sparks area, and we're going to be able to do a lot more surgeries and vaccinations. So it's
Caesar, go ahead. Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. We're on item number 8 from County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the Tierra del Este 3 Phase 4 Public Improvement District Development Agreement between the County of El Paso and Ranchos Real Land Holdings LLC upon final approval from the County Attorney's Office and Bond Counsel. Contract number 2023-0625.
Good evening, Judge, Commissioners. Cristian Martinez, Senior Research Analyst with the Office of Capital Planning, Performance Management. Come here today to present the finalized development agreement after concluding negotiations between the county and the developer. This agreement obligates both entities. The developer is required to construct all identified authorized improvements located within the final service and assessment plan. This includes improvements like the annex facility, splash pad, and complete roadway build-outs. The county is subsequently obligated to assess fees against real property within the district area. Our office's recommendation is to approve and authorize the agreement contingent upon final approval from the county attorney's office and bond counsel. I'm available for any questions you may have on this one.
Comments? Any?
I do have one
Commissioner Coronado?
I know it's in the back of some of the information, obviously listed some of the improvements, with some of those are basic services need to be done, but some of those are expanded basic services. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So that includes such as the new splash pad that we've presented on previously, creating a programmable space at the annex facility, as well as a complete build out of the roadways within the pit area.
And the water issues also?
That's correct. So, one sec. I believe the water and sewer mains amount. Actually, if I could defer really quick. I'll say I believe those were previously left to the standard service that's being offered there.
Good evening, Judge, Commissioner Sosel, and the Ellis County Administration. The water and sewer mains are only the water and sewer mains that are associated with the full build-out of all the roadways. And so since the full build-out of the roadway is an enhancement, and all the infrastructure associated with that enhancement is being itemized, water and sewer is included in that, but the residential street collectors that would have to be put in as the development proceeds is not being covered in this. It's only that enhancement.
The enhancement of
It's
the-
only
the
considered an
roadways.
enhancement because it's coming in advance.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
See, move to approve.
Second.
I did want to make one quick correction. The item actually should have read, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the Tierra del Este 3 Phase 6 Public Improvement District, not Phase 4. It's Phase 6.
Thank you, Caesar.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 9, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 372.016B, conduct a public hearing regarding the El Paso County Commissioners Court's intent to consider assessments against parcels of real property in the Tierra del Este 3 Phase 6 Public Improvement District. Could we please have a motion to open a public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Evening, Judge, Commissioners, Alicia Martinez with the Office of Capital Planning. This presentation here today provides the final numbers and details for the court's consideration to order an assessment or fee be levied against real property within the Tierra del Este 3 Phase 6 Public Improvement District. This presentation is largely unchanged from the one given 2 weeks ago. However, there have been some financial updates made since that I'll be sure to point out when we get to those slides. Again, here is the overview and the key aspects related to the PID. This PID petition was initially submitted by the landowner, Ranchos Real Land Holdings, and exists entirely within an unincorporated area of the county in East Montana, Precinct 1. The bird's eye view of the area captures the approximately 1,000 acres of land with a capacity of over 4,000 single-family units for development. The area there highlighted in green represents the boundaries of Phase 1 of the PID, made up of 117 acres, 584 single-family units, as well as a park. This slide here presents a timeline of key actions that have been taken to bring us to today's presentation. Beginning in the summer of 2021, the county established its own rules for implementing a PID and received its first PID petition. Over the next year, the county coordinated with the petitioner to receive a proposal for evaluation. This culminated in the acceptance of the PID petition earlier this year in March, where the establishment order for the proposed PID was ultimately approved. 2 weeks ago, the court approved the cost determination resolution, which included the final improvement cost as well as the call for a public hearing. Today, the court has already approved the development agreement and is currently holding the public hearing and will be asked to consider the reimbursement agreement and the assessment order. Based on the analysis and negotiations process, the final cost estimate for improvements has been set at $26 million. This number was finalized previously via the approval of the cost determination resolution brought to the court earlier this month. The final preliminary service and assessment plan contains the full cost estimates, the estimated levy, and was developed using an average interest rate of 5.75%. Please do note that this process is limited to phase 1 of the PID, and as each phase is prepared, our office would present this same procedure to the court. Here's a breakdown of the various items being considered by the court today. As previously mentioned, the development agreement obligates the developer to construct the authorized improvements and the county to assess fees against real property. The assessment order and the final service and assessment plan then approves the fee of $525 on all real property within phase 1 and identifies the max amount of improvements across all phases. Finally, the reimbursement agreement commits the county to reimburse the developer to these improvements and provides the administrative mechanism to issue these future payments. Here are the benefits our office previously identified as part of this PID proposal. These improvements include the county's first splash pad, a new county annex site, and a complete build-out of the roadways. The table here on this slide provides several financial determinations. Note that the term assessment is used here to refer to the principal cost, and installment refers to the total cost. As such, the total assessment number you see listing $5,970 represents only the funds being used for principal cost from the annual $525 installments. Practically speaking, $525 is what would be the flat fee collected annually for homeowners over a 20-year term, totaling at approximately $10,500. This table outlines the debt service schedule for the next 20 years for the first phase of the PID. Note that there has been an update to this table from the previous presentation. The reimbursement schedule is now slated to begin in 2024 instead of 2023 as previously provided. This is because lots will not be sold and transferred from the developer until that time. The developer has agreed to front the construction of all the authorized improvements and receive reimbursement from the PID as those improvements are completed and received. The PID will not issue debt in the form of bonds. The table outlines the annual payments that will be made to cover principal and interest rates for the PID. The county's financial advisor, Stiefel, has evaluated the schedule and is in agreement with the structure and interest rate of 5.75%. I'll now be handing over the presentation to my colleague, Mr. Robert Reed, to provide the details of the various improvements.
Good evening, Judge and Commissioners. Robert Reed here with Capital Planning and Performance Management. Today I'll be going into detail on what this PID offers, as well as what Phase 1 of the project includes. This slide shows the total cost of improvements for both Phase 1 and the PID entirely. Improvements such as street paving, hike and bike trails, a splash pad, and major improvements to the right-of-way in the area. The source of these funds are from both the PID reimbursement obligation as well as landowner contribution, which we'll go into further detail in the following slide. The roadway improvements consist of a full construction of Mager Drive, Vista del Este, street signalization, and stormwater runoff mitigation, all of which will exceed county standards. This is important to mention because currently there are no stormwater runoff systems in place, so excessive runoff is entering properties in the area. The PID or the PID will address those issues. The PID will be a joint effort between the county and private developers. This public-private partnership is beneficial because the private sector can deliver improvements much faster compared to improvements that go through the traditional county process. This synergy is much more cost-effective and will stretch out the investment that the county is making on the PID. That being said, the PID will include 12,000 square foot annex that will have the potential for multi-purposes such as recreational facilities and or county functions that will serve the PID residents as well as the greater Montana Vista community. The largest takeaway for this particular slide is to showcase the added benefits that a PID creates compared to what standard subdivisions offer. Enhancements such as playgrounds, picnic tables, hike and bike trails, bollard lighting, and a 3D splash pad, which we will go into further detail in the next few slides. These enhancements would not be part of a typical subdivision, but with the PID cost structure, these enhancements will be covered. As the PID continues, we will keep track of these items and bring them to the court's attention on an ongoing basis. Here's a photo of La Playa Drain near Chauver Park in the Lower Valley, which has enhanced lighting and fantastic landscaping copacetic to the region. Here's an aerial view of where the PID is located, as well as the location of the key improvements previously mentioned. Improvements such as the annex and splash pad site, Mager extension and full build-out, as well as a full build-out of Vista del Este. The next few slides are photos of existing conditions of these mentioned key improvements. Here's a photo of Mager Extension, existing conditions looking south with Montana right behind us. Full Mager build-out, existing conditions, which is a fairly long street that is currently unpaved. The full Vista del Este extension. And here is a Photoshop rendering of the location of the proposed annex where we layered our county attorney's office in Socorro to show the potential what we can provide in the area. Both the proposed annex and Socorro's county attorney's office are very similar in size. Recirculating splash pads have quickly become best practice for public recreational amenities as they are extremely cost efficient and attractive for arid regions such as ours. While being mindful of utility and maintenance costs, careful coordination with our Parks Department led us to choose this 15,000 square foot design for the PID's further enhancement. These are the types of enhancements that separate this development from a standard subdivision improvement plan. That concludes the staff presentation for the public hearing. We are now open to accept any comments regarding the El Paso County Commissioners Court consideration to approve assessments against real property within the Tierra del Este 3 Phase 6 Public Improvement District.
There's no public comments?
We have no one signed up for public comment.
Just want to be really clear, the annex is the outside shell. We'd have to design the interior and help either, if it exceeds the construction cost, we would be responsible for that.
Mm-hmm. We need to, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robert.
Item number 10, discuss and consider adoption of an order of the Commissioners Court of El Paso County, Texas, regarding the Tierra del Este 3 Phase 6 Public Improvement District, levying assessments against property within Phase 1 of the district to pay the costs of the Phase 1 improvements, providing for payment and prepayment of assessments, fixing a charge and lien against property within Phase 1 of the district and the owners thereof, providing for the manner and method of collecting assessments, providing penalties for delinquent assessments, making findings of special benefit to the property within Phase 1 of the district and the owners thereof, providing for savings, repealing and severability clauses, providing an effective date, adopting the final service and assessment plan, and providing for recordation upon final approval from the County Attorney's Office and Bond Counsel. Contract number 2023-0686.
Good evening, Judge, Commissioners, Cristian Martinez, Office of Capital Planning. With the public hearing now concluded, our office now comes with a recommendation to approve and adopt the assessment order. This order is for the flat assessment of the $525 per lot on all real property within Phase 1 of the Tierra del Este PID. Additionally, this item approves the final service and assessment plan, which includes the maximum amount of authorized improvements within the total PID and determines the proportionate share of Phase 1. I'm available for any questions at this time.
Eric, and then I'll go to Nancy, but Eric, any comments, anything that you want to add to this discussion?
I'm sorry, did you say Eric or Erica?
Eric.
Oh, yes, sir.
As in Morales.
Good afternoon, Eric Morales, Assistant County Attorney. No, sir, we've been working very closely with the developer group on this, as well as Rudy Segura, who's the bond counsel, who has played a major role, significant role in drafting many of these documents. There's some final minor adjustments that we need to make to the documents, just to double check a few things. But other than that, I think that we are satisfied with from our office, we're satisfied with the substance and form of the documents.
Thank you, Eric. Nancy? You're muted.
Good evening, Commissioners. On behalf of Stiefel, my colleague Brad Angst, and my colleague Dane Kopinski, we want to just assure the county that we have been very diligent in reviewing all of the calculations, assumptions, and models, that they're consistent with market norms. As a reminder, Stiefel is the national leader in special district financing. While Brad and I don't coin ourselves as the in-house residents for Stiefel, we did bring in our in-house specialist, Dane Kopinski, who has done a number of PID transactions. He was very active and very involved in making sure that we were all on board with all aspects of the. So we are thrilled that it has come to fruition. As I mentioned, this is a specialty for Stiefel. We have been in this specialty area since the 70s. We've done more transactions than any other firm, second, third, fourth combined in this area. So rest assured that all went into making sure that that everything regarding the PID was in order, and that the county terms were favorable.
Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate the additional comments. We just need a motion at this time, so I'll move to approve.
Second. Can I ask a couple of questions?
Sure, sure. Commissioner Stout?
Just to be clear, we're still on the PID item, right?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
Just
So
wanted to make sure.
This would be the assessment.
Right. When it comes to the assessment, the 525 is residential. Is there going to be any commercial that's going to apply to, or just it's all residential?
It's all residential.
Okay. Does the county have any maintenance obligations during the life of the PID, or does it all pay for itself? Just want to make sure.
The maintenance all pays for itself. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 11, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the Tierra del Este 3 Phase 6 Public Improvement District Reimbursement Agreement between the County of El Paso and Ranchos Real Land Holding LLC upon final approval from the County Attorney's Office and Bond Counsel. Contract number 2023-0664.
Last one from me, Commissioners. Judge Alicia Martinez with the Office of Capital Planning. As previously described in the earlier presentation, the reimbursement agreement is the formal commitment by the county to reimburse the developer the cost of the authorized improvements identified within that service and assessment plan. This would be over the course of the PID lifespan. So our office's recommendation is to approve and accept the agreement upon final approval from the County Attorney's Office and Bond Counsel.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Nancy, thank you.
Yes, sir, of course. You have a nice evening.
Thank you. Likewise.
Item number 12, approve and authorize the county judge to sign work order number 2C, on-call civil engineering contract with Consort Engineers LLC for program management and administration, design support services, and construction engineering and inspection services for various 2023 Certificate of Obligation projects. Funding in the aggregate amount of $4,406,845.50 is available in CPCO 23A Pro Admin Professional Services and CP TCO 23B Program Admin Professional Services. Contract number 2023-0684.
Good evening, Judge and Commissioners. Robert Reed again with Capital Planning and Performance Management. I'm here to request approval and authorization for an agreement between the county and Consular Engineers LLC. Consular Engineers LLC has been chosen by the county to provide CEC services for the 2023 Certificates of Obligation projects in the aggregate amount of $4,406,845. This authorization follows the court's previous authorization to establish Consular Engineers as a primary comprehensive engineering consultant for the 2023 capital planning project funded by the 2023 Certificate of Obligation issuance. These agreements are not for the provision of design services, as the administrating department for the project will bring those agreements before the court in the future. The projects are as follows: Ascension Road, Escalante Island Paving, Escalante Park Entrance, Escalante Park Renovation Phase 2 and 3, Escalante Park Lake Dredging, Sports Park, and finally the Sports Park Front Entrance. Capital Planning and Performance Management have been working closely with Public Works to create a more flexible menu-style approach for the services Consular Engineers LLC offers. Services such as program management and administration, program scheduling, cost estimates, contract time determination, and public involvement and communications. We ask for the court's favorable consideration, and I am available for any questions you all may have.
Move to approve.
Second?
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner León.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Before we recess into executive session, a little bit of housekeeping. Could we please have a motion to delete items 25D from executive session and item number 28, the corresponding number in regular session for the item?
So moved. Second?
Commissioner Holguín. Commissioner León.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. And we also have if I can read in item 25E for the
Yes,
County
thank you.
Attorney's Office. Item 25E pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.0725, discuss and receive legal advice concerning collective bargaining negotiations between the county and El Paso County Sheriff's Officers Association.
Thank you. And Mr. Nava, could you also read in item F? I'll just read the memo for both of those now,
Sure.
please.
Item 25F pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0725, discuss the hotel occupancy tax event contract with Brightside LLC, Series 1.
Good evening, Judge Commissioners. Eric Rosales Negaglione, Assistant County Attorney. So Section 551.0725 of the Texas Government Code of the Open Meetings Act authorizes the Commissioners Court to conduct a closed meeting to deliberate business and financial issues relating to a contract under negotiations if the following conditions are met. Number one, Commissioners Court votes unanimously that deliberation in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the Commissioners Court in negotiation with a third party. Number two, the attorney advising the Commissioners Court issues a written determination that deliberation in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the court in negotiations with a third party. And number three, a tape recording of the proceeding in closed session is made. So this memorandum serves to fulfill the requirement described in number two for both of those items. As one of your legal advisors, Assistant County Attorney Carlos Madrid has determined that deliberation in an open meeting concerning business and financial issues relating to the new collective bargaining agreement between the county and the El Paso County Sheriff's Officers Association would have a detrimental effect on the position of the Commissioners Court in negotiations. Separately, Assistant County Attorney Jose Saleandia has determined that deliberation in an open meeting concerning business and financial issues relating to an amendment to the Hot Event Grant Award Agreement between the county and Brightside LLC Series 1 would also have a detrimental effect on the position of the Commissioners Court in negotiations. So thus, for both of these items, I'm requesting the Commissioners Court unanimously vote that deliberations in an open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the position of the county in negotiations, and that all said deliberations take place in closed session I would further request that Commissioners Court direct the county clerk to ensure that all proceedings in closed session be recorded. A copy of both of these memos has been filed with the clerk's representative. If you'd like to make that motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. Commissioners, Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 25A through 25D, 25A through 25C, 25E, F, and G, pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, 551.072, and 551.0725. Commissioners, Court will reconvene to take official action.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the oral medication. It's a dewormer. So once you get home, you can go ahead and get it.
Oh,
Yes.
fantastic.
And just, is that it for?
So every Wednesday we host a free clinic for the community, for our county constituents. We offer free spay and neuter surgeries, free age-appropriate vaccinations, and free microchips. We start our clinic at 6 a.m. all the way to 2 p.m. Our intake, we usually take in pets up to 2 years currently. This is right now tentatively until our new clinic is open, hopefully by October.
Say hello, everybody.
We've been doing it since about 2020. It's been super successful with our community members bringing in their pets to get spayed and neutered. A lot of the people don't have the resources to be able to pay for a spay surgery, a neuter surgery. Sometimes it's upwards of $500. So we're very glad to be able to offer that for free here. Just shoot us an email at spayneuter@epcounty.com. And with the services you need, your information, and the services that your pets need, and we'll get you on our servicing list.
There we go. Yeah, we got it. We got it.
Today I was told by my wife that a friend of hers told her that their dogs just got vaccinated for free. So for her dogs, they were never vaccinated from birth. So I was like, you know what, let's go do it. They never got their shots. We weren't able to have the money to get it. So we heard about the free service. So we were like, let's go ahead and see how it goes and see how the dogs do. And they did pretty well for their first time. It is very important because I know with some dogs or some families that can't get vaccinated pets, they end up passing away in a short time. Due to the fact that I was able to get my dogs to get this service, I'm really glad and happy about it.
In a few months, we're going to have a brand new clinic on the Horizon Sparks area. and we're going to be able to do a lot more surgeries and vaccinations. So it's going to have a big impact on the citizens and the pets of the county. We're going to do a lot of surgeries, but also it's going to be a training facility for the new doctors and also for students, because nowadays they don't get a lot of hands-on practice on the veterinary schools. We're bringing students from Juarez to train and also to learn. And if they're interested in getting licensed here in the U.S., we're helping them. Hopefully we'll have a lot of new doctors in the near future.
Our official name is Illumina Public Library, El Paso County's all-digital library. The reason that it's named Illumina is because libraries illuminate. They bring to light information. We have ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, a streaming service to watch movies and to listen to music.
What are we trying to do? We're trying to see what our total remaining.
We have programming here at the Agua Dulce Community Center. We have computer literacy classes, conversational English classes.
B2 plus B3.
And we recently started going over the Microsoft suite. So Microsoft Word, today I did Microsoft Excel.
You speak.
You speak.
Do you speak?
You speak. So she checks out a tablet and she checks out a hotspot to use at home for herself and for her kids.
Estoy tratando de aprender el inglés para pues tratar de ayudar a mis niños porque pues yo no sé nada en inglés.
We also have a lot of people using the services from home.
Pues ella lo usa, el internet lo usa porque pues traen el Chrome, se llama, de la escuela y tiene que hacer tareas.
At first, it was a little bit difficult to explain the concept that it's an all-digital library.
But yeah, people are understanding this is the future, this is necessary if you want to continue to stay relevant.
The hotspot and the tablet is to help bridge that gap and to give all of the folks out here access to internet.
And it's going to be one of those accessible things that makes the entire county more equitable, and of course it allows people to be participating in things they might have not been able to do so prior to this new initiative.
Que qué bueno que hay esta ayuda porque es una enorme ayuda y pues es una oportunidad muy grande que nos dan de poder ayudarnos a nosotros.
This is our website, and right here on the front it says click here to sign up for a library card.
So it's free to everybody who lives in El Paso County, regardless if you live in the city or not.
We're very thankful to Moms on Board, a nonprofit organization that had a vision to help the county create more all-inclusive, all-abilities playgrounds. But the county took it a step further and decided to apply for a grant from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to build 3 all-abilities playgrounds. One in Gallegos Park in Canutillo. The other one at Risinger Park in Fabens. So Escarate will be the largest all-abilities playground in the county. It'll be almost an acre of play space. There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who is has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I think that is fantastic because the more kids get to be together with kids with disabilities, they learn to be nicer to each other, they learn to be kinder to each other, and that's what our world needs.
A child that doesn't have disabilities, helping a child that does have disabilities, that's very powerful. This is at an early age, they learn to have empathy and be able to understand other children.
So for example, there are ramps so that if a grandparent or a parent is in a wheelchair, they'll be able to come up to all of the equipment and be able to still be there next to their child. This is a very special park. It's not in very many parks, even within the city of El Paso. So we're incredibly proud that the county was able to bring these all abilities parks to some of the outer county areas. And that just goes to show what a priority it is for the county to make sure that all of our county residents, regardless in what part of the county they live in, have access to the same services and benefits.
So the First Friday Tours of Mission Valley are a program that the county came up with in partnership with Visit El Paso to bring both locals and out-of-towners from all walks of life here to our three amazing, beautiful communities of Isleta, San Elizario, and Socorro.
So the tour of the Mission Trail is a really, really nice tour because it shows you things that a lot of people don't know, even people from El Paso.
Although we were established in 1680, our first pueblos were established 343 years ago.
We were very fortunate to receive a tour at the Socorro Mission from Miss Magda Maurera. We also were fortunate to visit with the social dancers at our Tigua Pueblo.
You get taken on stops all throughout the Mission Trail. You get to really see a little bit of everything.
Drumming it with chamoy and taquin, which is a common flavor here in this area, and paired up with our pomegranate beer, it brings a lot of local flavors together in one glass. I believe that a lot of people don't know about this area and they don't know what they're missing out on. A lot of our roots, the foundation, the way we speak, the languages that are here, the food that we eat, a lot of it was born in this area.
We actually get people from all over the country and even from other parts of the world that come to visit our missions. This year, for 2023, the Mission Trail was actually named the #1 historic site in Texas by the Texas Travel Awards, which is a great recognition and really goes to show just what a treasure we have here in the Mission Valley.
So there's something for everyone. There's art galleries, there's local foods, local eateries, local breweries. It's family friendly, or if you're taking a date out for a fun First Friday evening, everyone is likely to find something that they'll enjoy.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney. And it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The 2-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're okay. We have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The Law Library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The Law Library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. we are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the oral medication, it's a dewormer. So once you get home, you can go ahead and get it. Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
And just, is that it for?
So every Wednesday we host a free clinic for the community, for our county constituents. We offer free spay and neuter surgeries, free age-appropriate vaccinations, and free microchips. We start our clinic at 6 a.m. all the way to 2 p.m. Our intake, we usually take in pets up to 2 years currently. This is right now tentatively until our new clinic is open, hopefully by October.
Say hello, everybody.
We've been doing it since about 2020. It's been super successful with our community members bringing in their pets to get spayed and neutered. A lot of the people don't have the resources to be able to pay for a spay surgery, a neuter surgery. Sometimes it's upwards of $500. So we're very glad to be able to offer that for free here. Just shoot us an email at spayneuter@epcounty.com. And with the services you need, your information, and the services that your pets need, and we'll get you on our servicing list.
There we go. Yeah, we got it. We got it.
Today I was told by my wife that a friend of hers told her that their dogs just got vaccinated for free. So for her dogs, they were never vaccinated from birth. So I was like, you know what, let's go do it. They never got their shots. We weren't able to have the money to get it. So we heard about the free service. So we were like, let's go ahead and see how it goes and see how the dogs do. And they did pretty well for their first time. It is very important because I know with some dogs or some families that can't get vaccinated pets, they end up passing away in a short time. Due to the fact that I was able to get my dogs to get this service, I'm really glad and happy about it.
In a few months, we're going to have a brand new clinic on the Horizon Sparks area, and we're going to be able to do a lot more surgeries and vaccinations. So it's going to have a big impact on the citizens and the pets of the county. We're going to do a lot of surgeries, but also it's going to be a training facility for the new doctors and also for students, because nowadays they don't get a lot of hands-on practice on the veterinary schools. We're bringing students from Juarez to train and also to learn. And if they're interested in getting licensed here in the U.S., we're helping them. Hopefully we'll have a lot of new doctors in the near future.
Our official name is Illumina Public Library, El Paso County's all-digital library. The reason that it's named Illumina is because libraries illuminate. They bring to light information. We have ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, a streaming service to watch movies and to listen to music.
What are we trying to do? We're trying to see what our total remaining.
We have programming here at the Agua Dulce Community Center. We have computer literacy classes, conversational English classes.
B2 plus B3.
And we recently started going over the Microsoft suite. So Microsoft Word, today I did Microsoft Excel.
You speak.
You speak.
Do you speak?
You speak.
So she checks out a tablet and she checks out a hotspot to use at home for herself and for her kids.
Estoy tratando de aprender el inglés para pues tratar de ayudar a mis niños porque pues yo no sé nada en inglés.
We also have a lot of people using the services from home.
Pues ella lo usa el internet, lo usa porque pues traen el Chrome, se llama, de la escuela y tiene que hacer tareas.
At first, it was a little bit difficult to explain the concept that it's an all-digital library.
But yeah, people are understanding this is the future, this is necessary if you want to continue to stay relevant.
The hotspot and the tablet is to help bridge that gap and to give all of the folks out here access to internet.
And it's going to be one of those accessible things that makes the entire county more equitable, and of course it allows people to be participating in things they might have not been able to do so prior to this new initiative.
Que qué bueno que hay esta ayuda porque es una enorme ayuda y pues es una oportunidad muy grande que nos dan de poder ayudarnos a nosotros.
This is our website, and right here on the front it says click here to sign up for a library card.
So it's free to everybody who lives in El Paso County, regardless if you live in the city or not.
We're very thankful to Moms on Board, a nonprofit organization that had a vision to help the county create more all-inclusive, all-abilities playgrounds. But the county took it a step further and decided to apply for a grant from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to build 3 all-abilities playgrounds. One in Gallegos Park in Canutillo. The other one at Risinger Park in Fabens. So Escarate will be the largest all-abilities playground in the county. It'll be almost an acre of play space.
There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who is has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I think that is fantastic because the more kids get to be together with kids with disabilities, they learn to be nicer to each other, they learn to be kinder to each other, and that's what our world needs.
A child that doesn't have disabilities, helping a child that does have disabilities, that's very powerful. This is at an early age, they learn to have empathy and be able to understand other children.
So for example, there are ramps so that if a grandparent or a parent is in a wheelchair, they'll be able to come up to all of the equipment and be able to still be there next to their child. This is a very special park. It's not in very many parks, even within the city of El Paso. So we're incredibly proud that the county was able to bring these all abilities parks to some of the outer county areas. And that just goes to show what a priority it is for the county to make sure that all of our county residents, regardless in what part of the county they live in, have access to the same services and benefits.
So the First Friday Tours of Mission Valley are a program that the county came up with in partnership with Visit El Paso to bring both locals and out-of-towners from all walks of life here to our three amazing, beautiful communities of Isleta, San Elizario, and Socorro.
So the tour of the Mission Trail is a really, really nice tour because it shows you things that a lot of people don't know, even people from El Paso.
Although we were established in 1680, our first pueblos were established 343 years ago.
We're very fortunate to receive a tour at the Socorro Mission from Miss Magda Maureira. We also were fortunate to visit with the social dancers at our Tigua Pueblo.
You get taken on stops all throughout the Mission Trail. You get to really see a little bit of everything.
Enrique with chamoy and taquin, which is a common flavor here in this area, and paired up with our pomegranate beer, it brings a lot of local flavors together in one glass. I believe that a lot of people don't know about this area and they don't know what they're missing out on. A lot of our roots, the foundation, the way we speak, the languages that are here, the food that we eat, a lot of it was born in this area.
We actually get people from all over the country and even from other parts of the world that come to visit our missions. This year, for 2023, the Mission Trail was actually named the #1 historic site in Texas by the Texas Travel Awards, which is a great recognition and really goes to show just what a treasure we have here in the Mission Valley.
So there's something for everyone. There's art galleries, there's local foods, local eateries, local breweries. It's family friendly, or if you're taking a date out for a fun First Friday evening, everyone is likely to find something that they'll enjoy.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney, and it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The Law Library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're okay. We have computers that you can use, we have printers.
Law Library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The Law Library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history there's been times where she's blindfolded.
The Law Library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis, Para las vacunas rutina de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the oral medication, this is a dewormer. So once you get home, you can go ahead and give it to her.
Oh, fantastic.
And just, is that it for?
So every Wednesday we host a free clinic for the community, for our county constituents. We offer free spay and neuter surgeries, free age-appropriate vaccinations, and free microchips. We start our clinic at 6 a.m. all the way to 2 p.m. Our intake, we usually take in pets up to 2 years currently. This is right now tentatively until our new clinic is open, hopefully by October.
Say hello, everybody.
We've been doing it since about 2020. It's been super successful with our community members bringing in their pets to get spayed and neutered. A lot of the people don't have the resources to be able to pay for a spay surgery, a neuter surgery. Sometimes it's upwards of $500. So we're very glad to be able to offer that for free here. Just shoot us an email at spayneuter@epcounty.com. And with the services you need, your information, and the services that your pets need, and we'll get you on our servicing list.
There we go. Yeah, we got it, we got it.
Today I was told by my wife that a friend of hers told her that their dogs just got vaccinated for free. So for her dogs, they were never vaccinated from birth. So I was like, you know what, let's go do it. They never got their shots. We weren't able to have the money to get it. So We heard about the free service, so we were like, let's go ahead and see how it goes and see how the dogs do, and they did pretty well for their first time. It is very important because I know with some dogs or some families that can't get vaccinated pets, they end up passing away in a short time. Due to the fact that I was able to get my dogs to get this service, I'm really glad and happy about it.
In a few months, we're going to have a brand new clinic on the Horizon Sparks area, and we're going to be able to do a lot more surgeries and vaccinations. So it's going to have a big impact on the citizens and the pets of the county. We're going to do a lot of surgeries, but also it's going to be a training facility for the new doctors and also for students, because nowadays they don't get a lot of hands-on practice on the veterinary schools. We're bringing students from Juarez to train and also to learn. And if they're interested in getting licensed here in the U.S., we're helping them. Hopefully we'll have a lot of new doctors in the near future.
Our official name is Illumina Public Library, El Paso County's all-digital library. The reason that it's named Illumina is because libraries illuminate. They bring to light information. We have ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, a streaming service to watch movies and to listen to music.
What are we trying to do? We're trying to see what our total remaining.
We have programming here at the Agua Dulce Community Center. We have computer literacy classes, conversational English classes.
B2 plus B3.
And we recently started going over the Microsoft suite. So Microsoft Word, today I did Microsoft Excel.
You speak.
You speak.
Do you speak?
Do you speak?
So she checks out a tablet and she checks out a hotspot to use at home for herself and for her kids.
Estoy tratando de aprender el inglés para pues tratar de ayudar a mis niños porque pues yo no sé nada del inglés.
We also have a lot of people using the services from home.
Pues ella lo usa, el internet lo usa porque pues traen el Chrome, se llama, de la escuela y tiene que hacer tareas.
At first, it was a little bit difficult to explain the concept that it's an all-digital library.
But yeah, people are understanding this is the future, this is necessary if you want to continue to stay relevant.
The hotspot and the tablet is to help bridge that gap and to give all of the folks out here access to internet.
And it's going to be one of those accessible things that makes the entire county more equitable, and of course it allows people to be participating in things they might have not been able to do so prior to this new initiative.
Que qué bueno que hay esta ayuda porque es una enorme ayuda y pues es una oportunidad muy grande que nos dan de poder ayudarnos a nosotros.
This is our website, and right here on the front it says click here to sign up for a library card.
So it's free to everybody who lives in El Paso County, regardless if you live in the city or not.
We're very thankful to Moms on Board, a nonprofit organization that had a vision to help the county create more all-inclusive, all-abilities playgrounds. But the county took it a step further and decided to apply for a grant from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to build 3 all-abilities playgrounds. One in Gallegos Park in Canutillo. The other one at Reisinger Park in Fabens. So Escarate will be the largest all-abilities playground in the county. It'll be almost an acre of play space.
There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who is has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I think that is fantastic because the more kids get to be together with kids with disabilities, they learn to be nicer to each other, they learn to be kinder to each other, and that's what our world needs.
A child that doesn't have disabilities, helping a child that does have disabilities, that's very powerful. This is at an early age, they learn to have empathy and be able to understand other children.
So for example, there are ramps so that if a grandparent or a parent is in a wheelchair, they'll be able to come up to all of the equipment and be able to still be there next to their child. This is a very special park. It's not in very many parks, even within the city of El Paso. So we're incredibly proud that the county was able to bring these all abilities parks to some of the outer county areas. And that just goes to show what a priority it is for the county to make sure that all of our county residents, regardless in what part of the county they live in, have access to the same services and benefits.
So the First Friday Tours of Mission Valley are a program that the county came up with in partnership with Visit El Paso to bring both locals and out-of-towners from all walks of life here to our three amazing, beautiful communities of Isleta, San Elizario, and Socorro.
So the tour of the Mission Trail is a really, really nice tour because it shows you things that a lot of people don't know, even people from El Paso.
Although we were established in 1680, our first pueblos were established 343 years ago.
We were very fortunate to receive a tour at the Socorro Mission from Miss Magda Maureira. We also were fortunate to visit with the social dancers at our Tigua Pueblo.
You get taken on stops all throughout the Mission Trail. You get to really see a little bit of everything.
We're making it with chamoy and taquin, which is a common flavor here in this area. And paired up with our pomegranate beer, it brings a lot of local flavors together in one glass. I believe that a lot of people don't know about this area and they don't know what they're missing out on. A lot of our roots, the foundation, the way we speak, the languages that are here, the food that we eat, a lot of it was born in this area.
We actually get people from all over the country and even from other parts of the world that come to visit our missions. This year, for 2023, the Mission Trail was actually named the #1 historic site in Texas by the Texas Travel Awards, which is a great recognition and really goes to show just what a treasure we have here in the Mission Valley.
So there's something for everyone. There's art galleries, there's local foods, local eateries, local breweries. It's family friendly, or if you're taking a date out for a fun First Friday evening, everyone is likely to find something that they'll enjoy.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney. And it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an access to justice initiative. This is so imperative to those many hundreds of thousands who live in El Paso, because without that, without their ability to have access to information, access to books, access to computers, access to be able to use the justice system, they're left out in the cold.
The law library is a great location to access important legal resources to include published cases, forms, court rules, practice guides, plus historical legal books not available digitally, while guided by experienced staff.
We're okay. We have computers that you can use, you have printers.
Law library staff performs outreach in order to help ensure the most vulnerable in our community is aware of the services offered. The law library staff is also key in providing the public in-person information on the history of the county courthouse by providing guided tours to the public.
You can see she's not blindfolded, and throughout history there have been times where she's blindfolded.
The law library is open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays. For more information, call 915-546-2245 or email eplawlibrary@epcounty.com.
You will find the library to be a welcoming and judgment-free place where you will be met with dignity, respect, and discretion.
The Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is committed to facilitate access to legal information for the citizens of El Paso County.
For your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
El Paso goes by many names. Sun City, 915. We are known for history, culture, food, and art. In the early 1900s, development and commerce in El Paso revolved around mining and trade. The nationally recognized mission trails are just one example of the many historic sites that portray our region's rich indigenous and colonial history. Since then, El Paso has evolved, and so has its people. We take great pride in nourishing a skilled and capable workforce, with 72% of our population being bilingual. We stay competitive among other large U.S. cities. The region's border location boasts a major trade port. It allows competitive local manufacturers to produce at maximum capacity. Fleet systems are capable of worldwide distribution of parts and products. Our state-of-the-art higher education systems are nationally recognized. The Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the nation's first comprehensive health sciences institution on the U.S.-Mexico border, provides students the opportunities to become doctors, nurses, and researchers. The University of Texas at El Paso offers 74 bachelor's, 74 master's, and 22 doctoral programs. Local government agencies and other economic development organizations help industries become established and expand in our community. The County of El Paso is great for business, but we also keep true to our southern hospitality with plenty of outdoor recreation options. It's easy to keep active in El Paso. We are constantly looking for new industries interested in expansion. We want to offer our help and support in the process. No matter the name, El Paso is proud, strong, progressive. We are El Paso. Come see what we can do together.
This is the oral medication, it's a dewormer. So once you get home, you can go ahead and get it. Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
And just, is that it for?
So every Wednesday we host a free clinic for the community, for our county constituents. We offer free spay and neuter surgeries, free age-appropriate vaccinations, and free microchips. We start our clinic at 6 a.m. all the way to 2 p.m. Our intake, we usually take in pets up to 2 years currently. This is right now tentatively until our new clinic is open, hopefully by October.
Say hello, everybody.
We've been doing it since about 2020. It's been super successful with our community members bringing in their pets to get spayed and neutered. A lot of the people don't have the resources to be able to pay for a spay surgery, a neuter surgery. Sometimes it's upwards of $500. So we're very glad to be able to offer that for free here. Just shoot us an email at spayneuter@epcounty.com. And with the services you need, your information, and the services that your pets need, and we'll get you on our servicing list.
There we go. Yeah, we got it.
Today I was told by my wife that a friend of hers told her that their dogs just got vaccinated for free. So for her dogs, they were never vaccinated from birth. So I was like, you know what, let's go do it. They never got their shots. We weren't able to have the money to get it. So we heard about the free service. So we were like, let's go ahead and see how it goes and see how the dogs do. And they did pretty well for their first time. It is very important because I know with some dogs or some families that can't get vaccinated pets, they end up passing away in a short time. Due to the fact that I was able to get my dogs to get this service, I'm really glad and happy about it.
In a few months, we're going to have a brand new clinic on the Horizon Sparks area, and we're going to be able to do a lot more surgeries and vaccinations. So it's going to have a big impact on the citizens and the pets of the county. We're going to do a lot of surgeries, but also it's going to be a training facility for the new doctors and also for students, because nowadays they don't get a lot of hands-on practice on the veterinary schools. We're bringing students from Juarez to train and also to learn. And if they're interested in getting licensed here in the U.S., we're helping them. Hopefully we'll have a lot of new doctors in the near future.
Our official name is Illumina Public Library, El Paso County's all-digital library. The reason that it's named Illumina is because libraries illuminate. They bring to light information. We have ebooks, audiobooks, magazines, a streaming service to watch movies and to listen to music.
What are we trying to do? We're trying to see what our total remaining.
We have programming here at the Agua Dulce Community Center. We have computer literacy classes, conversational English classes.
B2 plus B3.
And we recently started going over the Microsoft suite. So Microsoft Word, today I did Microsoft Excel.
You speak.
You speak.
Do you speak?
You speak.
So she checks out a tablet and she checks out a hotspot to use at home for herself and for her kids.
Estoy tratando de aprender el inglés para pues tratar de ayudar a mis niños porque pues yo no sé nada en inglés.
We also have a lot of people using the services from home.
Pues ella lo usa, el internet lo usa porque pues traen el Chrome, se llama, de la escuela y tiene que hacer tareas.
At first, it was a little bit difficult to explain the concept that it's an all-digital library.
But yeah, people are understanding this is the future, this is necessary if you want to continue to stay relevant.
The hotspot and the tablet is to help bridge that gap and to give all of the folks out here access to internet.
And it's going to be one of those accessible things that makes the entire county more equitable, and of course it allows people to be participating in things they might have not been able to do so prior to this new initiative.
Qué bueno que hay esta ayuda, porque es una enorme ayuda y pues es una oportunidad muy grande que nos dan de poder ayudarnos a nosotros.
This is our website, and right here on the front it says, click here to sign up for a library card.
So it's free to everybody who lives in El Paso County, regardless if you live in the city or not.
We're very thankful to Moms on Board, a nonprofit organization that had a vision to help the county create more all-inclusive, all-abilities playgrounds. But the county took it a step further and decided to apply for a grant from Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to build 3 all-abilities playgrounds. One in Gallegos Park in Canutillo. The other one at Risinger Park in Fabens. So Escarate will be the largest all-abilities playground in the county. It'll be almost an acre of play space.
There's a lot of really neat amenities here at this park. For example, the merry-go-round that allows people in wheelchairs to also be inside the merry-go-round. And then we also have the swings, the parent with the child that can swing together. We also have something for anyone who is has any type of sensory disability. We also have panels out there for them to play on.
I think that is fantastic because the more kids get to be together with kids with disabilities, they learn to be nicer to each other, they learn to be kinder to each other, and that's what our world needs.
A child that doesn't have disabilities, helping a child that does have disabilities, that's very powerful. This is at an early age, they learn to have empathy and be able to understand other children.
So for example, there are ramps so that if a grandparent or a parent is in a wheelchair, they'll be able to come up to all of the equipment and be able to still be there next to their child. This is a very special park. It's not in very many parks, even within the city of El Paso. So we're incredibly proud that the county was able to bring these all abilities parks to some of the outer county areas. And that just goes to show what a priority it is for the county to make sure that all of our county residents, regardless in what part of the county they live in, have access to the same services and benefits.
So the First Friday Tours of Mission Valley are a program that the county came up with in partnership with Visit El Paso to bring both locals and out-of-towners from all walks of life here to our three amazing, beautiful communities of Isleta, San Elizario, and Socorro.
So the tour of the Mission Trail is a really, really nice tour because it shows you things that a lot of people don't know, even people from El Paso.
Although we were established in 1680, our first pueblos were established 343 years ago.
We were very fortunate to receive a tour at the Socorro Mission from Ms. Magda Maureira. We also were fortunate to visit with the social dancers at our Tigua Pueblo.
You get taken on stops all throughout the Mission Trail. You get to really see a little bit of everything.
Enrique with chamoy and taquin, which is a common flavor here in this area. And paired up with our pomegranate beer, it brings a lot of local flavors together in one glass. I believe that a lot of people don't know about this area and they don't know what they're missing out on. A lot of our roots, the foundation, the way we speak, the languages that are here, the food that we eat, a lot of it was born in this area.
We actually get people from all over the country and even from other parts of the world that come to visit our missions. This year, for 2023, the Mission Trail was actually named the #1 historic site in Texas by the Texas Travel Awards, which is a great recognition and really goes to show just what a treasure we have here in the Mission Valley.
So there's something for everyone. There's art galleries, there's local foods, local eateries, local breweries. It's family friendly, or if you're taking a date out for a fun First Friday evening, everyone is likely to find something that they'll enjoy.
The Honorable Robert J. Galvan County Law Library is a public legal research facility that county residents can use in order to facilitate access to legal information and enhance the administration of justice. As part of the county's Domestic Relations Office and El Paso County Private Bar Association, the Law Library's Access to Justice commitment is made through an availability of extensive collection of legal resources, access to technology, and availability of important legal forms and other resources. With a connection to the past, delivering present services, and envisioning the future, the Law Library is a unique county resource.
Knowledge and information is power. Everyone has the right to arm themselves with information, accurate, current, freely accessible information, which you will find here.
Established in 1950, the Law Library grew from the Texas's 8th District Court of Appeals collection of case law and practice materials. The 8th Court of Appeals, which is located next to the Law Library on the 12th floor of the Enrique Moreno El Paso County Courthouse, still shares custody of the collection and continues to update several resources. The Law Library was named after Law Library Committee Chairman Judge Robert J. Galvan in 2004. The Law Library ensures that our legal practitioners can provide exceptional representation to their clients and is a resource for all county citizens to access justice.
But self-representation became something to where people actually couldn't afford an attorney. And it gave them an opportunity to go and look up things for the benefit of their case. And I'm talking anywhere from municipal court tickets, speeding tickets, JP tickets, landlord-tenant issues, to cases that were in our county courts and district courts.
We have built our collection and curate the resources so that they can be successful in accomplishing what they need to do within the court system.
The two-floor library facility has a comprehensive collection of print and electronic resources covering federal, regional, state, and local jurisdictions, conference rooms to accommodate attorneys and their clients, or for meeting space. There are computers with webcam capabilities and private study rooms. Printing copying services are available to the public for a fee. There is also technology on hand to scan and fax documents.
This is an Access to Justice initiative.
Go ahead, Caesar.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 7:26 p.m. Item number 26, discuss and take appropriate action regarding a personnel matter concerning the pending vacancy for a county court at law judge in County Criminal Court Number 1 due to the pending retirement for Judge Alma Trejo.
Joanne?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Judge, Commissioners. Joanne Bernal, County Attorney. For this item, we're going to be asking you for two motions. The Commissioners Court has received the resignation of the Honorable Alma Trejo, County Criminal Court at Law Number 1, to be effective September 30th. And so in the first motion, we are asking for the Commissioners Court to approve and accept Judge Trejo's resignation effective September 30th.
So I'll move or not.
Second. Commissioner Holguin?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
He logged off.
Okay. Commissioner Leon is absent. Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado? Aye. Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge Commissioners. For the second motion, we're going to be asking the court for a motion to approve and authorize Ms. Keller to proceed with a process for the filling of the vacancy, which is left by Judge Trejo's resignation. And Ms. Keller is prepared to briefly outline what that process will be.
Good evening, Judge Commissioners. We will post a notice describing the position and the qualifications and ask that interested individuals submit a resume and a letter of interest. We'll keep that open for approximately 10 to 11 days. We hope to have that open by August 30th and close it by September 10th. We'll do a screening of those applicants. Throughout the screening, we will narrow it down to the top candidates and bring those to Commissioners Court for a final interview.
If that process meets with approval of the court, then the motion would be to approve and authorize the county administrator to implement a process as described to fill the vacancy created in County Court at Law Number 1.
So moved. Second.
I'm sorry, Betsy, can you just elaborate a little bit more on the membership, the committee membership, just briefly?
Sure. Initially, we'll have an initial interview process that will include members of the judiciary and a representative from the private criminal defense bar, as well as the county attorney and myself. And after that committee does a screening, they'll narrow it down to those top candidates for Commissioners Court's consideration.
Thank you.
And while we're on the expansion point, throughout the process, we'll be asking for input, of course, from the current judge, Judge Trejo, and from other members of the judiciary and the criminal defense bar as our criminal defense attorneys for input on the skills, traits, characteristics that they find important. We'll be sure to be keeping the court abreast of all of that information as it's compiled.
Would you like me to repeat the motion?
Please.
Approve and authorize the county administrator to implement a process as described to fill the vacancy created in county court at law number 1.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner
County
Holguín.
criminal court
Aye.
at law.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion
Thank you.
carries.
Well, the opportunity just to, I mean, I know we'll do a better job and formally thank her for, for what she's done on Matrejo, not only as a judge, but also in the Council of Judges. I met her at the beginning of my term, but hopefully we'll find a better way to thank her for her service.
Yes, sir. I understand that will be forthcoming, but thank you,
Okay.
Judge.
Thank you.
Item number 27, discuss and take appropriate action to authorize the El Paso County Hospital District to lease warehouse space located in central El Paso.
Good evening, Judge Commissioners. Eric Rosales Negaglione, Assistant County Attorney. For the court's consideration, the motion for this item could be to approve and authorize the El Paso County Hospital District to enter into a lease for warehousing space in central El Paso.
And just, I can elaborate a little bit as to how important that is for the hospital and.
Sorry, Judge.
Yeah,
Would
it's
you
okay.
like to? Is that what you're?
Yeah, I said, is it okay?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I mean, the presentation, obviously, the hospital is doing everything that they can to utilize space, and right now they're actually using space that for storage that could be used for the patients and for their growth and so forth. So I think it's a great idea to move into a space that they can have specifically the storage and not mix the two together. So very supportive of that.
Judge, not only that, but it's this new area where they're looking at is very central located with access to all the facilities that UMC provides. So I think that's an added bonus.
Yeah. Thank you.
Would you like me to repeat the motion, Judge?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 29, discuss and take appropriate action concerning the current collective bargaining negotiations between the county and the El Paso County Sheriff's Officers Association to include potential action to approve a new collective bargaining agreement to begin October 1st, 2023, contract number 2023-0688.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioner, or good evening, Judge and Commissioners. Charlie Madrid, Assistant County Attorney. We are asking for a motion to approve and authorize the county judge to sign the new collective bargaining agreement with the El Paso Sheriff's Officers Association effective October 1st of 2023 as laid out in the tentative agreements reached by the collective bargaining negotiation team.
Well, before that, I just want to thank you, Charlie, and the legal team and the great relationship that we have. It's always nice to, things aren't always agreed upon, but we have a tremendous amount of respect for our sheriffs and our detention officers, and so we're very glad that we're at this point. And so just want to thank you and the entire legal team for that, and of course, the union and everybody else that got involved to make this happen. So a great collaboration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie.
Item number 30, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the First Amendment to the Hot Funds Event Services Agreement between Brightside LLC Series 1 and the county, authorizing the county to provide an upfront amount of hot funding in the amount of $78,000 before the Brightside Music Festival takes place, and the remaining funds, $122,000, on a reimbursement basis according to the original agreement. Upon final legal review and approval from the County Attorney's Office, funding in the amount of $200,000 is available in special revenue, tourist promotion, advertising. Contract number 2023-0691.
Betsy, any comments just for public?
Judge, Commissioners, this upfront funding is to pay expenses related to the county's operation to support this event. So we would ask for your favorable approval for this item.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Holguín.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Coronado.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. And that completes all the items on our agenda, Judge.
Quick, oh my goodness. Well, I want to thank everybody. I know it's a long, long day, but very, very productive. Our translators back there, our legal team, our production team, and commissioners. Wish you a great week. Thank you, Caesar.
This concludes today's meeting at 7:36 p.m.